The Martian Child, David Gerrold. David Gerrold first achieved renown for The Trouble with Tribbles, a famous Star Trek episode first broadcast in 1967, for which he wrote the script. He soon received critical praise and several Nebula and Hugo Award nominations for his novels and stories during the 1970s. Among his published books are The Flying Sorcerers, written with Larry Niven, When Harley Was One, With a Finger in My Eye, The Man Who Folded Himself, and Moonstar Odyssey. Recent novels include Voyage of the Star Wolf, Under the Eye of God, A Covenant of Justice, The Middle of Nowhere, and The War Against the Cator sequence of novels. Gerrold teaches screenwriting at Pepperdine University and writes a regular column for PC Techniques magazine. He also writes screenplays, non-fiction, teleplays, computer programs, and comic books. David Gerrold's Nebula Award-winning The Martian Child may be one of the most personal stories this writer has ever written. Among its honors are the Locus Award and the Hugo Award. He says about his novelette, "The Martian Child is semi-autobiographical. It's about a storyteller like me who adopts a little boy like the one I adopted, only to discover that the child might be a Martian. It's sort of about myself and my son, but not really. When I asked Sean if he was a Martian, he said he wasn't allowed to tell. That was my first clue." It wasn't until a long time after I finished the story that I realized what it was actually about. There's a moment of disrecognition that I think occurs for all new parents. One minute you're looking at your child lovingly, marveling how lucky you are. The very next instant you're wondering, who let this loathsome reptilian thing into my life? Whose good idea was this? Eventually the perception shifts again, this time stabilizing into a more natural and permanent state. This isn't a loathsome reptilian thing after all. It's just a short person with some serious opinions of its own, and it expects to be listened to. Parenting is the acceptance of that other person's existence as a person, not a thing. Maybe all of our little Martians have mind-wiped us into loving them, and that's all that keeps us from strangling them in their cribs. But I prefer to believe that as human beings we are delighted beyond words to have our lives so wonderfully expanded by our children, no matter what planet they come from. Toward the end of the meeting, the caseworker remarked, "Oh, and one more thing. Dennis thinks he's a Martian." "I beg your pardon?" I wasn't certain I had heard her correctly. I had papers scattered all over the meeting-room table, thick piles of stapled incident reports, manila-foldered psychiatric evaluations, Xeroxed clinical diagnoses, scribbled caseworker histories, typed abuse reports, bound trial transcripts, and my own crabbed notes as well. Hyperactivity, fetal alcohol syndrome, emotional abuse, physical abuse, Connor's rating scale, APGARs. I had no idea there was so much to know about children. For a moment I was actually looking for the folder labeled Martian. "He thinks he's a Martian," Mrs. Bright repeated. She was a small woman, very proper and polite. "He told his group home parents that he's not like the other children. He's from Mars, so he shouldn't be expected to act like an Earthling all the time." "Well, that's okay," I said a little too quickly. "Some of my best friends are Martians. He'll fit right in, as long as he doesn't eat the tribbles or tease the feral Katoran." By the narrow expressions of their faces I could tell that the caseworkers weren't amused. For a moment my heart sank. Maybe I'd said the wrong thing. Maybe I was being too facile with my answers. The hardest thing about adoption is that you have to ask someone to trust you with a child. That means that you have to be willing to let them scrutinize your entire life, everything, your financial standing, your medical history, your home and belongings, your upbringing, your personality, your motivations, your arrest record, your IQ, and even your sex life. It means that every self-esteem issue you have ever had will come bubbling right to the surface, like last night's beans in this morning's bathtub. Whatever you're most insecure about, that's what the whole adoption process will feel like it's focused on. For me, it was that terrible familiar feeling of being second best, of not being good enough to play with the big kids, or get the job, or win the award, or whatever was at stake. Even though the point of this interview was simply to see if Dennis and I would be a good match, I felt as if I was being judged again. What if I wasn't good enough this time? I tried again. I began slowly. You know, you all keep telling me all the bad news. You don't even know if this kid is capable of forming a deep attachment. It feels as if you're trying to talk me out of this match. I stopped myself before I said too much. I was suddenly angry, and I didn't know why. These people were only doing their job. And then it hit me. That was it. These people were only doing their job. At that moment, I realized that there wasn't anyone in the room who had the kind of commitment to Dennis that I did, and I hadn't even met him yet. To them, he was only another case to handle. To me, he was the possibility of a family. It wasn't fair to unload my frustration on these tired, overworked, underpaid women. They cared. It just wasn't the same kind of caring. I swallowed my anger. Listen, I said, sitting forward, placing my hands calmly and deliberately on the table. After everything this poor little guy has been through, if he wants to think he's a Martian, I'm not going to argue with him. Actually, I think it's charming. It's evidence of his resilience. It's probably the most rational explanation he can come up with for his irrational situation. He probably feels alienated, abandoned, different, alone. At least this gives him a reason for it. It lets him put a story around his situation so he can cope with it. Maybe it's the wrong explanation, but it's the only one he's got. We'd be stupid to try to take it away from him. And after I'd said that, I couldn't help but add another thought as well. I know a lot of people who hide out in fantasy because reality is too hard to cope with. Fantasy is my business. The only difference is that I write it down and make the rest of the world pay for the privilege of sharing the delusion. Fantasy isn't about escape. It's a survival mechanism. It's a way to deal with things that are so much bigger than you are. So I think fantasy is special, something to be cherished and protected, because it's a very fragile thing, and without it we're so defenseless. We're paralyzed. I know what this boy is feeling, because I've been there. Not the same circumstances, thank God. But I know this much. If he's surrounded by adults who can't understand what he really needs, he'll never have that chance to connect that everyone keeps talking about. For the first time, I looked directly into their eyes as if they had to live up to my standards. Excuse me for being presumptuous, but he's got to be with someone who'll tell him that it's all right for him to be a Martian. Let him be a Martian for as long as he needs. Yes, thank you, the supervisor said abruptly. I think that's everything we need to cover. We'll be getting back to you shortly. My heart sank at her words. She hadn't acknowledged a word of what I'd said. I was certain she'd dismissed it totally. I gathered up all my papers. We exchanged pleasantries and handshakes, and I wore my company smile all the way to the elevator. I didn't say a word, neither did my sister. We both waited until we were in the car and headed back toward the Hollywood freeway. She drove, guiding the big car through traffic as effortlessly as only a Los Angeles real estate agent can manage. I blew it, I said. Didn't I? I got too full of myself again. Honey, I think you were fine. She patted my hand. They're not going to make the match, I said. It would be a single-parent adoption. They're not going to do it. First, they choose married couples, Ward and June. Then they choose single women, Murphy Brown. Then, only if there's no one else who'll take the kid, will they consider a single man. I'm at the bottom of the list. I'll never get this kid. I'll never get any kid. My own caseworker told me not to get my hopes up. There are 2 other families interested. This was just a formality, this interview. I know it. Just so they could prove they'd considered more than one match. I felt the frustration building up inside my chest like a balloon full of hurt. But this is the kid for me, Alice. I know it. I don't know how I know it, but I do. I'd first seen Dennis's picture 3 weeks earlier, a little square of colors that suggested a smile in flight. I'd gone to the National Conference of the Adoptive Families of America at the Los Angeles Airport Hilton. There were 6 panels per hour, 6 hours a day, 2 days, Saturday and Sunday. I picked the panels that I thought would be most useful to me in finding and raising a child, and ordered tapes, over 2 dozen, of the sessions I couldn't attend in person. I'd had no idea there were so many different issues to be dealt with in adoptions. I soaked it up like a sponge, listening eagerly to the advice of adoptive parents, their grown children, clinical psychologists, advocates, social workers, and adoption resource professionals. But my real reason for attending was to find the child. I'd already been approved. I'd spent more than a year filling out forms and submitting to interviews. But approval doesn't mean you get a child. It only means that your name is in the hat. Matching is done to meet the child's needs first. Fair enough, but terribly frustrating. Eventually, I ended up in the conference's equivalent of a dealer's room. Rows of tables and heart-tugging displays, books of all kinds for sale, organizations, agencies, children in Eastern Europe, children in Latin America, Asian children, children with special needs. Photo listings like real estate albums. Turn the pages, look at the eyes, the smiles, the needs. Johnny was abandoned by his mother at age 3. He is hyperactive, starts fires, and has been cruel to small animals. He will need extensive therapy. Janie, age 9, is severely retarded. She was sexually abused by her stepfather. She will need round-the-clock care. Michael suffers from severe epilepsy. Linda needs. Danny needs. Michael needs. So many needs. So much hurt. It was overwhelming. Why were so many of the children in the books special needs children? Retarded, hyperactive, abused. Had they been abandoned because they weren't perfect? Or were these the leftovers after all the good children were selected? The part that disturbed me the most was that I could understand the emotions involved. I wanted a child, not a case, and some of the descriptions in the book did seem pretty intimidating. Were these the only kind of children available? Maybe it was selfish, but I found myself turning the pages looking for a child who represented an easy answer. Did I really want another set of needs in my life? A single man who's old enough to be considered middle-aged and ought to be thinking seriously about retirement plans? This was the most important question of all. Why do you want to adopt a child? And it was a question I couldn't answer. I couldn't find the words. It seemed that there was something I couldn't write down. The motivational questionnaire had been a brick wall that sat on my desk for a week. It took me 30 pages of single-spaced printout just to get my thoughts organized. I could tell great stories about what I thought a family should be, but I couldn't really answer the question why I wanted a son. Not right away. The 3 o'clock in the morning truth of it was a very nasty and selfish piece of business. I didn't want to die alone. I didn't want to be left unremembered. All those books and TV scripts, they were nothing. They used up trees. They were exercises in excess. They made other people rich. They were useless to me. They filled up shelves. They impressed the impressionable, but they didn't prove me a real person. They didn't validate my life as one worth living. In fact, they were about as valuable as the vice presidency of the United States. What I really wanted was to make a difference. I wanted someone to know that there was a real person behind all those words. A dad. I would lie awake, staring into the darkness, trying to imagine it, what it would be like, how I would handle the various situations that might come up, how I would deal with the day-to-day business of daddying. I gamed out scenarios and tried to figure out how to handle difficult situations. In my mind, I was always kind and generous, compassionate and wise. My fantasy child was innocent and joyous, full of love and wide-eyed wonder, and grateful to be in my home. He was an invisible presence, living inside my soul, defying reality to catch up. I wondered where he was now, and how and when I would finally meet him, and if the reality of parenting would be as wonderful as the dream. But it was all fantasy land. The books were proof of that. These children had histories, brutal, tragic, and heart-rending. I wandered on to the next table. One of the social workers from the Los Angeles County Department of Children's Services had a photo book with her. I introduced myself, told her I'd been approved, but not matched. Could I look through the book? Yes, of course, she said. I turned the pages slowly, studying the innocent faces, looking for one who could be my son. All the pictures were of black children, and the county wasn't doing transracial adoptions anymore. Too controversial. The black social workers had taken a stand against it. I could see their point. But how many of these children would not find homes now? Tucked away like an afterthought on the very last page was a photo of the only white child in the book. My glance slid across the picture quickly. I was already starting to close the album. And then, as the impact of what I'd seen hit me, I froze in mid-action, almost slamming the book flat again. The boy was riding a bicycle on a sunny tree-lined sidewalk. He was caught in the act of shouting or laughing at whoever was holding the camera. His blond hair was wild in the wind of his passage. His eyes shone like stars behind his glasses. His expression was raucous and exuberant. I couldn't take my eyes off the picture. A cold wave of certainty came rolling up my spine like a blast of fire and ice. It was a feeling of recognition. This was him, the child who'd taken up permanent residence in my imagination. I could almost hear him yelling, "Hi, Daddy!" "Tell me about this child," I said, a little too quickly. The social worker was already looking at me oddly. I could understand it. My voice sounded odd to me, too. I tried to explain. "Tell me, do you ever get people looking at a picture and telling you that this is the one?" "All the time," she replied. Her face softened in an understanding smile. His name was Dennis. He'd just turned 8. She'd just put his picture in the book this morning. And yes, she'd have the boy's caseworker get in touch with my caseworker. But, she cautioned, remember that there might be other families interested, too. And remember, the department matches from the child's side. I didn't hear any of that. I heard the words, but not the cautions. I pushed hard, and they set up a meeting to see if the match would work. But they cautioned me ahead of time. This might not be the child you're looking for. He's classified as hard to place. He's hyperactive, and he's been emotionally abused, and he may have fetal alcohol effects, and he's been in 8 foster homes. He's never had a family of his own. I didn't hear a word of it. I simply refused to listen. The boy in the picture had grabbed my heart so completely that I'd suddenly expanded all my definitions of what I was willing to accept. I posted messages on CompuServe asking for information and advice on adoption, on attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, on emotional abuse recovery, on everything I could think of. What were this child's chances of becoming an independent adult? I called the Adoption Warm Line and was referred to parents who'd been through it. I hit the bookstores and the libraries. I called my cousin, the doctor, and he faxed me 20 pages of reports. And I came into the meeting so well-papered and full of theories and good intentions that I must have looked the perfect jerk. And now it was over. I leaned my head against the passenger side window of my sister's car and moaned. Damn it, I'm so tired of being pregnant. 13 months is long enough for any man. I've got the baby blues so bad I can't even go to the supermarket anymore. I find myself watching other people with their children, and the tears start welling up in my eyes. I keep thinking, where's mine? My sister understood. She had 4 children of her own, none of whom had ended up in jail, so she had to have done something right. Listen to me, David. Maybe this little boy isn't right for you. Of course he's right for me. He's a Martian. She ignored the interruption. And if he isn't right, there'll be another child who is. I promise you. And you said it yourself that you didn't know if you could handle all the problems he'd be bringing with him. I know. It's just that I feel like... I don't know what I feel like. This is worse than anything I've ever been through. All this wanting and not having. Sometimes I'm afraid it's not going to happen at all. Alice pulled the car over to the curb and turned off the engine. Okay, it's my turn, she said. Stop beating yourself up. You are the smartest one in the whole family, but sometimes you can be awfully stupid. You are going to be a terrific father to some very lucky little boy. Your caseworker knows that. All of those social workers in that meeting saw your commitment and dedication, all that research you did, when you asked about the APGAR numbers and the Connors scale, when you handed them that report on hyperactivity, which even they didn't know about. You impressed them. I shook my head. Research is easy. You post a note on CompuServe, wait 2 days, and then download your email. It's not the research, Alice said. It's the fact that you did it. That demonstrates your willingness to find out what the child needs so you can provide it. I wish I could believe you, I said. She looked deeply at me. What's the matter? What if I'm really not good enough, I said. That's what I'm worried about. I can't shake that feeling. Oh, that, she said lightly. That's normal. That's the proof that you're going to do okay. It's only those parents who don't worry who need to. Oh, I said. And then we both started laughing. She hugged me then. You'll do fine. Now let's go home and call Mom before she busts a kidney from the suspense. 2 centuries later, although the calendar insisted otherwise, Ms. Bright called me. We've made a decision. If you're still interested in Dennis, we'd like to arrange a meeting. I don't remember a lot of what she said after that. Most of it was details about how we would proceed, but I remember what she said at the end. I want to tell you the 2 things that helped us make the decision. First, all that research you did shows that you're committed to Dennis's needs. That's very important in any adoption, but especially in this one. The other thing was what you said at the end of the meeting, about understanding his need to be a Martian. We were really touched by your empathy for his situation. We think that's a quality that Dennis is going to need very much in any family he's placed in. That's why we decided to try you first. I thanked her profusely. At least I think I did. I was suddenly having trouble seeing, and the box of tissues had gone empty. I met Dennis 3 days later at the Johnson Group home in Culver City. He was one of 6 children living at the facility, 4 boys, 2 girls. Because the caseworkers didn't want him to know that he was being auditioned, I would be introduced as a friend of the group home parents. The child who came home from school was a sullen little zombie, going through the motions of life. He walked in the door, walked past me with no sign of recognition, and headed straight to his room. I said hi. He grunted something that could have been hello, and kept on going. For a moment I felt somehow cheated. I recognized him. Why hadn't he recognized me? And then I had to remind myself with a grin that I was the grown-up, not him. But after a bit, he came out from his retreat and asked me to play electric hockey. For the first few minutes, he was totally intent on the game. I didn't exist to him. Then I remembered an exercise from one of my communications courses about simply being with another person. I stopped trying so hard to do it right, and instead just focused my attention on Dennis, letting it be all right with me for him to be exactly the way he was. And yet, I couldn't turn off the analytical part of my mind. After reading all those reports and hearing all the opinions of the caseworkers, I couldn't help but watch for evidence. I couldn't see it. None of it. All I could see was a child. And then that thing happened that always happens to an adult who is willing to play with a child. I rediscovered my own childhood again. I got involved in the game, and very shortly I was smiling and laughing when he did, returning the same delight and approval at every audacious play. And that's when it happened. He began to realize that there was a real human being on the opposite side of the game board. Something sparked. He started reacting to me instead of to the puck. I could feel the sense of connection, almost as a physical presence. Then, abruptly, it was time for him to do his chores. We loaded up the wagon with the cans from the recycling bin and walked them over to the nearby park. We talked about stuff. He talked, I listened. Sometimes I asked questions, sometimes he did. On the way back, he insisted that I pull the wagon so he could ride in it. By now, he was glowing. He was the boy in the photograph. When we got back to the group home, however, the other children had arrived home from school and were already playing together in the backyard. As soon as he saw them, Dennis broke away from me and ran to the back of the yard. He flung himself into the corner of a large old couch and curled up in a ball. He was as apart from the other children, indeed the whole world, as it was possible to get. What had suddenly triggered his unhappiness? Was it the thought that now that there were other children to play with, I would reject him? Did he have to reject me first? Or was there something else going on? From inside the house, I watched him as he sat alone. He was a very unhappy little boy, and he had stopped glowing. At that moment, I knew I couldn't leave him here. Whatever other problems he might have, my commitment was bigger. Or so I believed. The group home parents invited me to stay to dinner with the children. I hadn't planned on it, but all the children insisted that I stay, so I did, specifically making a point of sitting next to Dennis. He didn't talk at all. He was subdued, as if he was afraid of losing something that he wanted very much, or maybe that was only my perception. He ate quietly and timidly. But then Tony, one of the more excitable children, suddenly piped up, "Do you know what Dennis said?" Tony was sitting directly across from me. He had that look of malicious mischief common to children who are about to betray a confidence. "What?" I asked, with a queasy foreboding. "Dennis said he wishes you were his dad." Even without looking, I could see that beside me, Dennis was cringing, readying himself for the inevitable politely worded rejection. Instead, I turned to Dennis, focusing all my attention on him, and said, "Wow, what a great wish. Thank you." There was more I wanted to add, but I couldn't. Not yet. The game plan required me to be Dennis's special friend for at least 6 weeks before I made any kind of commitment to him. He couldn't know that I had the same wish he did. I felt cheated at not being able to add, "So do I." But I understood the rationale, and I would follow it. "Better watch out," Tony said. "He might make it a Martian wish, and then you'll have to." At the time, I didn't understand what Tony had meant, so I forgot about it. The next time I heard about Martians happened 13 months later. I was in Arizona at a party at Jeff Dunteman's sprawling house. Jeff is a 2-time Hugo nominee who gave up science fiction to write books about computer programming. Apparently it was far more profitable than science fiction. Now he was publishing his own magazine, PC Techniques. I write a regular column for the magazine, an off-the-wall mix of code and mutated Zen. It was the standing joke that my contribution to the magazine was the Martian perspective. I was sitting on the patio, watching Dennis splash enthusiastically across the pool. He was doing cannonballs into the deep end. A year ago, I couldn't pry him loose from the steps in the shallow end. He wouldn't even let me teach him how to dog paddle. Now he was an apprentice fish. He spent more time swimming across the bottom of the water than the top. A year ago, he'd been a waif, capable of joy, the picture proved that, but more often sad, uncertain, alienated, and angry. A year ago, he'd told his caseworker, "I don't think God listens to my prayers. I prayed for a dad and nothing happened." On the day he moved in, I asked his caseworker to remind him of that conversation, and then tell him that sometimes it takes God a little while to make a miracle happen. A miracle, according to my friend Randy McNamara, is something that wouldn't have happened anyway. Now, after the fact, after the first giddy days of panic and joy, after the days of bottomless fears, after the tantrums and the testing, after 1,001 peanut butter and jellyfish sandwiches, I understood what he meant, and more. A miracle takes real commitment. It never happens by accident. I'd had other miracles happen in my life, one which I'd written about, one which I may never write about. But this one was the best. I had the proof of it, framed on my wall. One afternoon I'd opened Dennis's lunch kit to see how much he'd eaten, and found the note I'd packed that morning. It said, "Please eat your whole lunch today. I love you, Daddy." On the other side, written in a childish scrawl, was Dennis's reply. "I love you too. You are very special to me. I really think you're the best. I love you very much, Daddy. I never loved anyone more than you. I never knew anyone nicer than you." At the bottom he'd drawn 3 hearts and put the word Daddy, D-A-D-Y, in the biggest of them. So the miracle was complete. Dennis could form a deep attachment, and he could express it. And all I had to do was sit and glow and realize that despite all my doubts and all my mistakes, I was getting the important part of the job done right. I had passed from wanna-be to gonna-be, to finding how to be, to simply being. I was glowing as brightly as the warm Arizona evening. Pink clouds were striped across the darkening twilight sky. I didn't know anyone else at the party besides Jeff and Carol, and the world-famous Mr. Bite, who was in the kitchen begging scraps he wasn't supposed to have. But that was all right. I was content just to sit and watch my son enjoying himself. And then I heard the word Martian in back of me, and without moving, my attention swiveled 180 degrees. 4 of the wives were sitting together. It was that kind of party. The programmers were talking code, the wives were talking children. I didn't know enough about either subject. I still felt like a dabbler in both fields, so I made the best kind of listener. One of the women was saying, "No, it's true. Since she was old enough to talk, she's insisted that she's a Martian. Her mother has never been able to convince her otherwise. She asked her, 'How do you explain that I remember going to the hospital and giving birth to you?' And she said, 'I was implanted in your tummy.' She's 12 now, and she still believes it. She has a whole story, an explanation for everything. She says UFOs are implanting Martian babies all the time." The other women laughed gently. I found myself smiling to myself and watching Dennis, remembering for the first time in a long while what he'd once told his caseworker, that he was a Martian, too. Interesting coincidence. Then one of the others said, "We had a boy in my daughter's school who wore a T-shirt to school almost every day that said, 'I am a Martian.' He took a lot of teasing about it. The principal tried to make him stop wearing it, but he refused. All the kids thought he was crazy. That was probably the only way he could get the attention he needed." "Well," said the 4th voice, "it's a common childhood fantasy, that the child is really a changeling or an orphan, and that you're not her real mother. Adding Mars to it is just a way to take advantage of the information in the real world, to make it more believable." I didn't hear any more of that conversation. We were interrupted by Carol announcing that dessert was served. But a seed of inquiry had been planted. If nothing else, I thought it might make an interesting story. If only I could figure out an ending for it. Let's see. A man adopts a little boy, and then discovers that the child is a Martian. But what's the hook? Horror story? Too easy, too obvious. The Martian children are going to murder us in our beds. Besides, Richard Matheson could do it better, if he hadn't already. John Wyndham already had. A hidden invasion? The Martians will take us over without our ever knowing? Fred Brown had beaten me to it by 4 decades. His story had even ended up as an episode on Hitchcock. Maybe something tender and gentle instead. Parenting a star-lost orphan. That would be the hardest to write. And Zena Henderson had already written it several times over. Sturgeon was another one who could handle that angle. I wished I could pick up the phone and call him. He would have had the most interesting insight for the ending, but the connect charges would have been horrendous. I could call Harlan, of course, but he'd probably bitch at me for interrupting him during Jeopardy. Besides, I didn't think he would take this question seriously. Harlan, listen. I think my son's a Martian, and I'm trying to write it up as a story. Yeah, right, David. Have you had your medication checked recently? I made a mental note to think about it later. Maybe my subconscious would think about it during the drive home. Maybe I'd stumble across an ending by accident. I really couldn't do anything at all without an ending in mind. It's easy to start a story, but if you don't know the ending, you don't know what you're writing toward. And after a while, the story goes adrift, the energy fails, and you've got one more thing to be frustrated about. I had a file cabinet full of unfinished stories to prove that this was not the best way to generate pay copy. The next day, we were slicing across the desolate red desert, seemingly suspended between the blazing sky and the shimmering road, not talking about anything, just listening to a tape of Van Dyke Parks and sipping sodas from the cooler. The tape came to an end, and the white noise of the wind rushed in to envelop us. Convertibles are fun, but they aren't quiet. Abruptly, I remembered last night's conversation. "Hey," I asked, "are you a Martian?" "What?" "Are you a Martian?" I repeated. "Why do you ask that?" "Ah, obviously you're a Jewish Martian. You answer a question with a question." "Who told you I was a Martian?" "Kathi did. Before I met you, we had a meeting. She told me all about you. She said that you told her you were a Martian. Do you remember telling her that?" "Yes." "Are you still a Martian?" "Yes," he said. "Oh," I said. "Do you want to tell me about it?" "Okay," he said. "I was made on Mars. I was a tadpole. Then I was brought to Earth in a UFO and implanted in my mommy's tummy. She didn't know. Then I was born." "Ah," I said. "That's how I thought it happened. Is that all?" "Uh-huh." "Why did the Martians send you here?" "So I could be a Earth boy." "Oh." "Can we go to Round Table Pizza for dinner?" he asked, abruptly changing the subject as if it was the most natural thing to do. "Do Martians like pizza?" "Yes," he said excitedly. Then he pointed his fingers at me like a funny kind of ray gun. Most children would have pointed the top 2 fingers to make a pretend gun, but Dennis pointed his index and little fingers. His thumb stood straight up for the trigger. "If you don't take me out for pizza tonight, I'll have to Disney grade you." Ouch, that sounds painful. I definitely do not want to be Disney graded. Then I'd have to stand in the dark and sing that awful song forever while boatloads of Japanese tourists take pictures of me. But we're not going tonight. Maybe tomorrow, if you have a good day at school. "No, tonight." He pointed his fingers menacingly, both hands now, and for a moment I wondered what would happen if he pressed his thumbs forward. Would I be turned into a giant 3-fingered mouse? "If you Disney grade me," I said, "for sure you won't get any pizza." "Okay," he said. Then he closed up both weapons, first one hand, then the other. First the little finger of his left hand, then the index finger, then the little finger of his right hand, then the index finger. Each time he made a soft clicking sound with his mouth. Finally he folded his thumbs down, and abruptly he had hands again. Later I tried to do the same thing myself. A human can do it, but it's like the Vulcan salute. It takes practice. I have pinched a nerve in my back. If I do my twisting exercises a couple of times a week, and if I take frequent breaks from the keyboard, and if I remember to put myself into the spa every couple days and let the bubbles boil up around me, then I can keep myself functioning pretty much like a normal person. It's a fair trade. Usually I wait until after dinner to sit in the spa. After the sun sets is a perfect time for a little skinny dipping. Several days after the Phoenix trip, Dennis and I were alone in the pool. The pool has a blue filter over the light. The spa has a red one. When the bubbles are on, it looks a little like a hot lava bath. Sometimes we talk about nothing important. Sometimes we just sit silently, letting the bubbles massage our skins. Sometimes we stare up into the sky and watch for meteors. Once we'd seen a bright red star point streak across the sky like a bullet. But tonight, as he splashed in the bubbles, I found myself studying the way the light shaped his features. I'm not an expert on the development of children's skulls, but abruptly I was struck by the odd proportions of his forehead and eyes. Before I'd adopted him, I'd been given copies of various doctors' reports. One doctor, who was supposed to be looking for fetal alcohol effects, had described the 5-year-old Dennis as an unusual-looking child. I couldn't see what he was talking about. To me, Dennis had always been an unusually good-looking boy. There are only two shapes of faces, pie and horse. Dennis was a pie face. I'm a horse. In that he was lucky, because his smile was so wide he needed a round face to hold it all. He was blessed with dark blonde hair, which was growing steadily toward shoulder length. His eyes were puppy brown and hidden behind lashes long enough to trouble the sleep of mascara manufacturers. His complexion was as luminous and gold as an Arizona sunset. His body was well proportioned, too. He had long legs and a swimmer's torso. He was thin, but not skinny. He looked like a Disney child. I expected him to be a heartbreaker when he grew up. The girls were going to chase him with lassos. Already I wondered what kind of a teenager he would become, and if I would be able to handle it. Now, seeing him in the reflected red light of the spa, is this the same color light they have on Mars? He did look a little alien to me. His forehead had a roundish bulge toward the crown. His cheekbones seemed strangely angled. His eyes seemed narrow and reptilian. Probably it was the effect of the light coming from underneath instead of above, combined with the red filter, but it was momentarily unnerving. For a moment, I wondered what kind of a thing I'd brought into my life. "What?" he asked, staring back. "Nothing," I said. "You were looking at me." "I was admiring you. You're a beautiful kid, do you know that?" "Uh-huh." And suddenly he was Dennis again. "How do you know that?" "Everybody says so. They all like my eyelashes." I laughed. Of course. Here was a child who'd learned to work the system. He was a skilled manipulator. He'd learned real fast how to turn on his special smile and get what he wanted out of people. Of course he knew how much attention his eyelashes attracted. But for a moment there, he hadn't been Dennis the little boy. He'd been something else, something cold and watchful. He'd noticed me studying him. He'd sensed the suspicion. Or was it just the power of suggestion at work? Most of the books on parenting advised not to feel guilty for wondering if your child is going to suddenly catch a fly with his tongue. It's a very common parental fear. And then, whenever I had doubts about Dennis and my ability to keep up with him, all I had to do was ask myself one simple question. How would I feel if Kathi Bright said she had to remove him from my home? Ripped apart was the simplest answer. The truth was, I didn't care if he was a Martian or not. I was as bonded to him as he was to me. But out of curiosity, and possibly just to reassure myself that I was imagining things, I logged on to CompuServe. The Issues Forum has a parenting section. I left a message under the heading, "Is your child a Martian?" My little boy says he's a Martian. I've heard of 2 other children who claim to be Martians as well. Has anyone else heard of children who believe that they're from Mars? Over the course of the next few days, before the message scrolled off the board and into the bit bucket, I received 33 replies. Several of the messages were thoughtful analyses of why a child might say such a thing. It was pretty much what that mother in Phoenix had surmised. It's common for children to fantasize that they have glamorous origins. In the past, children might have believed they were secretly princes and princesses, and one day their real parents would arrive to take them to their golden castles. But because that mythology has now been superseded by starships and mutants, it's more appropriate for children to fantasize about traveling away on the Millennium Falcon or the Enterprise. But if a child was experienced enough to know that those stories were just fiction, he would also know that Mars was a real planet. Therefore, Mars gave credibility to the fantasy, etc., etc. Local mileage may vary, but if the delusion persists, see a good therapist. It may be evidence of some deeper problem, etc., some more. I knew what Dennis's deeper problems were. He'd been bounced around the foster care system for 8 years before landing in my arms. He didn't know where he came from or where he belonged. Several of the replies I received were from other parents sharing pieces of weirdness their own children had demonstrated. Interesting, but not particularly useful to my inquiry. But there were over a dozen private messages. My sister's little girl used to insist that she'd been brought to Earth in a UFO and implanted in her mommy's tummy while her mommy was asleep. She kept this up until she was about 14, then abruptly stopped. After that, she wouldn't answer questions about it at all. My next-door neighbors had a boy who said he wasn't from Earth. He disappeared when he was 12, without a trace. The police assumed he was kidnapped. My ex-wife was a child psychologist. She used to joke about her Martian children. She said she could tell how crazy New York was by the number of Martians she saw in any given year. At first she used to tell the parents that same old about children needing to fantasize about a glamorous background, but later on she began to wonder. The stories the kids told were all very similar. They began life as Martian tadpoles brought to Earth and implanted in the uteruses of Earth women. She always wanted to do a study on Martian children, but she could never get a grant. I dated a girl once who said she was from Mars. She was very insistent on it. When I tried to get serious with her, she turned me down flat. She said she really liked me, but it wouldn't work out between us. When I asked her why, she said it was because she was from Mars. That's all. I guess Martians have a rule against marrying outside their species. I heard about a Martian when I was in high school. He killed himself. I didn't know him. I only heard about it afterward. I thought I was from Mars once. I even had memories of being on Mars. It had a pink sky. That's how I knew it was Mars. When the photos came in from JPL showing that Mars really did have a pink sky, just like in my memories, I thought that proved something. When I told my parents, they took me to see a doctor. I was in therapy for a long time, but I'm fine now. Maybe you should get your son into therapy, too. It was the last one that really got to me. I knew the person who sent it meant to be reassuring, but instead his message had the opposite effect. Okay, maybe it's me. Maybe it's because I'm a writer. I read subtext where none is intended. And maybe the cumulative effect of all these messages, especially the wistful, almost plaintive tone of the last one, left me with a very uncomfortable feeling. I replied to all of these messages. I know this sounds silly, but please indulge me. What did your Martian friend, relative, look like? Did he, she, have any special physical characteristics or medical problems? What was his, her personality like? Do you know what happened to him or her? Does he, she still believe that he, she is from Mars? It took a week or two to compile the responses. Of the 10 Martians specifically mentioned, 2 had committed suicide. 1 was successful in business. 3 refused to talk about Mars. 2 were cured. The whereabouts of the others were unknown. 3 were missing. 2 of the missing had been repeated runaways during their teen years. I wondered where they thought they were running to. Of the 10 Martians, 6 were known to have had golden-brown skin, round faces, brown eyes, and very long eyelashes. The hair color was generally dark blonde or brown. That was an interesting statistical anomaly. Of the 10 Martians, 5 were hyperactive, 2 were epileptic. The other 3 weren't known. I asked the fellow whose ex-wife had been a child psychologist if she'd ever noticed any statistical patterns among her Martians. He said he didn't know, and he didn't even know her whereabouts anymore. She had disappeared 2 years earlier. I called my friend, Steve Barnes. He'd written one of the character references I'd needed to adopt Dennis, and because of that I regarded him as an unofficial godfather to the boy. We chatted about this and that and the other thing for a while, and then finally I said, "Steve, do you know about the Martian phenomenon?" He didn't. I told him about it. He asked me if I was smoking dope again. I'm serious, Steve. So am I. I haven't touched that crap since I kicked out She Who Must Not Be Named. I said it angrily. Just checking. You gotta admit that's a pretty bizarre story, though. I know that. That's why I'm telling you. You're one of the few people I know who will actually consider it fairly. Geez. Why is it that science fiction writers are the most skeptical animals of all? Because we get to deal with more crazies than anyone else, Steve replied without missing a beat. I don't know what to do with this, I said, admitting my frustration. I know it sounds like one more crazy UFO mystery, only this one is something that can actually be validated. This is the kind of statistical anomaly that can't be explained away by coincidence. And I bet there's a lot more to it, too. Like, what was the blood type of all those children? What was the phase of the moon? What are their favorite foods? How well did they do in school? What if there's something really going on here? Maybe not Martians, maybe some kind of social phenomenon or syndrome. I don't know what it is. I don't know what else to ask, and I don't know who to tell. Most of all, I don't want to end up on the front page of the Inquirer. Can't you just see it? Sci-fi writer has Martian child. It might be good for your career, Steve said thoughtfully. I wonder how many new readers you could pick up. Oh, yeah, sure. And I wonder how many old readers I'll lose. I'd like to be taken seriously in my old age, Steve. Remember what happened to What's-His-Name? I'll never forget old What's-His-Name, Steve said. Yeah, that was a real sad story. Anyway, I said, you see my point? Where do I go from here? You want my real advice? Steve asked. He didn't wait for my reply. Don't go anywhere with it. Drop it. Let someone else figure it out. Or no one. You said it yourself, David. It's almost always dangerous to be right too soon. Don't go borrowing trouble. Turn it into a story if you must, and let people think it's a harmless fantasy, but don't let it screw up your life. You wanted this kid, didn't you? Now you have him. Just parent him. That's the only thing that's really wanted and needed. He was right. I knew it. But I couldn't accept it. Sure, that's easy for you to say. You don't have a Martian in the house. Yes, I do. He laughed. Only mine's a girl. Huh? Don't you get it? All children are Martians. We get 13 years to civilize the little monsters. After that, it's too late. Then they start eating our hearts out for the rest of our lives. You sound like my mother now. I'll take that as a compliment. It's a good thing you don't know her, or you wouldn't say that. Listen to me, David. And his tone of voice was so serious that 6 different jokes died before they could pass my lips. You're right on schedule. Have you ever really looked at the faces of new parents? Most of them are walking around in a state of shock, wondering what happened. What is this loathsome reptilian thing that has suddenly invaded their lives? It's part of the process of assimilation. The only difference is that you have a more active imagination than most people. You know how to name your fears. Trust me on this. Tony and I went through it, too, with Nikki. We thought she was a... Never mind. Just know that this is normal. There are days when you are absolutely certain that you've got a cute and stinking little alien in your house. But every day? Trust me, it passes. In a year or 2, you won't even remember what your life was like before. Maybe that's how long it takes a Martian to brainwash his human hosts. Steve sighed. You've got it bad. Yes, I do, I admitted. The Martian thing gnawed at me like an ulcer. I couldn't get it out of my head. No matter what we did, the thought was there. If we went out front to swat koosh balls back and forth, I wondered if the reason he was having trouble with his coordination was the unfamiliar gravity of Earth. If we went in the backyard and jumped in the pool together, I wondered if his attraction to water was because it was so scarce on Mars. I wondered about his ability to hear a piece of music a single time and still remember the melody so clearly that he could sing it again, note for note, a month later. He would walk through the house singing songs that he could not have heard except on the tapes I occasionally played. How many 9-year-olds know how to sing My Clone Sleeps Alone like Pat Benatar? I wondered why he had so little interest in comic books, but loved to watch television dramas about the relationships of human beings. He hated Star Trek. He thought it was too silly. He loved the Discovery Channel, especially all the shows about animals and insects. There was no apparent pattern to his behavior, nothing that could be pointed to as evidence of otherworldliness. Indeed, the fact that he was making his father paranoid was a very strong argument that he was a normal Earth kid. And then, just when I'd forgotten, something would happen. Maybe he'd react to something on television with an off-the-wall comment that would make me look over at him curiously. There was that Bugs Bunny cartoon, for instance, where the rabbit is making life difficult for Marvin the Martian, stealing the detonator so he can't blow up the Earth. In the middle of it, Dennis quietly declared, "No, that's wrong. Martians aren't like that." Then he got up and turned the television set off. "Why did you do that?" I asked. "Because it was wrong," he said blandly. "But it's only a cartoon. One of my favorite cartoons, I might add." "It's still wrong." And then he turned and went outside as if the whole concept of television would never be interesting to him again. And now, almost 2 years to the day since I'd filled out the first application, the nickel finally dropped, and I sat up in bed in the middle of the night. Why were so many adopted children hyperactive? The evidence was all around me. I just hadn't noticed it before. It was there in the photo listing books. It seemed as if every third child was hyperactive. It was acknowledged in the books, the articles, the seminars, the tapes, that a higher proportion of foster children have attention deficit disorder, also called hyperactivity. Why was that? Some theorists suggested that it was the result of substance abuse by the parents, which is why we saw it more in abandoned and unwanted children. Some doctors believed that hyperactivity was the result of the body's failure to produce certain key enzymes in response to physical stimulation. Therefore, the child needed to overstimulate himself in order to produce an equivalent amount of calming. Still others postulated that there was an emotional component to the disorder, that it was a response to a lack of nurturing. Most interesting of all to me was the offhand note in one article that some theorists believed that many cases of ADD were actually misdiagnoses. If you were unattached and didn't know who you were or where you had come from or where you were going, you'd have a lot to worry about. Your attention might be distracted too. Or, what if the behavior that was judged abnormal for Earth children was perfectly normal for Martian children? What if there was no such thing as ADD in Martians? At this point, I'd reached the limits of my ability to research the question. Who could I tell? Who would have the resources to pursue this further? And who would take me seriously? Suppose I picked up the Los Angeles Times tomorrow and saw that Ben Bova had called a press conference to announce that he'd been kidnapped by aliens and taken into space, where they'd performed bizarre sexual experiments on him. Would I believe him? Ben is one of the most believable men in the world. Once he almost talked me into voting for Ronald Reagan. But if I saw a report like that in the newspaper, the first thing I'd do would be to call Barbara and ask if Ben were all right. In other words, there was simply no way for me to research this question without destroying all of my credibility as a writer. Even worse, there was no way to research it without also destroying my credibility as a parent. Up until this time, I'd always been candid with the caseworkers and therapists. I'd talked to them about our discipline problems, about my feelings of frustration, about every little step in the right direction, and every major victory. But suddenly I realized this was something I couldn't talk to them about. Suppose I called Kathi Bright. What could I say? Kathi, it's David. I want to talk to you about Dennis. You know how he says he's a Martian? Well, I think he might really be a Martian, and... If the adoptive father was starting to have hallucinations about the child, how long would the Department of Children's Services leave the child in that placement? About 20 minutes, I figured. about as long as it took to get out there and pick him up. She'd pull him out of my house so fast they'd be hearing sonic booms in Malibu, and I wouldn't even be able to argue. She'd be right to do so. A child needs a stable and nurturing environment. How stable and nurturing would it be for him to be living with an adult who suspects he's from another planet and is wondering about his ultimate motives? If I pursued this, I'd lose my son. The thought was intolerable. I might never recover. I was sure that he wouldn't. For the first time in his life, he'd finally formed an attachment. What would it do to him to have it broken so abruptly? It would truly destroy his ability to trust any other human being. I couldn't do that to him. I couldn't do anything that might hurt him. And what about me? I had my own attachment issues. I couldn't stand the thought of another failure, another brick in the wall, as they say. That was where I stayed stuck for the longest time. I walked around the house in physical pain for 3 weeks. My chest hurt, my head hurt, my legs hurt, my back hurt, my eyes hurt, my throat hurt. The only part of me that didn't hurt was my brain. That was so numb I couldn't think. I didn't know if he was a Martian or not. But something weird was going on, wasn't it? And if it was just me, if I was going insane, then what right do I have to try to parent this child anyway? Either way, I lose. If he's a Martian, I can't tell anyone. And if he isn't a Martian, then I'm going crazy. I started looking for local evidence. I began browsing through my journal. I'd been making daily notes of interesting incidents in case I ever wanted to write a book about our experiences. At first, I couldn't find anything. Most of the incidents I'd written about were fairly mundane, not even good Reader's Digest material. For instance, the week after he moved in, I'd taken him to the baseball game at Dodger Stadium. For the first part of the game, he'd been more interested in having a pennant and getting some cotton candy than in what was going on down on the stadium floor. But along about the 5th inning, he'd climbed up onto my lap, and I began explaining the game to him. See that man at home plate, holding the bat? Wish for him to hit the ball right out of the park. Okay, said Dennis. Crack! The ball went sailing straight out into the right field stands. Someone in the lower deck caught it, and the runner sauntered easily around the bases while the organist played Glory, Glory, Hallelujah. You're a good wisher, Dennis. That was terrific. Want to try it again? No. Okay. 2 innings later, the Dodgers were 1 run behind. I asked Dennis to wish for hits again. 4 pitches later, there were runners at first and third. It didn't matter to me who came up to bat now. I hadn't remembered the names of any ball players since Roy Campanella was catching for Don Drysdale and Sandy Koufax. As far as I was concerned, who was on first, what was on second, and I don't know still played third. I liked baseball only so long as I didn't have to be an expert, but I'd never seen the Dodgers win a game. Every time I came to the stadium, they lost, so I'd made it a point to stay away from Dodger Stadium to give them a fair chance at winning. I didn't expect them to win tonight, but Dennis's wishes had brought them from 3 runs behind. Okay, Dennis, I said, giving him a little squeeze. It's time for one last wish. See that guy at the home plate holding the bat? You gotta wish for him to hit a home run, all the way out of the park, just like before. Okay? Okay. And just like before, crack! The ball went sailing deep into right field, triggering a sudden cluster of excited fans scrambling down across the seats. The Dodgers won that night. All the way home I kept praising Dennis for his excellent wishing. A couple of weeks after that, we were stopped at a light, waiting for it to change. It was one of those intersections that existed slightly sideways to reality. Whenever you stopped there, time slowed down to a crawl. Without even thinking, I said, Dennis, wish for the light to turn green, please. Okay, he said. And abruptly, the light turned green. I frowned. It seemed to me the cycle hadn't quite completed. Nah, I must have been daydreaming. I eased the car through the intersection. A moment later, we got caught at the next red light. I said a word. "Why'd you say that?" "These lights are supposed to be synchronized," I said, "so you only get green ones. We must be out of sync. Why don't you wish for this light to change too, please?" "Okay." Green. "Boy, you are really a good wisher." "Thank you." A minute later, I said, "Can you wish this light to turn green too?" "No," he said, abruptly angry. "You're going to use up all my wishes." "Huh?" I looked over at him. "I only have so many wishes, and you're going to use them all up on stoplights." There was a hurt quality in his voice. I pulled the car over to the side of the road and stopped. I turned to him and put my hand gently on his shoulder. "Oh, sweetheart, I don't know who told you that, but that's not so. The wish bag is bottomless. You can have as many wishes as you want." "No, you can't," he insisted. "I have to save my wishes for things that are important." "What's the most important thing you ever wished for?" I asked, already knowing the answer. He didn't answer. "What's the most important wish?" I repeated. Very softly he admitted, "I wished for a dad, someone who would be nice to me." "Uh-huh. And did you get your wish?" He nodded. "So you see, sweetheart, there's no shortage of miracles." I don't know if he believed me. It was still too early in the process. We were still learning who each other was. I noted the conversation in my journal and let the matter slide. But it left me with an uncomfortable feeling. What has to happen to a child to make him believe there's a limit to wishes? A year later, I looked at the words I'd written glowing on the computer screen and wondered about Dennis's ability to wish. It was probably a coincidence, but maybe it wasn't. That time we'd matched 4 out of 6 numbers in the lottery and won $88. Was that the week I'd asked him to wish real hard for us to win? Maybe Martians have precognitive or telekinetic powers. Dennis likes cleaning things. Without asking, he'll go out and wash the car or the patio. He'll give the dogs baths. He'll vacuum the rugs and take the dustbuster to the couch. He'll mop the floors. His favorite toys are a sponge and a squirt bottle of simple green. I've seen him take a rusty old wrench he found in a vacant field and scrub the rust off of it until it shone like new. One night after dinner, after he finished methodically loading the dishwasher, I sat him down at the kitchen table and told him I had a surprise for him. "What?" "It's a book of puzzles." "Oh." He sounded disappointed. "No, listen. Here's the game. You have 20 minutes to do these puzzles, and then when you finish, I add them up and we'll find out how smart you are. Do you want to do this?" "It'll really tell you how smart I am?" "Uh-huh." He grabbed for the book and a pencil. "Wait a minute. Let me set the timer. Okay? Now, once you start, you can't stop. You have to go all the way through to the end, okay?" "Okay." "Ready?" "Ready. 1, 2, 3, go." He attacked the first 3 puzzles with a vengeance. They were simple. Pick the next shape in a series. Triangle, square, pentagon. Which object doesn't belong? Horse, cow, sheep, scissors. Feather is to bird as fur is to dog, automobile, ice cream. Then the puzzles started getting harder, and he started to frown. He brushed his hair out of his eyes, and once he stopped to clean his glasses. But he stayed interested and involved, and when the timer went off, he didn't want to stop. He insisted that he be allowed to finish the puzzle he was working on. What the hell, I let him. "What does it say?" Dennis asked as I computed the percentile. He wanted to grab the test book out of my hand. "Well, let me finish here." I held it out of his reach as I checked the table of percentiles. The test showed that he had above-average intelligence. Not unexpected. Hyperactive kids tend to be brighter than average, but well within the normal range for a 9-year-old. "It says that you are 52 inches high, that you weigh 66 pounds, and that your daddy loves you very much. It also says that you are very smart. How smart? Well, if this test were given to 100 children, you would be smarter than 92 of them. How good is that? That's very good. You can't get much better. And it means we should go out for ice cream after dinner. What do you think? Yeah! Oh, that was another thing. He didn't like chocolate. He preferred rainbow sherbet. I'd never seen that in a kid before. A couple of weeks later, we played another game. I made sure to pick a quiet evening, one with no distractions. This game is even harder, I explained. It's a kind of card game, I explained. See these cards? There are 6 different shapes here. A circle, a square, a star, 3 squiggly lines, a cross, and a figure 8. All you have to do is guess which one I'm looking at. See if you can read my mind, okay? He frowned at me, and I had to explain it 2 or 3 more times. This was not a game he wanted to play. I said okay and started to put the deck away. If he didn't want to cooperate, the results would be inconclusive. Can we go for ice cream after we do this? He asked abruptly. Sure, I said. Okay, let's do it then. All right. We have to do it 5 times. Do you think you can do it that many times? He shrugged. I laid out a paper in front of him, showing him the shapes so he would be able to remember them all. I told him he could close his eyes if it would help him concentrate. The test conditions were less than perfect, but if there were any precognitive or telepathic powers present, 5 trials should be enough to demonstrate them. Half an hour later, I knew. Martians aren't telepathic, but they do like rainbow sherbet. A lot. There were other tests. Not many. Not anything too weird. Just little ones that might indicate if there was something worth further investigation. There wasn't. As near as I could determine, there was nothing so unusual about Dennis that it would register as a statistical anomaly in a repeatable, testable circumstance. He couldn't levitate. He couldn't move objects. He couldn't make things disappear. He didn't know how to grok. He could only hold his breath for 33 seconds. He couldn't think muscles. He couldn't see around corners. But he could predict elevators. Take him into any building, anywhere. Take him to the elevator bank. Let him push the up button. Don't say a word. Without fail, the door he stands in front of will be the one where the first elevator arrives. Was he wishing them or predicting them? I don't know. It's useful only at science fiction conventions, which are legendary for recalcitrant elevators. It has little value anywhere else in the world. He could make stoplights turn green. Sometimes. Mostly he waited until he saw the lights for the cross street turn yellow before he announced his wish. Maybe he could still make the Dodgers score 4 runs in 2 innings, but it wasn't consistent. We went back to Dodger Stadium in May, and either Dennis wasn't wishing, or he really had used up all his wishes. He could sing with perfect pitch, especially if the lyrics were about Popeye's gastrointestinal distress. He could play a video game for 4 hours straight without food or water. He could invent an amazing number of excuses for not staying in bed. He could also hug my neck so hard that once I felt a warning crack in my trachea. My throat hurt for a week afterward. I began to think that maybe I had imagined the whole thing. On school nights, I tucked him in at 9:30. We had a whole ritual. If there was time, we read a storybook together, whatever was appropriate. Afterward, prayers. I'm sorry, God, for... I didn't do anything to be sorry for. How about sassing your dad? Remember you had to take a time out? Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, God, for sassing my dad. Thank you, God, for... I can't think of anything. Going swimming. No. Thank you, God, for Calvin, my cat. Good. Anything else you want to say to God? Does God hear the prayers of Martians? Of course he does. God hears everybody's prayers. Not Martians. Yes, even Martians. Why do you say no? Because God didn't make any Martians. If God didn't make the Martians, then who did? The devil. Did the devil make you? Uh-huh. How do you know? Because I'm a Martian. I said, remembering a little speech I'd made just about a year ago. Let it be all right for him to be a Martian for as long as he needs to be. All right, I said. But let me tell you a secret, I whispered. The devil didn't make any Martians. That's just a lie the devil wants you to believe. God made the Martians. Really? Cross my heart and hope to die, stick a noodle in my eye. How do you know? He was very insistent. Because I talk to God every night, I said. Just like you. I say my prayers. And God made everything in the world. But Martians aren't from this world. That's right. But God made Mars, too, and everything on it. Just like she made this world, she made a whole bunch of others, and Mars was one of them. Honest. How come you say she when you talk about God? Because sometimes God is female and sometimes God is male. God is everything. And now it's time for you to stop asking questions and go to sleep. Hugs and kisses? Hugs and kisses. Good night. No more talking. I love you. I love you too. Now, no more talking. Dad? What? I have to tell you something. What? I love you. I love you too. Now, shh. No more talking, Dennis. Good night. Sleep tight. Finally, I got smart. I stopped answering. Control freaks. We each wanted to have the last word. I padded barefoot down the hall. I stopped in the living room long enough to turn off the television set, the VCR, and the surround sound system. I continued on through the dining room and finally to my office. 2 computers sat on my desk, both showing me that it was 9:47. The monster child had manipulated an extra 17 minutes tonight. I sat down in my chair, leaned back, put my feet up on my desk, and stared out at the dark waters of the swimming pool in the backyard. The pool glowed with soft blue light. The night was silent. Somewhere a dog barked. Somewhere, that was his name, yes. He was a writer's dog, lived under my desk. When I said, let's go to work, wherever he was in the house, somewhere would pick himself up and laboriously pad into my office, where he'd squelch himself flat and scrooch his way under the desk, with a great impassioned Jewish sigh of, I hope you appreciate what I do for you. He'd stay there all day, as long as the computer was on. Somewhere would only come out for 2 things, cookies and the doorbell. And the doorbell was broken. It had been broken for as long as I'd lived in this house. I'd never had the need to get it fixed. If someone came to the door, the dog barked. Somewhere, the dog barked. That was why I loved him so much. He was a living cliché. He was the only possible justification for one of the most infamous sentences in bad writing. It was just a matter of placing the commas correctly. Somewhere had just enough intelligence to keep out of the way, and more than enough intelligence to find his dinner dish, as long as no one moved it. He spent his mornings resting under my desk, his afternoons snoozing behind the couch, his evenings snoring next to Dennis. He spent the hours before dawn in the dark space underneath the headboard of my bed, dreaming about the refrigerator. Almost every night, just as Dennis began saying his prayers, somewhere would come sighing down the hall, a shaggy, absent-minded canine American. He'd step over everything that was in his way, uncaring if he knocked over a day's worth of Lego construction. He'd climb onto the bed, over my lap, over Dennis, grumbling softly as he found his position next to Dennis. With his prehensile tongue, he could slurp the inside of Dennis's right ear from the left side of his head, taking either the internal or external route. Tonight, though, he knew I wasn't finished working. I had some serious thinking to do. He remained under the desk, sighing about the overtime. "You're in super golden hours," I said to him. He shut up. Whenever I'm in doubt about something, I sit down and start writing. I write down everything I'm feeling or thinking or worrying about. I say everything there is to say until there's nothing left to say. The first time I did this was the day after my dad died. I sat and wrote for 2 days. When I was finished, I had a Nebula-nominated story, In the Deadlands. To this day, I still don't fully understand what the story was about, but the emotional impact of it is undeniable. It still gives me the shudders. But the lesson I learned from that experience was the most important thing I've ever learned about storytelling. Effective writing isn't in the mechanics. Anyone can master the mechanical act of stringing together words and sentences and paragraphs to make a character move from A to B. The bookstores are full of evidence, but that's not writing. Writing isn't about the words. It's about the experience. It's about the feeling that the story creates inside of you. If there's no feeling, there's no story. But sometimes there's only the feeling without any meaning or understanding, and that's not a story either. What I was feeling about Dennis was so confusing and troubling and uncertain that I couldn't even begin to sort it out. I needed to write down all the separate pieces, as if in the act of telling it would sort itself out. Sometimes the process worked. When I looked up again, 3 hours had passed. My back and shoulders ached. The dog had gone to bed, and I felt I had accomplished nothing at all except to delineate the scale of my frustration. Why would an alien species come to this planet? The last time I spent that much time on this question, I came up with giant pink man-eating slugs in search of new flavors. Why would Martians send their children to Earth? The most logical idea that I came up with was that they were here as observers, spies. Haven't you ever been pulling on your underwear and realized that your dog or your cat is watching you? Haven't you ever considered the possibility that the creature is sharing your secrets with some secret network of dogs and cats? Oh, you think that's weird? My human wears underwear with pictures of Rocky and Bullwinkle on them. But dogs and cats are limited in what they can observe. If you really want to know a culture, you have to be a member of it. But an alien couldn't step in and pretend to be a member of this culture, could he? He'd have to learn. He'd have to be taught. Where could a Martian go to get lessons in being a human? Who gives lessons in human beingness? Mommies and daddies, that's right. "You're too paranoid," said my sane friend. He asked me to leave his name out of this narrative, so I'll just call him my sane friend. What do you mean? You think that aliens are all motivated by evil intentions. You've written 4 novels about evil aliens eating our children, and you're working on a 5th. Isn't it possible that you're wrong? Moi? Wrong? Do you ever think about the cuckoo? My sane friend asked. No, I said. Well, think about the cuckoo for a moment. Okay. How do you feel about the cuckoo? He asked. It's an evil bird, I said. It lays its egg in the sparrow's nest. The cuckoo chick pushes the other babies out of the nest. The sparrow ends up raising it, even at the expense of her own young. It's a parasite. See, that's your judgment talking. That's the truth, I started to object. Is it? Is that what you tell Dennis about his birth mother? I tell him that his birth mom couldn't take care of him, and that she loves him and misses him. And that's the truth. Sort of, whitewashed. My sane friend grinned at me. Okay, I admitted. I'm protective of my son. So what? My sane friend shrugged. How do you think the cuckoo feels? Birds don't feel. If it could feel, how do you think it would feel? I thought about it. The first image that came to mind was the silly little bird from the Dr. Seuss story, the one who flew off, leaving Horton the elephant to hatch her egg. I shook my head. I'm not getting anything useful. How do you think Dennis's mother feels? I shook my head again. Everything I've heard about her, I can't empathize. All right, try it this way. Under what circumstances would you give Dennis up?" "I'd die before I'd give him up," I said. "He makes me happier than anybody I've ever known before. Just looking at him, I get an endorphin rush. If anybody started proceedings to take him out of my home, I'd have him on a plane to New Zealand so fast." I stopped. "Oh, I see what you mean." I thought about it. If I wasn't able to take care of him, or if I thought I was hurting him, or if I thought I wasn't doing a good enough job, there was that old familiar twinge again. If I thought he'd really be better off with someone else, I'd want him to have the best chance possible. But I just can't see that happening. "Uh-huh," my sane friend grinned. "Now, how do you think the Martians feel?" "Huh?" He repeated the question. I thought about it for a while. I'd have to assume that if they have the capability to implant their children in human wombs, that they would have a highly developed science and technology, and that implies, to me anyway, a highly developed emotional structure and probably a correspondingly well-developed moral structure as well. At least that's what I'd like to believe. "And if what you believe is true," he started to say. I finished the thought for him. "Then the Martians are trusting us with their children." "Aren't they?" he asked. I didn't answer. I didn't like where that train of thought might lead, but I followed it anyway. "Would you trust your child to apes or wolves?" my sane friend asked. "No," I said. "You know what happens to feral children." He nodded. "I've read the same books you have." "So if the Martians are trusting us with their children, then that implies that either they don't care about their children very much, or they do. You want my best guess? This is where you resolve everything for me, isn't it? No, this is where I tell you what I think. I think they're engaged in a long-term breeding experiment to upgrade the level of intelligence and compassion in the human race." "Yeah?" I gave him my best raised eyebrow look. "Remember what happened to Spock? He was a half-breed, too. His parents wanted to breed a logical human. Instead, they got an emotional Vulcan." "Have you got a better guess?" "No," I admitted. "But what kind of Martians are we raising?" "What kind of Martian are you raising?" he corrected. And that really did it for me. That was the question. "I don't know," I finally admitted. "But he is mine to raise, isn't he?" "Yep," my sane friend agreed. That thought echoed for a long, long moment. Finally, I acknowledged the truth of it with a grin. "Yeah," I said. "I can live with that." As a literary puzzle, this is incomplete. As a story, it doesn't work. There's no ending. There isn't enough evidence for me to even suggest a conclusion. What do we know about the Martians? For that matter, what do we really know about ourselves? There's nothing to extrapolate. And if the Martians are really engaged in some kind of large-scale genetic engineering, we won't really know what their intentions are until the Martian children start reaching adulthood. Dennis will be old enough to vote in 2005. And that raises another question. How long have the Martians been planting their babies in human homes? Maybe we already live in a Martian-influenced world. Maybe the Martian children will be super geniuses, inventing cold fusion and silicon sentience and nanotechnological miracles. Stephen Hawking and Buckminster Fuller. Maybe they'll be spiritual saviors, bringing such superior technology of consciousness that those of us brave enough to follow will achieve the enlightenment of saints. Maybe they'll be demagogues and dictators, or maybe they'll be madmen and all end up in institutions. And maybe they'll be monsters, giving us a new generation of serial killers and cult leaders, Jack the Ripper and Charles Manson. All we can do is wait and see how it works out. There's one more thing. In reviewing the material for this story, I came across a curious coincidence. Kathi Bright had given me several huge stacks of reports on Dennis, written by various therapists and counselors. I hadn't had time to read them all, and after the first few I stopped. I didn't want their experience of Dennis. I wanted to make up my own mind. But as I paged through the files, looking for Martian stuff, one of them caught my eye. On Saturday, June 27, 1992, Carolyn Green, his counselor, had noted, "Dennis thinks God doesn't hear his prayers because he wished for a dad and nothing happened." I first saw Dennis's picture on Saturday, June 27, 1992, at about 2 in the afternoon. According to Carolyn Green's report, that was the exact time of his weekly session. I cannot help but believe that he was wishing for a dad at the exact moment I first saw his picture. A Martian wish. Was that what I felt so strongly? Does it mean anything? Maybe, maybe not. In any case, I know better than to argue with Martian wishes. Tonight, at bedtime, he wished for me to be happy. I had to smile. Was that a Martian wish? I asked. Yes, he said, in a voice that left no room for disagreement. Then I'm happy, I said. And in fact, I was. I hadn't realized it before, because I hadn't acknowledged it, not even to myself. But as I walked back down the hall to my office, I had to admit that I was glowing. I'd gotten everything I'd wanted, a wonderful son, a profound sense of family, a whole new reason for waking up in the morning. So what if he's a Martian? It really doesn't matter, does it? He's my son, and I love him. I'm not giving him up. He's special. When Dennis puts his mind to it, he can predict elevators and make stoplights turn green, and help the Dodgers win baseball games. He can make lottery tickets pay off, a little bit, 4 numbers at a time, and he can wish a father into his life. That's pretty powerful stuff. I think we might experiment with that a little bit more. We haven't bought any lottery tickets in a while. Maybe we should buy a couple tonight. And if that works, who knows what else he could wish for? I was thinking of asking him to wish for a Hugo Award for his dad. Just a test, you understand. But this morning he announced he was going to wish for a mom instead. I'll be very interested to see how that one works out. Rhysling Award winners: W. Gregory Stewart and Robert Frazier, Jeff VanderMeer, Bruce Boston. The Rhysling Awards, named after the blind singer of the Spaceways featured in Robert A. Heinlein's The Green Hills of Earth, are given each year by the members of the Science Fiction Poetry Association in 2 categories, Best Long Poem and Best Short Poem. The 1994 Rhysling Award for Best Long Poem went to W. Gregory Stewart and Robert Frazier for their poem Basement Flats. Robert Frazier is a previous winner of the Rhysling Award, whose poetry and fiction have appeared in the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, Amazing Stories, Asimov's Science Fiction, Synergy, Omni, and other magazines and anthologies. In the past, he edited TASP, the Anthology of Speculative Poetry. W. Gregory Stewart is a 3-time Rhysling Award winner whose poetry has appeared in Amazing Stories, Star Line, Thin Ice, and Asimov's Science Fiction. His first collection, Antipenult, The Selected Works of W. Gregory Stewart, has been published. About Basement Flats, the first co-authored poem to win a Rhysling, W. Gregory Stewart writes, "The seed of Basement Flats was the phrase time fax, which was also the original title. Time fax, F-A-C-S, time fax, F-A-X, just the phrase at first. And then the idea of a time-traveling archaeologist who could not send back specimens, for whatever reasons of sidestepped science. No specimens, but information as to where to find potentially rich fossil troves, certain prize pieces, based on the time traveler's direct observations, even intervention. This could be sent back. It built from there, and then it deconstructed from there. When I had something to work with, I sent it off to Robert Frazier, then editor of Star Line, and a writer whose work I had long admired. I asked if he would be interested in taking Time Facts and working with it. He was agreeable. Basement Flats, Bob's title, by the way, is the result of that happy collaboration. Robert Frazier adds, Greg and I started with rough ideas, several fragmentary stanzas of the original, and research on the Burgess Shale and those strange creatures it enfossiled. We eventually adopted separate voices of husband and wife, but later worked over each other's lines until our collaboration blurred into higher narrative, part skull-buzz temporal science, part F-word sentimentality. Along came Airfish, a kind of indie dangerous visions thing, and it was no longer our love child. Again, here, it is yours. Jeff VanderMeer's short fiction has appeared in Asimov's science fiction, Fear magazine, Dark Voices 5, The Pan Book of Horror, Amazing Stories, Pulp House, Weird Tales, Midnight Shadows, Darker Voices, and many other publications in the U.S. and abroad. His non-fiction, including his highly praised essays about the work of Angela Carter, has been published in SFI, Tangent, Carnage Hall, and McGill's Guide to SF Fantasy Literature. He has published a short story collection, The Book of Frog, and a collection of poetry, Lyric of the Highway Mariner. Another collection, The Book of Lost Places, came out in 1995. VanderMeer recently won a $5,000 1995-96 Florida Individual Artists Grant for fiction. About his poem, Flight is for Those Who Have Not Yet Crossed Over, he writes, The poem had two sources of inspiration. First, the songs of Freedy Johnson, and second, a short story of mine also called Flight. I was stuck on the short story, which is told from the point of view of the guard in the poem, so I decided to write from the perspective of the prisoner, and out came the poem. Because the poem made me understand the very simplified and ironic world of the prisoner, I was then able to complete the short story. I do not write poetry very much, but when I do, it is to catch an instant of transformation, that critical moment in which something of great beauty and yet great pain is happening or is about to happen. I enjoy also the compression of words, the sense that every word must have a particular weight and a particular sound in order for the poem to work. Working on poetry often helps my fiction because, at least in certain short stories, that same compression can be used to devastating effect. Bruce Boston, a 4-time winner of the Rhysling Award, has also won a Pushcart Prize for Fiction, the Asimov's Science Fiction Readers' Poll, twice, and the Aboriginal SF Readers' Poll. He is the author of 21 books and has published fiction, poetry, and articles in hundreds of magazines and anthologies, among them Amazing Stories, Cavalier, Pulp House, Twilight Zone Magazine, Science Fiction Age, and The Year's Best Fantasy and Horror. His work has been translated into German, Japanese, Polish, and Spanish. His latest novel is Stained Glass Rain, and his Sensuous Debris, Selected Poems 1970 to 1995, was recently published. About his poem Spacer's Compass, he has this to say. Spacer's Compass is part of an ongoing series of poems I've been writing about an unnamed galactic traveler. The first poem in the series, For Spacers Snarled in the Hair of Comets, won the 1986 Rhysling Award for Short Poem and appeared in Nebula Awards 21. In a symbolic and more contemporary sense, the spacer stands for any individual who stands apart from society and consensual wisdom, who, like Colin Wilson's outsider, sees too much and too deeply, and consequently seeks answers to life and reality through behavior that defies, transcends, the norm. Basement Flats, Redefining the Burgess Shale. W. Gregory Stewart and Robert Frazier. You were downtime. one way on a simplex link, hoarding observations and lucky guesses, waiting to time burn back through the millennia, to where I waited and read it all. I called heads, you got tails. They sent you down. The creatures here are low-form bottom rung. True, but they too follow strict rules, mating habits that seem to mimic marriage, or at least corporate law. Love in this prehistoric age is no less detailed. It is still a language of bump and run. Downtime, doing Burgess reconnaissance, you got to see where the weird things are. You watched them die. You saw them settle, taking extensive notes for me to find them later. I got to chip their carcasses from stone. Time faxes, I began to call them. A fossil is a time fax. I find the water here difficult to drink. No choice, really, but my civilized stomach flora are not adapted, and I get sick, kind of the reverse of savages lacking immunity to smallpox. I hope in turn my germs are weak. The irony hurts, literally. I remember the night before you left. In our basement flat, you said Anomalocaris would be your favorite nightmare. I opted for Opabinia. We'd met as students, below ground then as well, recataloguing the Walcott collection in the Smithsonian dungeons, in the long flat trays and drawers and cabinets. Oh, we innocently promised to redefine Walcott, and I remember how we hardly slept that last night together. You drove alone to the lab, and the next morning you woke about 530 million years before I did, with no coffee. Time paradox is not a simple matter. Is it the paradox that history is immutable? I'm not sure. I feel I could change things easily, though how is not yet clear to me. You did the time well, because you did time well. Hell, better than I could have. The true paradox may be that whatever changes time-burning might cause are anticipated, and so the changes are there already. Or else how could I travel back? And I studied what you lived each day, and I found your landmarks, and I found your fossils, and I found the filer you found. We did good science together, or so it seemed, for a good long month. I am pregnant. Nothing is less a paradox, for it was by my will and choice that it happened before my downtime, in case it was you going down. Possibility swims before me, makes me dizzy with wavy lines. Then came retrieval. Only they couldn't pinpoint you, and they didn't dare send me back. The project closed, bloody fools. Time-burning halted for investigation. I wake up each morning, 530 million years after you, to yet another day. My dear husband, soulmate, there are conventions which time cannot account for. So, I'll not be seeing you again. After 2 full months, that much is obvious. I feel like emptiness distilled. Who before has ever been this lonely? I have lost everything. I have no context for living, except my child. Only last Easter, my wife, and 20 Easters since I lost you, did I think to do EMR CAT on the Walcott specimens. Was there something we missed inside? Yes, inside the fossil remains, indeed. In just a few I found these chips encoded with your notes, and with your personal entries, and your endearments, and too your thin gold ring, battered, worn to nothing, hardened in one, an Anomalocaris. My concentrates are exhausted. I cannot sustain on these creatures. They do not agree nor boost my energy. I fear I will not reach the time to birth our baby. I've come this far and can't get that far. and I could have told her or him, looking like you, I suppose. I could have said what no one can say. Your father lives millions of years in the future. Paradox is a game, I have decided, a goddamned philosopher's convention. Time burning is possible because all things are probable, blinking or not blinking. Both change history. Whatever goes unseen in the moment, or seen, is forever invaluable. Each of us burns time in a moment-to-moment speed chase, no matter the era. A big jump offers no guarantee that it won't be another basement flat back there, and poorly furnished. A bigger jump guarantees no fucking special circumstance at all, except mortality. I live in a penthouse now. One wall is tiled in shale. I wear both bands. You survived so long just to find me once again. I am the change that you left behind. Flight is for those who have not yet crossed over. Jeff VanderMeer. You never thought it could happen this way, in a Guatemalan prison, among men armed with rubber hoses, scalpels, piano wire, and propaganda. Men who scream at you to tell what you cannot tell, until you mark the days by the visits of your interrogators, muttered prayers to God, and the screams which echo down the hall. In a dream on a moonless night it came to you from beyond the window, mixed with the smell of palm trees, sea salt, and rotting wood. It came to you like a whisper from your dead lover, an exhalation of her breath. You woke, sprawled against the wall opposite your bed, and the guard said, Dios mío. It was a miracle, a visitation, the work of saints or devils. You had flown around the cell like an eagle, your arms outstretched, fingers reaching for the sky. Miraculous. And yet you left along with the guard, because to fly in your cell cannot save you, because the only flight you desire is the flight of an angel, spiraling upward, freed from the sharp, clarifying edge of pain. Spacer's Compass, Bruce Boston. South I shipped, galactic south, spanning the reaches of unbounded space through the moss stars and beyond, hanging with this crew or that. A rough lot they were, or some just strange, stranger than you'd care to know, for a light year or two on the fly. West I wandered, galactic west, leaving lovers, changing friends, past clusters hanging in the heavens like burning ingots and bands of flame, landing always in a different land, a ready cup for alien ways, seeking never so much an answer as a fix, a frame of reference to sift my strangeness from. East I flew, galactic east, against the words of wiser souls, to decaying grandeurs steeped in fog, and cultures deadly spent, to language worlds and pleasure worlds, and the mother world, or fabled so, a desolation of rust and snow, heir only to its past. Old I grow, galactic old, the polar night now calls my name, and still I tramp the stellar routes from burning white to burning red, jump-cutting lives and lands, fixing no frame of reference beyond the passage itself, adrift in the passages yet to be taken. Space has no directions, and holds all directions at once, a well of radiant possibilities, all matter of strangeness, and the stars are for the living. Understanding Entropy, Barry N. Malzberg. Barry N. Malzberg won the first John W. Campbell Memorial Award for his novel Beyond Apollo, and a Locus Award for his nonfiction book The Engines of the Night. He has been one of science fiction's most prolific writers, and, over the years, has become one of its most influential. He has been a Nebula finalist 5 times. Among his highly praised novels and collections are Final War and Other Fantasies, The Falling Astronauts, Herovit's World, Guernica Night, Underlay, Down Here in the Dream Quarter, Galaxies, The Man Who Loved the Midnight Lady, The Cross of Fire, and the remaking of Sigmund Freud. The Encyclopedia of Science Fiction has called his writing unparalleled in its intensity and in its apocalyptic sensibility. About his Nebula finalist, Understanding Entropy, Barry Malzberg writes, Understanding Entropy was written in memory of Henry Walter Weiss, 2-10-40 to 11-3-91, who I knew for more than 40 years, and who was, for a substantial part of my life, my best friend. A graduate of Dartmouth and Oxford colleges, Henry graduated from Harvard Law in 1965 and practiced in New York and New Jersey for a quarter of a century. He died in Florida very bravely after a long illness. He was not only my best friend, but my attorney, and if that isn't an oxymoron, there is no such thing as the science fiction and fantasy writers of America. I miss Henry a lot. I hope the story does not dishonor him. So I go to Martin Donner's bedside in the room they have staked out for him in Florida, and I ask him the crucial question. If you had known. I say, if you had known that it would end this way, that you would be dying of 100 wounds, of the tuberculosis, of the pneumocystitis, of the parasites and the kidney breakdown and the hepatitis, the jaundice, the venereum, and the shattering of the pancreas. If you had known that 5 years after the positive diagnosis, and 3 years after the first episode of the pneumonia, you would be lying here, 82 pounds, filled with morphine which does not work anymore. Oh, nothing works, but that isn't quite the point, is it? They are trying. With your lover and your daughters and your wife and the doctors circling in the outer room, and coming in now and then to inspect your reeking corpus, some of them weeping, others taking your pulse and monitoring your breathing. If you had known this 15 years ago, Martin Donner, if you had known everything that would happen to you, and that it would end this way, would you have left your wife and children to their lives and your history, and gone out to Fire Island, Cherry Groves, the baths and the bathhouses, and the quick and the scuffled, the long and the grievous affairs full-time, no longer sneaking it around? Would you, if you had known? Or would you have stayed in your marriage in the suburbs, Martin Donner, and played with your daughters and watched them grow, and claimed your wife with closed eyes in the marriage bed, and nothing more, because you would never know when the dogs truly came into the basement and snuffled up the stairs? Oh, maybe once a year you might let some man tend to you with rubber gloves in a bank vault, but otherwise nothing at all. If you could have seen that it would have ended this way, Martin, what would you have done? Tell me the truth now. Do you know the truth? Is there any such thing as the truth? Because I need to know now. It affects my own situation. He stares at me. He is relatively lucid now. It comes and it goes, in and out, back and forth. The pounding on the chest has loosened the phlegm. The morphine has momentarily quelled the cough. He thinks that he can think, although this is not necessarily the issue. And he thinks, of course, that I am a hallucination. Hallucination is common in this late-life condition, although the dementia has not affected him as fully as it might in a few more hours, or, if he lasts that long, he probably will not. Days. I don't know, he says. His eyes are strangely lustrous, the only motion, the only thing in his face not quiescent. The rest is dead, bland, sunken, a canvas upon which has been embedded the full and perfect features of the dead, the valley of the dead, the shades and valleys and small tablelands upon which the dead walk until at last they sleep. Yes, Martin Donner says. Yes, I do know. I can answer that. He thrashes weakly, the ganglia in his shattered nerves trying to pull into alignment. I wouldn't have done it, he said. I would not have died this way. It is not worth it. I thought it was worth it, that it was worth any price to be what you are, to live expressly and fully. But it is not. This is unbearable. I am sinking. I am sinking in disgrace. I wet myself. I humiliate myself. I seethe with visions and dreams of such inextinguishable horror. No, he says. No! And his voice is momentarily stronger. He screams in the room. No! He says. I would not have left them. I would have stayed there, and I would have died. I would have died in 1,000 ways. But it is the difference between metaphor and truth. They are not the same. Once I thought they were. But no, 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 he says uncontrollably, the word ratcheting uncontrollably, and he sinks into the steaming sheets, his eyes fluttering, closed, and the coughing, the moaning, the turgid phlegm passes again through his desiccated and shattered cavities. No, he says, and no. I think his answer is no, and momentarily there is a kind of settling. I can feel my own realignment, and a sense of history colliding with imminence, merging with the steaming and impenetrable future. But of course this fusion cannot last, and I am in Martin Donner's bedroom 15 years earlier. The bedroom on the second floor of the suburban colonial in one of the nicest areas of a nicer suburb in these sets of anterooms to the city. And I have put the question again. I have put it to him calmly and without sinister intent, and then have used my powers, the powers granted me by the old and terrible antagonist who nonetheless, and this is undeniable, always plays fair, as fairly as Martin did not with his wife and daughters and friends and family through all of the years up to this point. I show him the bottles, the tubing, the arc and density of the room, the harsh and desperate light, and it is uncommonly vivid. I have placed all my powers in the service of this adumbration. Oh, yes, Martin says, seeing it all. Oh, yes, I see now. Yes, he says, it is worth it. I would do this. I would not be deterred. It is worth it. It is worth anything to expressly enact what you are, what you must be, the full and alarming necessities of the soul. So I do not care, he says. I am going. I am going to leave. If this is my destiny, so be it. His features congeal with conviction. Unlike his face in the room of his death, they recede and pulsate, project and flutter with light. There is light all through him. Worth it, he says, worth it to be what one is. How many years until this happens, he says. Not that it matters, but I want to know. 17, I say. 17 years, and not all of them will be happy. Your daughters will weep, and one of them will hate you. There will be many betrayals, also other illnesses, earlier illnesses, small and larger betrayals, a terrible bout with hepatitis, disgraceful venereal conditions. I don't care, he says. 17 years is a good time. In 17 years here, lying here, sneaking around, pounding myself into myself, I will be dead. I will have killed myself anyway. No, he says, there is no question. There is no argument. I have made my choice. He closes his eyes, smiles, thinking evidently that he is dreaming. Such dialogues are common inside Martin in this crucial time. He thinks that he is constructing a worst-case venue, but is nonetheless being firm. Yes, he says, I will do this. His breathing, irregular, levels out. As I withdraw, he thinks that he is making passage into dreamless slumber. As he recedes, he feels, I know, some kind of imminence, and perhaps it is my question, no less than anything else, which has led him to this resolution. Or perhaps not. It is difficult to work within such difficult and speculative borders without being overwhelmed by my own relative helplessness and stupor. But of course this is in only partial quest of verification. I move through the channels of recorded and possible time, asking Martin Donner this question at various places within the continuum. I discussed this with him at Cherry Grove in 1978, at a tea dance, while he is hanging shyly against the walls. Yes, he says, of course it is worth it. I ask him this in 1986, when thunderously the implications of the positive diagnosis begin to come through to him, and he closes his eyes as I make the forced pictures in his head, showing him what it would be like. I don't know, he says. I don't know. I am in shock. I am in agony here. I can't give you a false or a real answer. Can take no position. How can I tell? Maybe I shouldn't have done it. I don't know. I don't know. Take the question to him in Chicago 2 years later. He is attending a class reunion with his lover, partial remission. He feels in control of himself, some benignity, perhaps illusory, but the moment can be extended, he feels, as so many other moments have been extended. I would have done it again, he says, knowing what I know. I would have wanted it this way still. I would not have treated it differently. I would not exchange these years for anything. Ask him and ask him, up and down the line. Sometimes an enthusiastic, desperate yes, other times more tentative. A no at the end, and tracking back from that no, mostly for the 6 to 8 months before this special, spectacular, extended agony. His position then is not fixed any more than it might have been 20, 30 years ago, when Martin refused to respond to the messages flicking like trap shots from the basement of his sensibility. Nothing is sure. Nothing is firm. Mostly yes, an occasional no, more no as the end is approached, but even then, at some of the moments in between the moments of the worst anguish, a soft, insistent yes. It is not fixed. Nothing is fixed. The human condition is not fixed. The price we will pay for fully expressing what we are does seem indeterminate then. It resonates, this confusion, against my own uncertainty. And I understand then, staring at and through all of this, that there can be no answers from Martin. None at all. If Martin is the voice and tensor of all possibility, then there is no possibility, no singularity. Understanding this does not surprise me, but fills me with a desperate and irreparable weakness. I would not have had it this way. I would have wanted surer answers. Everyone wants answers, if not the answer. Even I. I return to my old antagonist on the desert, and hand him the helmet and the simulating device and the other armaments of our translation, our bargain, our possibility. I have wrestled and wrestled, I say. I have wrestled you through all the avenues of this life, and I do not know. I am stunned and pinned, dislocated and shattered. Martin is not the answer. He can provide me with no firm basis at all. Of course, my old antagonist says. His ruddy skin glows with sympathy, or perhaps it is only health, or vindication. You see, he says, you are left with it just as I said. You are left with all of this on your own. You must decide what price to pay, and whether that is correct, and no one can know. He backs away from me, horns a rapier, fine eyes glints of purpose in the night. Now, he says, now, you must decide. You, not Martin Donner, who is only a paradox or a metaphor. You must make that decision. It is the 40th day, he says. Soon it will be the 40th night. You must now turn in the way you must, and there will be no returning. Yes, I say. Yes, I understand that. Before me, closing my eyes like Martin in the hallucinatory days, I see the traps, the sights, the visions of my own circumstance. The donkey, the cobblestones, the crowds, Pilate's smooth and terrible judgment, the hanging and the darkness. I see, and I see, and I see. And in the iron spikes of the sun of Golgotha, alone and under the darkness, I see, too, the expanding and necessitous heart of God. I know what you're thinking. Kate Wilhelm. Kate Wilhelm has won the Nebula Award 3 times for her short fiction, and the Hugo Award once for her novel Where Late the Sweet Birds Sang. She is one of science fiction's finest writers, whose stories and novels are rooted in the familiar patterns of everyday life, while revealing how shaky the underpinnings of those lives can be. Wilhelm is equally accomplished as a novelist and as an author of short fiction. Her books include The Mile-Long Spaceship, The Downstairs Room, The Infinity Box, The Clewiston Test, Welcome Chaos, Heisman's Pets, Death Qualified, A Mystery of Chaos, Cambio Bay, Naming the Flowers, and with her husband, Damon Knight, Better Than One. About I Know What You're Thinking, a finalist for the Nebula, Kate Wilhelm writes, See, I'm cleaning muck out of the fish pond, good black oozy stuff, hauling it up, putting it in a bucket to toss on the compost, and koi, goldfish, and golden orphs swarm around my hands, which are freezing because it's no longer summertime, kiddo. And I say, forget it, I know what you're thinking, and you're wrong, it's not feeding time. And besides, if I never fed you again, you'd be okay, because there are bugs, larvae, plants, algae, and like that for you to eat. So just get lost, okay? But they swarm, and I think, yeah, I know what you're thinking. And what the cats are thinking when I walk outside carrying anything at all. Feed me. That's the message they're all transmitting. A message I'm receiving just fine. And when I'm in the kitchen and human types come through at 6 or later, when it's my day to cook, just passing through without saying anything, sniffing like crazy, knowing better than to whine or beg or snivel or anything. Who has to when it's after 6, I ask you? I sort of glower, and they pass on by and pretend that what they're really after is to watch TV, or look at the African violet or something, even though that's a lie, and they know it, and so do I. But what the hell? Don't we all live with lies and buy lies all the time, anyway? We all pretend they just happen to be passing this way, although I know they suspect I see through their air of nonchalance, as if they were wearing plastic wrap. They don't dare ask, and I'll never tell, but believe me, neither they nor you have any secrets, none, zilch, what's so goddamn ever, because I know what they're thinking. So sue me. Dinner parties were always the worst. In big noisy groups no one paid much attention to me, since I was quiet and smiled a lot. But at dinner parties everyone became the focus of attention, if only for a moment. The white noise became real noise, and I moved in fear verging on panic that I might slip and drown in it. "Honey, you have to come," Cal said. "His people don't invest in just the company, but the ones behind it and their families. They look for stability in the business and in the personal lives of people they're interested in." It was as bad as I had known it would be. When Mr. Davies shook my hand, he said, "And finally I get to meet the charming Mrs. Patterson. How do you do?" He smiled affably through an appraisal as cold as a mortician's. So this is the kid with the money. Pretty, but not all there. Touched, he was thinking. Doesn't really look it, but whoever can tell. Wondering if Cal played around much, how I was in bed, if I kept a tight rein on the money. Tomorrow he'd be out of here, do something about his lower back, and if Gloria had messed up again, he'd take off her head. "Such an impressive young man, your Cal. Very good presentation today, one of the best I've seen." Doing numbers about the company finances. I smiled at him and moved away. All evening I smiled a lot and said as little as possible, and I thought I had succeeded beautifully until we were in the car on our way home. "Why in God's name did you start talking about chemical warfare in the Persian Gulf?" Cal asked in a harsh, low voice. Muscles I had thought already tense drew up even tighter until I felt I couldn't move. I had done it again. He was driving too fast, so angry he was hoping something would get in front of him, something he could smash. Never again, he was thinking. Make excuses. Illness. Come on, slow down. I'll ram you. I was shivering as I realized that no one else was pretending anything. Neither was it practice and self-control. They didn't hear each other. It wasn't that they had all learned to live in such a noisy world. Rather, the world they lived in was silent. I was too frightened and stunned to speak. Cal wanted me to try to explain so he could have an excuse to yell at me. I had detected impatience, irritation, dislike from time to time, and love, passion, lust, amusement, and I had felt those same things about him. Everyone went through such violent swings. On the drive home, he hated me. He wished I was dead, that he was dead, that we all were dead, especially Davies, the slob. I sat with my chin tucked in, my eyes closed, trying to bring back the white noise. The drive home was short, out of Portland on the interstate, then onto the twisting country road to our house. While he paid the babysitter, I went upstairs to check on the girls. Donna was 8, Patty 7. Patty's covers were all over, part on her, most on the floor. Donna looked as if she had not moved since going to bed. I straightened out Patty's bedding, kissed them both, and then went downstairs. "Cal, we have to talk," I said. He was on the couch in the living room with a drink in his hand, thinking of Davies, and his own coming presentation to a board of directors down in Los Angeles, thinking about Harry, who should be the one to go and wouldn't, about guidance systems, and he couldn't just walk out, and Florence had been in the liquor again, and Donna's books were all over the kitchen table. He hardly glanced at me. So talk. "I heard him, Cal. I heard Davies talking about chemical warfare. He was talking about guidance systems, airplane control. In his head he was talking about systems to deliver things too dangerous for people to handle. Chemical agents, nerve gas." "And you heard him talking in his head," Cal said sarcastically. "I know you have a problem with your ears, but isn't that pushing it just a little?" "I did, though." I didn't know how else to describe it. I didn't hear words. I simply knew what people were thinking, as if their thoughts were mine, all mixed together, random, disjointed, like my own, but always separate. There was no way to explain it if he didn't do it also, and until that night I had believed everyone did it exactly the way I did, but with control and pretense that I had not yet mastered. He looked up at me. His face changed, and for a time his mind was numb. Then fear came. I shut my eyes. He thought I was crazy. that my parents had known. That's why they tied up the money the way they did. Why they kept me home all those years. Not fair. He should have been told. I turned and ran to the kitchen. Cal went upstairs. Soon there was the distant sound of water rumbling in the bathtub. Our house was 90 years old, and in spite of remodeling, the pipes still announced water running anywhere. Dad had bought the house when I was 12. I had lived in it ever since. 15 years. My mother and father had moved out here because they had known there was something wrong with me. Abruptly, I started a pot of coffee. I had to rethink my entire life. It would be a long night. But my thoughts were as jumbled as Cal's had been. Snatches of conversations came, phrases, ideas that had not been mine, answers that had been wrong, questions asked of me that had no answers. A carpenter had worked on the house when I was young. He hadn't known he was colorblind, he had told Mother, until they examined him for the Air Force. Mother said he believed he saw exactly what everyone else saw, and maybe no two people saw the same thing when they said green or blue or red. There was no way to tell. Later, I read an article that claimed what we saw or heard was culturally determined, that the Japanese were culturally trained not to hear sounds made by others separated by nothing more than a paper wall. The article went on to say that people in major cities had to learn not to see others, not to see the chaos about them. I didn't know why people who wrote such lies were allowed to have them printed. I began having school trouble in the 5th grade, and I failed 6th grade. They took me in for a medical checkup, an eye test. They took me to a psychologist. Did I hear voices? Did I see strange things? Did shapes change and become other things? I said the world was too noisy. She suggested a hearing test. The ear doctor said it was a problem with filtering. We have to learn how to filter noise, be attentive to what is important, squelch what isn't. I was giving everything the same attention. The problem wasn't in my ears, but in my brain. Cal came back down in his robe and stood in the doorway, thinking Davies must have subvocalized what was really on his mind. He might have been subvocalizing, I said faintly. I shared his relief. He was tired. The bath had relaxed him. Too much stress recently, and tonight had been hard. He didn't linger. Weak with relief, he went to bed. How many times had I heard my mother say in exasperation, "I know what you're thinking, and you're wrong. You think—" I believed she really knew. Later, when I realized what she said was not what Father was thinking, or what I was thinking, I concluded it was part of the same pattern that let people think certain words and voice others. I drank coffee and paced through the downstairs. Living room with antiques, dining room large enough to seat 12, a den, laundry room. It was a very large house. They had bought and furnished it so that I never would have to go buy anything. They decided to keep me home the year I was 12, to tutor me themselves. Father was ill with Lou Gehrig's disease. He sold his share in an advertising agency in Seattle, and we moved to this house, centered in 6 acres of woodland, 11 miles out of Portland. I could sleep at night again, and I stopped going into a near paralytic state 3 or 4 times a day when the noise overcame me. There was no noise. The phrase acute adolescent schizophrenia was in the air for a time, but they didn't take me for treatment. As long as I was home, I was perfectly well, and I was learning to cope with the world gradually. The process of turning the noise into white noise continued through the next few years, until I could go to the library, go shopping, or to the zoo, or a movie with Mother, places where people were not thinking about me. But if the focus turned to me, I froze, or I made a mistake and responded to a thought instead of a spoken word. I gathered Donna's school books and put them in her backpack. Now what? I asked myself. But I couldn't form a thought about the future yet, not until I finished re-examining the past. Father died when I was 16. I met Cal a year later, and his thoughts were clear, focused on me, and welcome. He was 10 years older than I was, and he loved me. We married the day I turned 18, and Donna was born 10 months later. I knew the instant I became pregnant. The noise faded to a murmurous hum far off in the distance. I told Mother it was gone. I was at peace, and we wept together. She got an apartment in town and talked about changing her will. She and Father had tied up everything in such a way that I would have an income for the rest of my life and the house, with a trust to take care of it. If I sold the house or took out a mortgage, the money would go into the trust fund. I had been provided for. With that act, they had proclaimed what I now knew. They called it a problem with hearing, but they thought I was crazy. The 9 months of pregnancy were blissful. We entertained and started to make friends. We lived just like other young couples. The day after Donna was born, I woke up drowning in the noise again. They took me home, and Mother moved back in. Mother was killed in a 4-car collision on the interstate when Donna was 9 months old, and I was pregnant again a month later. As before, the pregnancy curbed the noise, and as before, the noise was back louder, more insistent than ever, the day after Patty was born. I had accepted that people considered me a social klutz, a little strange, weird even, but I thought of it as the sort of pity swimmers showed to non-swimmers. It was something anyone could do if they tried hard enough. Everyone else controlled the noise. I could learn to control it, too. It was 4 in the morning when I fell into bed, with no answer to, now what? The clock rang at 7. I was so groggy I stumbled through making breakfast and told Donna she didn't need her hair braided, and didn't even try to respond to Cal's thoughts and words because I was not sure which was which. A doctor, I thought, maybe a brain specialist. Maybe there was a treatment, a cure. I moved zombie-like through the usual morning chores, making beds, loading the dishwasher, picking up towels, and abruptly I stopped. Why? I found myself asking. Why should I risk doing such a thing? I had only one answer. Cal was getting tired of a wife who was a social liability. But I couldn't tell anyone, because I would become a menace to be ostracized, or a medical curiosity to be studied and probed. Or, I forced myself to follow the thought through, I would be put away under one pretense or another. I shuddered, thinking of what would happen if they put me in a hospital, tranquilized me. They would open the floodgates and listen to me scream. Nothing had changed, I thought then. People would still consider me a little weird, a hearing problem, you know, but very intuitive. Funny how when a person is challenged in one area, a different area compensates, like the blind developing such a good sense of smell, the hearing impaired becoming more intuitive. How many times I had heard such thoughts, both voiced and unvoiced. I repeated to myself, nothing had changed, except, I added, now I was aware. Cal went to Los Angeles for 3 days. I did my stint at the school library, and I went to the public library twice while he was gone. I concentrated on psychology, on brain physiology, brain abnormalities. I read about aversion therapy, neuro-linguistics theory on phobia handling, other theories, and I sat in the reading room and thought, here I am. Someone hear me. Make a sign that you hear me. I know what you're thinking. People moved in and out of the book stacks, sat at the computers, talked to each other and the librarians. No one paid any attention to me. Cal was tense and jumpy when he returned. He lied about his trip, about his meals, the presentation, everything. All went well, he said, but when he sank into silence, I learned just how badly it had gone. At first, he blamed a bad hotel and bad food. Then he blamed himself for not preparing better, for stumbling over some of the questions they had asked, and then he was blaming me. If I had come on better, not left Davies with the impression that I was a neurotic wife heading for a nervous breakdown, the rest would have worked okay. I listened to it happening in his head and could not say a word. For all I knew, he was right. After he went to bed, I began to analyze how I had handled his thoughts. They had been as jumbled as ever, but I had sifted through them, disregarding the irrelevant ones. He liked the chicken, his foot hurt, crush at the airport, bumpy landing, slob in the middle seat. I could do it automatically with Cal, just as I had done it with my parents. I knew their processes, could pick out their thoughts from the dense fog. If I had learned to do it with them, I could do it with others. I started the next day. I chose a small coffee shop with half a dozen people in it at 10:30 in the morning. For 20 minutes I nursed a cup of coffee, and for the first time in my life I deliberately listened to the flow of thoughts that filled the air like radio waves. Not trying to squelch them or turn them into white noise, but paying attention, I found that I could almost make them coherent. At the end of 20 minutes, my hands were shaking, my head hurt, and I had to leave, but I knew I had succeeded. That night, almost as soon as the girls were sleeping, Cal and I went to bed. He had swung from dark pessimism to near euphoric optimism, and our love-making was exuberant and unrestrained. Our sex life had always been passionate, uninhibited. I knew exactly what he liked, and when he was joyous, delirious, so was I. That night, floating in the aftermath, I wondered suddenly what it would be like if both partners knew, and I was shocked by the thought. I was shocked again when I realized he was fantasizing a real woman. He sometimes fantasized while making love. Usually his fantasy lover was a movie star, or someone from television, or an exotic dancer, someone unattainable and beautiful. Sometimes it was me in a foreign setting, on a beach, in a tent, sometimes even tinged with sadomasochism. That night it was a woman from the office who was in his mind as he drifted into deeper sleep. People lived rich fantasy lives. I had grown used to that fact. Most of what people thought was never voiced. No one could control their flow of thoughts and ideas, impressions and feelings, desires and dislikes, hatreds, jealousies, loves. Only their actions counted, and their spoken words. I knew this the way I knew people had dark hair or blonde, or were tall or short, or fat or thin. I had considered telling Cal about me. It really wasn't fair not to. He had a right to know. Lying there awake, I knew I couldn't. He wouldn't be able to live with me. And I knew that now, after 9 years of marriage, he was thinking of other women in a way he never had before. I wasn't a good wife for him, and never had been. Sex wasn't enough. That and the children were all that tied us together. It annoyed him if I mentioned something he was certain he had not talked about, like the time recently that I made a dental appointment for him. A tooth had been bothering him, but he didn't want to believe I knew it. He didn't want me to tell him things if he couldn't understand how I knew them, especially when I was right. He was still denying to himself that it was getting harder to contain his frustration with a weird wife who was not good in company, and who made him uneasy in ways he couldn't comprehend. I had known for years that he was more relaxed with the children than with me, but I had assumed his reasons were like mine. The children weren't in his head. What if they turned out to be like me, I thought, and this time my startlement made me get out of bed, slip on my robe, and go downstairs. Would they be like me? Cal believed my parents should have had me treated, not kept me hidden away, and let whatever my problem was develop into a phobia about crowds. He would insist on a doctor who would drug the girls, tranquilize them, hospitalize them. They would go insane, or die. But I might not know for years. This hadn't started with me until I was nearly 12. Then, finally, I began to plan seriously for the future. I began going out nearly every day, small coffee shops at first, places where there would be few people, then a bigger restaurant, and finally a clothing store, where I bought a few things. Constantly I repeated, "I can do it. I can do it." I thought Cal would be pleased that I had bought myself a pantsuit, but he was only annoyed. If I could shop, why had I messed around with catalogs for years? Why had he wasted so much time shopping? The company Davies represented had turned Cal and Harry down. No financial help was available, although they had a good product, maybe in a year or two. He blamed me. Donna's birthday came, and I had a party for her. A few mothers came along with their children, and I had a tea party for them. I can do it, I told myself. I can do it. When school was out, I took the children to the coast for a month, as usual. Before, Cal had joined us every weekend, but that year he was too busy. He was having his affair, finally. She was Audrey, the woman at work, and he was bitterly disappointed. I took a great deal of malicious satisfaction in his disappointment, and I wouldn't let him touch me until I was certain they had used condoms. They were together only 3 times. Afterward he was overcome with guilt and shame that lasted for months. At the coast, watching the girls play in the waves, I heard a man thinking about a boy. I had heard thoughts like this before, but always generalized, and he was very specific. I sat unmoving, terrified, and only gradually began to search for him. I had learned to track the droplets to their source part of the time, not reliably, and I thought I would not be able to locate him, but then I knew who it was. About 30, thin, he was lying back on the sand, supported by his elbows, less than 20 feet away, paying no attention to me, intent on the child. I located the boy next, a slight child of 9 or 10, playing frisbee with his father. The man was thinking of various scenarios when suddenly his thoughts turned more murderous, and he stood up. A woman and a large black dog had joined in the frisbee game. The boy threw the disc, and the dog leaped up to catch it, trotted to the child to drop it at his feet, and stood tense and expectant, waiting for the next throw. The predatory man was leaving, moving through the soft sand as fast as he could to the packed wet sand, where he started to jog down the beach. I watched him out of sight. But he would focus on another child, I thought, shivering. I lost control of the noise then. I had to get up and join the girls at the edge of the water, out of range of the dozen or so people who were clamoring for attention in my head. That night I paced until I ached. I couldn't turn my back on such things, I told myself, but neither could I do anything about them. I thought bitterly of taking on the role of avenger, swooping down on unsuspecting criminals and dispatching them, or joining forces with the police, sniffing out evil and preventing crimes. I sat down and stared at the tabletop. Plastic with unlikely roses on trellises crisscrossed it. We had rented this same cottage every summer for 8 years. The tablecloth had been here all that time. The next day I bought a camera small enough to fit in my purse. If it happened again, I would take a picture and send it to the police, along with information about whatever the person was planning. I was afraid to try to do more than that. For the first time it occurred to me that someone, gangsters, the FBI, police, CIA, someone might decide to make use of me if they ever found out. Watching Donna and Patty trying to catch crabs in a tide pool, I knew how malleable I would be if they were ever threatened. I practiced taking pictures, hiding the camera in my hand behind my purse. I had 6 rolls of film developed when we returned home, and they were mostly terrible. I told the puzzled clerk the children had played with the camera, and he thought that was a pretty expensive toy. I would learn photography, developing, printing, all of it, I decided on the spot. When school started again, I enrolled in a photography class, where several times I was desperate to drop out, but each time I was able to bring back the white noise and continue. Privately, I learned my range, about 40 feet. I learned how to turn the noise into coherent patterns. I learned how to track thoughts to a source reliably. I had a darkroom built in the basement and practiced taking pictures, developing and printing them. I took hundreds of pictures of the trees on our property, and then began taking pictures of strangers in stores, in restaurants. Twice I sent a picture to the police with a note. Patty had her 8th birthday, Donna her 10th. Cal and Harry found another potential backer, and this time I gave the dinner party. I was charming, attentive, ignored all thoughts as if they were not there, and later I told Cal that Mr. Hendrickson was out to steal the program he and Harry were working on. Furious, he stalked out to spend the night with a woman named Jean. When he came back the next evening, I had moved my things into my old childhood room. He glared at me in disbelief. "What's that supposed to mean?" "You know as well as I do. You didn't even use a condom, did you? Who did she sleep with last week, last month? Did you ask? I believe they say you have to wait about 6 months and then do the blood test. Until then, separate rooms." For the first time ever, he wanted to hit me. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Do I have to spell it out? You're screwing around. There, 6 months, or you can leave now, tonight." His old fear flashed back. He turned away. "You've changed," he muttered, walking toward the den where we kept the liquor. We never had fought, really. After our first argument, I had realized that I would be too destructive. I knew exactly how to devastate him, and if we argued, I might say something awful and irreversible. For many years I had thought he could do the same to me, admired him for not giving in to the urge. Now, after 11 years of not fighting with each other, his guilt was too strong for him to start. He thought of the house, no worries about food, about day-to-day living, my monthly allowance that made it possible, about Harry and June struggling along, about the girls, how much he loved them. Admit to a mistake, beg me to forgive him? But 6 months. Deny everything, he decided. I was suspicious, but I couldn't know for sure. I had always been a little crazy. There had been a few remissions, but here it was back, worse than before, because now I was paranoid, schizophrenic and paranoid. By the time he had thought out his strategy, I was upstairs in my old room with the door locked. We didn't mention it again. He continued to see Jean, and I slept with my door locked. I didn't want to force a confrontation with him, force him to leave. He was very good with the girls, and they loved him fiercely, and I felt oddly protective of him. It wasn't his fault that I knew what he was thinking, that he couldn't hide anything from me. Donna turned 12 and was as normal as any little 12-year-old girl could be. She cried at slights, or was manic, and experimented with makeup, and talked about boys with her friends, and thought about boys and makeup and dating. The day I realized I was hearing her thoughts, I knew she was not like me. Now my attention turned to Patty, but again it was a waiting game. Cal and Harry had broken off their negotiations with Hendrickson, but then they licensed the program that had occupied them so long, and suddenly they were making a great deal of money. I was very happy for them. Cal and Jean had a fight and broke up, and for several months he was as celibate as I was, and the thought crossed his mind now and then that the 6 months I had given him would be easy. But, he thought in surprise one night, he liked living the way he was. He didn't want to leave me exactly, but neither did he want to have to be on guard all the time, uneasy around me all the time. He liked sharing the house and the children, liked his meals, liked our inane conversations, liked everything about his life except being celibate. And eventually he took care of that. I was strangely content also. It was all so much easier this way. Unexpectedly, I had become involved with photography and worked at getting good at it. And every once in a while I took a picture of a stranger and wrote a note on the computer, printed it out, and sent it to the police. A man planning a big drug delivery, a woman robbing nursing home patients, a man planning murder, a child molester. Patty had her 11th birthday and was growing moody, exactly the way Donna had, the way I had in the distant past. I had been in the back of the lot, photographing a certain tree I had concentrated on for months, getting it in every possible light, because no matter how often I looked at it, it was a different tree I saw. I was trying to capture that elusive, changeable aspect of all living things, the constant flux that seemed to bolster the notion that reality was being reinvented, moment by moment. I was taking off my boots at the back door when the doorbell rang. It was March. The boots were very muddy. My hands were frozen, my face numb. I finished with the boots before I went to answer the bell, still with my jacket on. I stopped short of the front door. Policemen, 2 of them, detectives in plain clothes, cold and miserable. One of them was angry, the other was remote, thinking about the setting of our house, nice with so many trees, smart to keep them cleared back in case of fire. I opened the door. The older one said, "Mrs. Patterson? Detective Sergeant Loria, and this is Detective Nielsen." He held out identification. "May we have a few words with you?" He was in his 40s, heavy-set, nearly bald. He was thinking I looked like a kid in my socks and jacket, pink cheeks. The other one was young and lean, in his 30s, and very angry. I stepped back. "Why? Is something wrong? Has there been an accident?" I knew better, but they expected something like that. "Nothing happened," Loria said. "We're trying to locate someone." I led them into the living room and took off my jacket, and we all sat down. "What do you mean?" "Mrs. Patterson, we're trying to find a connection among a group of people. Maybe you can help us. Would you mind telling us if you know any of the people whose names I'll mention?" I shook my head. Nielsen was furious because he was on this wild goose chase. 2 teenage girls had been slashed on Burnside, a gang shooting, goddamn Spaulding. Chief had a hole in his head big enough to drive trucks through. Loria began to read from a list of names. I shook my head each time, but I was learning what they were after. I had sent in 11 pictures over a 2-year period. He had 7 of the names in his notebook. As he read the names, he made the connections in his head. A nursing home attendant stealing patients' money, a child molester, a murderer. They had investigated 7 of 11. One of the names was Gerrold Spaulding, who was stealing industrial secrets, selling them to the Japanese. At the mention of his name, Nielsen filled in the rest. Someone had leaked to Spaulding that a nut had accused him, had taken his picture. Spaulding was a lobbyist, important, knew important people. He had demanded an investigation which had started 4 months earlier. 4 months? Then Nielsen began to fume again about this waste of time. When Loria asked me to look at some pictures, I agreed, because I didn't yet know how they had traced anything to me. I found out as he opened a briefcase, extracted a manila envelope, and took out the first picture. In my photography class, we had done a series of sports shots using fast-action film, ISO 1600, what the instructor called recording film. Now I found out that it was rarely used, that it usually was specially ordered, but kept in stock by the store I had gone to because our classes asked for it. They had been tracking down everyone in Portland and the surrounding area who had bought it over the past 3 years. I was one of dozens of people they were following up on. Not just me, then, I realized, relieved. I shook my head at the first picture, a late one, then an earlier one, and another. The quality improved, I thought distantly, studying them, as I got better with the camera and darkroom technique. Finally, I said, "I don't know any of those people." I stood up. Something was bothering Loria. He was dissatisfied with me for no reason he could think of except that I was taking this too calmly. "Mrs. Patterson, do you use ISO 1600 film?" he asked, getting to his feet. He agreed with his partner that this was a waste of time, but still there was something. "No," I said sharply, "and I don't intend to answer any more questions unless you tell me what you want, why you're here." His suspicions eased a little. "Could we have a quick look at your darkroom?" he asked. "No, I'm going to call my lawyer if you don't leave now." I walked to the door with them, but suddenly Loria was thinking about another case of a nut informer who was said to have been right with every suspect he fingered. I caught my breath. "Sergeant, wait a minute." I said with my hand on the doorknob. "I guess I don't care if you look at my darkroom, or my photographs, if that's part of your job." Neither of them noticed how strange I sounded. Nielsen was furious with this new delay, and Gloria was less than enthusiastic now that I had agreed to show them everything. He knew at a glance that my trees were not at all like the grainy headshots, but I kept showing them more and more trees and bushes and blades of grass, and all the time getting a snippet here, another there. When they left, I sat down to think. I was in no danger of discovery. Early on, I had found my own reflection in a car bumper in a practice photograph. After that, I examined them very carefully and cropped them if there was anything to give me away. I wore thin vinyl gloves in the darkroom, no fingerprints. None on the computer paper or the envelopes bought in a discount store. At first, the police had paid little attention to the tips. The third picture of a bank embezzler had made them change their minds and re-examine the first two. By now they had found 6 of the people, had made arrests in 5 instances, and were investigating the 6th. 4 remained elusive. And then there was Spaulding. There had been high-level meetings. Not an extortion set-up, they had decided, although that was what Spaulding claimed to believe. At one of the meetings, someone had mentioned the similarity to a case back east, except that nut had not used pictures, but gave actual names. And he was right every time. I had been desperate to find out where back east, and finally Gloria had thought about how they had handled it in Cincinnati. They had decided it was the work of an insider, and made everyone in the department from the chief down take a polygraph test. There had been resignations and general turmoil since most of the force had no idea why. I didn't know when all that happened. Cincinnati, as foreign as India or Morocco. Was she still there, still doing it? I didn't know. I felt feverish and more than a little crazy then, thinking about someone like me out there. I had broadcast my message over and over. Look at me, hear me, I'm here, I know what you're thinking. Then I had given up. No one could hear me. I couldn't remember the last time I had had a real conversation with anyone. I felt stupid responding to half-truths, evasions, lies, as if I believed them. But there was someone in Cincinnati. I thought all through the afternoon, into the evening. I made dinner as usual and listened to the girls' chatter, and to Cal going on about a car he had test-driven earlier that week. And I felt like a spectator in my own house, watching my life erode away. I spent time in the library again. I read about Cincinnati, about Ohio, studied a map of the city. Where did she live? Had she gained as much control as I had? Was she married? Had she stopped tipping off the police? How had she got the actual names of the suspects? Most people hardly ever thought of their own names. What if it was a man? The idea made my legs give. I had to sit down. What would it be like if they both knew? For several years I had known that Donna was trying to hide her ambivalent feelings about me, and I had accepted that as the normal growing-up process of an adolescent girl. They get critical of their mothers, I told myself. They get judgmental. They prefer their fathers. Both girls knew Cal and I weren't sleeping together. They knew he had a girlfriend, and had even met her, and we all pretended none of that was true, although the girls talked about it privately, and Donna thought about it a lot. They were in their room one afternoon in May. I was on my way to my room when I passed their door and came to a stop. Their voices were too low to carry, but I realized I was hearing both of them in my head. I leaned against the wall with my eyes closed. The waiting was over. Now I knew. Donna was thinking that if we got divorced, she wanted to live with her father, and Patty was thinking about Stella, the girlfriend, how easy it was to talk to her, how she understood. For the first time I realized they were as uneasy around me as Cal was. It was not simply adolescence driving a wedge. I wanted to cry as the realization came. I had failed Cal and my children alike. In spite of all my care, they knew there was something wrong. Donna thought I was a little crazy. She thought I spied on her, read her diary. I couldn't tell her otherwise, since I wasn't supposed to know that. Now, Patty thought she didn't blame Cal. I was a little creepy, not a bit like Stella. I moved away, but then it hit me. I was free. It was all very civilized. I waited until school was out to tell Cal I was leaving him. He was grateful that I was the one to bring it up. We discussed it calmly with the girls, and they said they wanted to go with him. We talked about custody, visitation rights, college tuition costs, everything, and left little for an attorney to do. Just like that, it was over. The girls cried, and I did, and Cal was uncomfortably near tears, but we all were relieved. The next day I packed suitcases, packed my camera bags, and I left for Ohio. I would take a long trip, I told them all, leave them in peace to make their arrangements. We all cried again, but when I drove off, I felt a great excitement, exhilaration even. The enormity of the land amazed me, the desert, mountains, then the plains that stretched forever. I drove until I got tired, ate when I got hungry, slept in motels or hotels, and drove again. I had thought I would plan everything during the days of driving, the rest was nights wishing it were morning again. My excitement mounted, but the only plan that formed was simply to visit public places, the library, the zoo, parks, and keep calling until you answered. Hear me, see me, speak to me. I know you're here. I know what you're thinking. A Defense of the Social Contracts. Martha Soukup. Martha Soukup is an alumna of the Clarion Workshop in Science Fiction and Fantasy, whose short fiction has appeared in Universe, Asimov's Science Fiction, Amazing Stories, the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, Xanadu 2, Aboriginal SF, Full Spectrum, Alternate Presidents, Analog, and other magazines and anthologies. Several of her stories have been nominated for Nebula and Hugo Awards. Her Nebula finalist, Over the Long Haul, was adapted as a short film for the Showtime television channel by director Danny Glover. She lives in San Francisco. Of her Nebula Award-winning A Defense of the Social Contracts, Martha Soukup says the following. Actually, I didn't mean to write A Defense of the Social Contracts at all. I meant to write a story about how obsession can feed into revenge that can loop back to reinforce the obsession. But the notion I had for telling that story was a fantasy notion, and this time I felt like writing science fiction. I found a voice for the story and started writing in a far future in which the fantasy element could be made into a science-fictional element. But in the process of putting that future together, I found it had taken over the story, and the original story would have to go on hold. Instead of a story about the ambiguities of revenge, I found myself writing a story about the ambiguities of utopia. Humans are complex, and any human system will have noise. Noise in a culture is someone's pain. I made up the best future I could think of. I just couldn't make up a utopia. The other answer to how I wrote this story is surprisingly easily. I wrote it over a long weekend, finishing Monday afternoon in time to post it to my workshop group, and, I learned later, barely miss an appearance by candidate Bill Clinton 2 blocks from my door. Each morning I got up, put René Duperrey's Saltimbanco soundtrack on the stereo, on infinite loop, and wrote. During breaks I treated myself to most of Stephen Brust's Taltos books, a lot of reading. You want to read something good, and unlike your own work, when writing, so it doesn't creep in. Saltimbanco crept in. When I got tired, I turned off the stereo and the computer and went to bed, and when I woke up, I started all over again, all day. 3 days later, I had a different story than I'd expected. I wish they all went like that. He flirted with all, and he meant it with none. but Annley had been foolish enough to think he meant it with her. That is the language of the bad old days. In these times we may be more fair than that to Annley and Darren. Darren was a registered non-monogamist, than which little could be more clear. He was scrupulous enough to keep his preference license by the doorway of his privacy room, under his certificate of health, though this was not required. Who could ask more of Darren than that? Watch his movements, listen to his words in the context he has placed them in. Be rational. Annley had recently withdrawn a registration of celibacy. It had stood 2 years and more, which is a long time for a citizen who has not taken celibacy as a life choice, but it is not unheard of. Before her celibacy, she had offered 3 contracts of monogamy, 2 to men and 1 to a woman, which had not been accepted. Her friends suggested she brooded too much over the 3rd rejection, by the 2nd man, who took instead the offer of a group family. Annley had obliged their urgings and taken erotic rebalancing. Through a combination of nano and of tailored drugs, the doctors remapped her responses so she would not find men of his size, shape, coloring, and vocal characteristics attractive. After the procedure, she no longer woke in the middle of the night, breath-starved and sweat-drenched, the dream touch of a blond, smooth, brown-eyed man fading too slowly to forget. She told her friends this, so they would no longer worry. She did not tell them that she still brooded. She did not tell them of her unhealthy resentment at the loss of her fantasy. In this light, we may say Annley was wise when she chose to register celibate, or we may wonder why she did not go back to the doctors. Should not her decisions be judged by their results? These are not the dark old days, after all, when citizens approached each other as across a field of buried mines, whether blindfolded or not, still never able to entirely avoid danger when they touched. These are modern times, mapped and rational, and avoiding heartache is a simple matter of taking responsibility for oneself. The social contracts have been made clear. Who would argue otherwise? Annley did not go back to the doctors, but she stayed celibate for 2 years, until she considered she was no longer brooding, or perhaps until brooding no longer made celibacy compelling. She re-registered as she had been before, open. After 2 weeks from an open registration, she could switch again to whatever she desired, non-monogamy, single or group partnership, or a dozen other more arcane classifications and sub-classifications. Her friends held a party in her honor. Darren was at that party. So were many men and women, nearly all registered open or non-monogamous, a few registered to group families that were not full. Her friends had taken care to supply Annley with a full palette of human potential to celebrate her departure from celibacy. They gathered in the common hall of Annley's cooperative, making matches among each other or not as they chose, all polite enough to introduce themselves first to their guest of honor. Darren himself did not arrive until near the end of the party. Had the party before worked out differently, he would not have stayed after it was over. But for the first hour 2 men from a group family flirted with her, and while she thought the first was funny and the second intriguing, she did not want to think about group families. And for the 2nd hour she became engrossed in a discussion of Hyli with another man, who followed the same team she did, and while they exchanged access numbers and agreed to attend a game together soon, they also agreed to call each other brother and sister. And at the end of the 3rd hour she nearly asked a wry and intense woman to stay after, but something familiar and carefully uninteresting about the woman's blonde hair and brown eyes and rich contralto voice changed her mind. Annley generally preferred men anyway, and did not demur when the woman, watching her, suddenly said she thought she might as well make an early night of it. So, by the 4th and last hour of her party, Annley sat in a corner of the hall trading word jokes with the remaining guests, reflecting that a change from celibacy to non-celibacy was more symbolic than predictive. It would be fair to Annley to say that she was not brooding on this, or did not see herself to be brooding. She laughed with her friends and argued about which turn of phrase scored the most points in the game, and had put aside any thought of exercising her new license that night. "I'm sorry to be so late," said a tall man with dark hair and hazel eyes, a man Anneli did not know. "Will someone tell me who our hostess is, so I may apologize properly?" His soft voice teased and danced. Anneli stood and extended her hand. He stood looking at her for a long moment, then took her hand and kissed it, not dropping his eyes. He grinned and said, "With the beauty of the hostess and the circumstances of the party, it's my great luck she's still here to apologize too." "I wouldn't abandon my guests before the party was over," Anneli said lightly. "The party is not over," he said. He had not released her hand. They went to her privacy room, not across town to his, and made love under her certificate of openness rather than his of non-monogamy. But he told her how he was registered beforehand, as a good citizen should. His non-monogamous status, as she knew, meant he could not directly enter a partnership even if he wanted. He would have to pass through a 2-month transition, registered open, first. Darren's practice and experience stood him in good stead. Within an hour, Anneli had forgotten to even wonder if she was brooding. 2 citizens with an open registration may spend 10 nights together without having to change their registration. After that, or before, if things move quickly, they must discuss whether they will change their registrations to monogamy or provisional monogamy, or if they will list each other as non-exclusive partners, or start a group family. These are all decisions Anneli would have had to discuss with a lover who was open, as she was, but Darren's non-monogamy gave him more latitude. Perhaps it is ironic that Darren's non-monogamy allowed Anneli to see Darren more often without either of them reconsidering their registration. But we must note that most citizens understand that non-monogamy is exactly what it says on the face of it. Most citizens do not have the difficulty facing straightforward reality written on a certificate beside a bed that Anneli had. Society cannot be held to blame. It is precisely because Anneli did know that Darren was committed to being uncommitted that he could take her to his bed, or she take him to hers, so frequently. In that month it was 20 times. "Anneli," he gasped as he shuddered into her. "Ah, you fit sweetly. No other the same." Anneli shuddered herself, a shudder of warmth and happiness, and rolled to his side. "No other?" she teased. "Of your 100 women?" "Not 100, he said, and chuckled. "Not this year. But if it were 100, none of them like you." How did Anneli hear these words? Was she bearing in mind the social contracts, as every school-child knows to? Should we offer her sympathy for remembering those words only, and not what he had said 3 nights before? "Ah, Anneli, you're a change from any other woman I know," he'd said. "How nice to be surprised again after all these years. If you change your registration again, love, you should think about registering as I have. There's nothing like the thrill of discovery." She may have remembered part of that, but not the parts we would note. She may have placed undue weight on his use of the word love. Understanding this does not mean approving this. The very fact that she teased him about 100 women must mean she herself understood he was, indeed, exactly as the social contract presented him. In that month, Darren slept 20 times with Anneli, and a dozen or more times with old friends, most of them also non-monogamous, and a few new friends, some non-monogamous and some open. Darren was in the higher percentiles for sexual activity, as are many who register non-monogamous. You will assume he mentioned some of this other activity to Anneli. You will assume correctly. He only mentioned it a few times, but why should he have mentioned it more? Anneli slept twice with other men, one of whom irked her by too soon mentioning that he was looking for a partnership, and one of whom had skills she thought compared unfavorably to Darren's. She contacted Darren and was with him an hour after the second man left. "We should keep doing this," she said after Darren had confirmed her judgment. "I'll have to stop for at least 10 minutes, love," he joked, running the back of his hand gently down her sweat-dampened side. She smiled back at him. I mean that we should keep seeing each other, she said. I'll happily keep seeing you, no fear. Not as often as we have been. I've been neglecting some of my other friends too much, they tell me. Anley paused. I was thinking of a contract, she said. Darren sat up. Of course, this would be a surprise to him. Anley, love, I'm non-monogamous. You could re-register. After first re-registering open for 2 months, before I would be allowed to take a contract. And why would I? I'm non-monogamous, Anley. I've been non-monogamous for 12 years. You can see the dates on my certificate. You know who I am. You like me. You like being with me, Anley said. You could be happy in a partnership with me. I like many people, Anley, said Darren. He was frowning now. He pulled the sheet up past his waist. But you don't need them. I want them all, yes, Darren said. He spoke slowly, watching her. I want many women, but I don't need any one of them. I am not monogamous. I do not need any one of you. Did he see Anley flinch? He did. We have perhaps seen too much of each other, love, he said. You were open. I thought perhaps open to my way of living. Perhaps I misjudged. I've never slept with someone who had been so long celibate before. Does that make a difference? Have you seen anyone other than I? Several people, Anley said, exaggerating. And then she said, I think you're right about my registration. I'll think about it. I'll call you. She dressed then and left. Darren's adherence to responsibility cannot be denied. Anley, however. Anley appeared at Darren's doorway 3 days later with a piece of paper in her hand. She glanced only once at the woman sitting up in Darren's bed, peering curiously around him at her, then said, I decided you have the best idea. I've changed my registration. He looked at the paper. It read non-monogamous. He looked at her. So, I'll give you a call sometime, all right? Anley said. All right. I have company. I won't keep you. She left his building and went back to her own. She took her certificate off the wall and carefully smoothed the forged one over it. She waited to see if she would hear from Darren. If any of you is vulnerable to backward thinking, you may say this was a small crime. But it is well said that the smallest breach in the social contracts leads to dangerous rifts, plunging, deadly chasms of conflict and misunderstanding, insanity. It is not for nothing that our forebears set up our system of social contracts. Eternal vigilance is the price of sociability. Learn from Anley's errors. When Darren did not call for several days, Anley contacted him and, keeping her voice as casual as she could, arranged for him to come to her privacy room. She found her thoughts strangely divided while he was there. She was glad to see him, and triumphant at the success of her fraud. Darren did not even glance at the false certificate on her wall. Who would falsify a certificate? And yet, as she kissed him, and he stroked her hips and breathed into her ear, she was tormented by the thought that he would as soon be with the red-headed woman she had seen in his bed as with her. She had conceived, so she thought, a true passion for him, while to him she was an interchangeable partner, one among many. She found this thought unbearable. It was, she thought, even as she moved in complex rhythms with the man, worse than being rejected for partnership by someone registered open. It was infinitely worse, because he did not even look at her as the material for a partnership. This, though Darren was non-monogamous from the start of things. We see that, so soon after her first crime, Anley had begun to slip into what we can only call insanity. Backward-thinking people might call it jealousy, or insecurity, or even love, but we know there is no place for love that is not law-abiding, and we can see this from Anley's desperate actions to follow. She now saw Darren only every week or two. Between times, she thought about little but the next time she would see him. When they spent an hour together, it seemed to her Darren was reserved, much more cautious in his dealings with her than he had been before. She brooded. And she did not take this as a sign to change her ways. Instead, she plotted how to change Darren's ways. This is a violation of all the principles of the social contracts. The social contracts were designed to help Anley and all citizens easily find those others who could suit their needs, so they would not violate the rights of other citizens by trying to change them. Anley had had failures, but who of us has not? Her error was in brooding. Her error was in turning criminal against the principles of social contracts. Her error was in not keeping faith with the system. Anley tried arranging surprises of dress, food, or activity with Darren. She tried reading the latest poems and being witty. She tried 7 fashions of styling her hair and coloring her eyes. She stuck to her lie of non-monogamy, but slept only with Darren when she could, which was not often. Although she had broken the contracts and broken her word, giving a fellow citizen no understanding of her desires or intentions, Darren pulled back. We may look at it as though he saw her true self under the false, a rough skin under the soft, her real certificate under the forgery. Which, of course, he could not. No citizen could be prepared for such dissemblance. Perhaps we should blame the doctors Anley went to 2 years before, that they did not find her flaw. Or perhaps we can still only blame her, who knew her own flaw and did not strive to have it removed. But, as he pulled back, whatever ancient instinct guiding him, Anley grew more desperate, and as she grew more desperate, more criminal. Each citizen devotes 20 hours a week to her work. Anley had a technical position with the Weather Service, tracking which storms were likely and which necessary, and determining when to alter their patterns, and 10 hours to social services, which at this time she spent removing old broadsheets and flyers from walls and kiosks. Neither occupation, we can see, afforded her much interaction with her fellow citizens. Her weather analysis she conducted alone, in her own privacy room. The flyer removal was a simple task that took her out in public, but did not require her to as much as speak to anyone. It also gave her every opportunity to brood, which she did, even in good sunlight and surrounded by adjusted, normal people. It is not good for someone with retrogressive tendencies to shun societal contact, but just as she did in her work, she stayed to herself in her free hours. Somewhere in the midst of this unhealthy solitude, she conceived her desperate plan. In this one area, the city might be held accountable. There obviously were insufficient safeguards on the personal files of its citizens. Yet there is no record that anyone before had attempted to alter the parts of those files Anley now compromised. Perhaps some had tried before and failed. Perhaps she found an untapped genius within herself. Through trickery, finesse, and deceit, she found a way to change the files from her own home workstation. Within a week of her determination to make it so, Darren's registration was changed to open, backdated 6 weeks. The certificate on his wall was the same as ever. Anley could see it on the occasions she was there, as she smiled at him, lying to him by the very way she carried herself, breaking the social contracts. Only twice she saw him in the next 2 weeks, but on these occasions she relaxed and smiled. Their sex was much better, relaxed, as perhaps Darren sensed that the brooding cloud she had carried was gone. He mentioned something about taking a day to visit the summer fair with her. "That would be perfect," said Anley. The fair was to begin 2 weeks and 2 days after she had altered his records. We are all rightly proud of our famous summer fair, that fabulous gathering of jugglers, clowns, acrobats, hollow illusionists, personality readers, contests, and music. 100 different foods are flash-grown in tanks of colorful fluids, cooked and served in the open air. Nearly the whole city attends at least a full day, and others come from thousands of miles away to see it. Anley met Darren at a roast apple stand and offered him one. They strolled arm in arm down the street. Darren pointed out a group of acrobats tumbling up and down invisible rappelling lines along a building's side. 2 leapt unexpectedly 10 meters through empty air to the next building over, causing Anley and Darren to gasp and laugh. Anley pulled him to a stand where a musical trio she liked, horn, viola, and a gene-modified canary controlled by a trainer, was playing. They ate again, chopped potatoes with herbs and sausage. And for an hour Anley thought she would not do what she had planned to do. She took Darren's arm, leaned against his side, and drifted through the crowds feeling perfectly right in the world. She was, as we understand, deluding herself. She allowed herself to feel Darren's falsified social contract status was his true one, that he was open to a partnership, but the truth could not be plastered over. For Darren removed her arm from his and said, "Wait just a moment, please," and went over to a tall, fair woman pouring cider at a booth. Anley could hear them laughing as old friends do, and setting a date for later in the week. Her fingers stiffened, clenched, and marked her palms with her nails. She did not notice. She watched Darren and the tall woman, her breath painful in the back of her throat. She stood back. She pulled the device from her belt that linked her to her systems at home and to the citywide systems. She issued an instruction. The results of further planning, deceit, and trickery fell into place. When Darren returned, Anley said, "I'm tired of walking. Could we go back to my place now?" "I'd rather see more of the fair," Darren said. "There's a pantomime I want to watch that begins in less than an hour." "I don't feel well. Please help me home." Anley pulled Darren away, between the stilts of performers who moved slowly through the crowd, dipping as low as 3 meters and soaring as high as 10 on the telescoping stilts. Red satin capes rippled in the breeze high over the pair's heads, meter-wide butterflies with wings patterned to match the capes flying evanescently among them. "Anley, love," Darren was saying, as she twisted them quickly toward her building through waves of smiling people moving in the other direction. "Anley, I think we should talk. You don't really seem the sort of person suited to non-monogamy. You say you've been seeing other people, but no one I know has seen you with anyone else for months." So we can see that Darren was not himself a fool. He understood the social contracts and had some intuition of Anley's resistance to them. Could he have expected the lengths to which she would go? No one could have. Anley did not reply. She quickened her pace so that Darren had to lengthen his stride to keep up. He said, "You're a special woman, and our time has been sweet, but perhaps you should register as open again, and find someone who wants a partnership, Anley." They reached her building, and Anley signaled the door to open. "Love, I'll see you to your room, but then I think I should go." Anley nodded impatiently. The door opened. They were inside. She shut it. "Are you all right now? I should leave." "You have to see something." Darren frowned as Anley pulled at the mail drawer by her workstation. She removed an envelope and took 2 sheets of paper from it. Her eye was bright, her cheeks flushed. She showed them to him. "I don't need a partnership. I have one." Darren looked at the papers. They were not simple forgeries like the certificate of non-monogamy Anley had fooled him with earlier, the one he had never thought to examine skeptically. They were freshly delivered from the city's record-keeping center itself, when Anley had triggered her mad plan from the fair. They were as legal and legitimate as any contracts in the city, if we can say that anything is legitimate with deliberate error and deceit at its base. "What is this?" "We have a partnership," Anley said, and the calm satisfaction in her voice could only be called quite mad. Imagine what Darren felt then. Imagine yourself if the foundations on which you had built your life were with no warning perverted against you, if your parent or co-parent called you stranger, if you came home and found your room a factory filled with silk-spinning vats instead of your own comfortable furniture and belongings, and the building manager insisted it was ever so, if you found yourself arrested for the crime of performing the ordinary job you had worked for 3 years. So must Darren have felt, and we cannot be surprised that he found no words at first, that his knees weakened so he must sit dizzily on the chair Anley pushed up behind him. "We do not," he finally said. "That is madness." "I have the certificates. I can show you the city records," she said, stepping past him to her workstation. Darren shook his head in stunned disbelief at what she showed him. He said it was not true, and Anley made him call up the records from his own link. He said he had not so registered, and she smiled. He said the city records must have misfunctioned somehow, and she reminded him that such a thing had not happened in 30 years. He said he would re-register, and she asked if he had forgotten the minimum partnership term was 3 months. He said he was not her partner. Anley said, "You are." He stood, with a near violence rarely seen in a modern citizen, staring at her wildly. Then he slumped back into the chair and pulled at his hair. "I don't understand. I don't understand." "I applied, and it went through. You must have applied as well." "I couldn't have. I'm non-monogamous. I always have been." "That's not what the city said," Anley said, her voice clear and innocent. "You were registered non-monogamous." "I changed my registration back 2 months ago. Didn't I tell you? I thought I'd told you." She gestured at the wall where her certificate hung. The forged paper had been removed from over her true certificate, but now her true certificate was a forgery as well, its beginning date altered to 2 months, 2 days before. "It makes no sense," he said, moaning. "No sense." She paused. "We're in a partnership now. 3 months, that's all. Such a little time. Why not try it, Darren?" "I will live my life as I always have," he said. The anger in his voice would have caused any normal person to step back. Anley stepped forward and brushed slack hair from his forehead with the edge of her hand. "You will not," she said. "You cannot." He got up and left then without another word. We might have expected Anley would have locked her door against his exit, but she had not. She watched him leave, and sat in the chair he had unwillingly warmed, and waited. In a while she ordered some food to her door. In a while she did a little work, approving a hurricane's deflection away from the coast. She hummed sometimes to herself. She did not brood. She waited. The madness was ripe. It was full. The next day Darren returned. His breath was short and his eye wild, but he kept his voice low. "They have all been informed. Every woman I know. They all received official notice that I am partnered. They all congratulated me." "They must be polite and gracious women," Anley said. "I'm sure they're very happy for you." "They will not receive me." "Of course not," said Anley. "It's the social contract." "How can I live my life?" he cried. "I am not made for celibacy." "I am here, my partner." For the first time he looked at her with something like hatred. For a normal citizen to feel hatred, he must have been driven to an extreme. Anley met his glare, and did not flinch. "It will not be," he said, and left again. Anley took 2 hours away from home to perform her social duties. She slid through the crowds of the fair with a sprayer of defixative, examining kiosks for outdated notices, spraying them and peeling them off. She smiled. She fairly glowed with satisfaction. Other citizens caught her eye and smiled back. Some laughing clowns grabbed her hands and pulled her into their troupe. She danced with them down the street on a platform atop a giant slow-moving ball that swirled with colors in time to the dance. She dismounted and went back to work, humming in counterpoint to the strains of the street musicians. She rolled up the old flyers, dropped them into a recycling bin, and returned to her home. The next night Darren returned. "You did something," he accused. I agreed to a partnership with you," she said. "You're lucky I'm an understanding woman. Another might have notified the city that you are derelict in your duties." Darren made a wordless noise and fled. He did not come back that night, or the night after. Anneli did her work and watched the days go by. After a week and some days, she went to his room. She signaled the door, and it let her in. "You," said Darren, sitting up groggily, one person in a bed made for two. "How did—" "We are partnered," said Anneli. "The city knows that. Your building knows that. I have entry here." A sob broke from Darren. "I understand," she said. "You've been alone. That's hard for you. I am your partner. I am here." "No," said Darren. She sat on the bed beside him. "You shouldn't have to feel like this," she said. She was wearing a scent he had given her. "No!" He pulled away. She pulled her legs up onto the bed and removed her light evening jacket. Under it she wore a thin, sheer camisole. "Yes," she said. Darren closed his eyes and shuddered. We must understand what Anneli did, what we noted earlier. As most citizens who choose lifelong non-monogamy, Darren was in the highest percentiles for sexual need. He had not been 2 weeks without a bedmate since he was 15. We can only speculate on the pressures within him, in a position the social contracts should never have allowed, unwilling to submit to a lie made real in the city records about his very nature, but a man battered by abstinence. "No!" Anneli brushed a finger, feather-soft, around his ear, and the fingertips of her other hand up his opposite thigh, in a manner he had always moaned to feel. He moaned now, in agony more than pleasure. "No!" She kissed him on the jawline. He trembled. Tears rolled from his eyes. "No," he said, a last time. When he woke in the morning, she was asleep, curled beside him, smiling, both her arms wrapped around his, her leg across his leg. We must find sympathy for Darren. The madness had not been his. He had not first cracked and then shattered the social contracts to serve his own selfish ends. Anneli had shattered those, and his life, his public and thus his private self, with them. What happened then was appalling, but it stemmed naturally from Anneli's crimes, and not from Darren himself. Still, the city might not have found out for days, not until far too late, if Darren had not been so broken, so driven to his own reflective madness, moon to Anneli's sun, that he went out, wildly searching the fair, until he found a woman from a distant city whom he had met once, years ago, one who would not have received notice of his changed status. He stayed with her at her hostel. Only the next morning did she idly link up to her host city's records to check on his status. He had not said if he was still non-monogamous, and she herself, open to partnership, looked to see if he now was. She notified the authorities, of course. They came to arrest Darren before he woke. Someone backward-thinking might call him a broken man, but he was performing his duty as a citizen by telling the city representatives everything that had happened. An ambulance was immediately dispatched to his privacy room, an override ordered for the lock on his door. They found Anneli on the floor beside the bed, neck broken, but still breathing, still smiling. It was a simple matter to repair her broken body, grow nerves back to touch nerves, mend a shattered vertebra. Within days, this was done. Her madness was another matter. The city gives each citizen every opportunity to reconcile with its principles. While her record of mental health was examined, while her erotic remapping studied to see if errors had been made, Anneli appeared before a hearing of the city elders. They listened as she put her words on record, words that would become part of her file. "There can be no contract to make everyone happy," she said. "There are no rules for love. You're fools, all of you, all of us, for thinking we can sort everyone by some kind of emotional taxonomy. Do you think you can order everyone to lie down neatly in rows for you?" She stood and shook her fist. She thought herself heroic and defiant at this moment. We can only picture her thin arm waving, her strained voice spouting irrationalities. "If my heart is broken, it is mine to be broken. If I am a fool, there can be no sane law against it." But how may the insane speak of sanity? How may the criminal claim she damages no one but herself? "However you made it my duty to be happy, you could not compel it from me. However many cozy boxes you designed for me, I could not fit into one. Is this my fault? Yours? Nature's? I call on the people to erase their registrations. Walk into chaos as human beings, not social components. Stumble blindly among your fellow blind men and women. Collide, confuse, hurt each other. You're fooling yourselves if you think everyone can herd their feelings like domestic animals. Why try? Why submit? Why—" The council looked silently down at her. "Revolt," Anley said, but her voice was cracked, and she let them take her away. No citizen may be treated against her will. Ours is a society of freedom and democracy. Darren's treatment was simple, his madness only temporary and reactive, and he was released to live a life as adjusted as it had been before. At his request, he forgot Anley entirely. Anley had the stubbornness of true madness, but madness will burn itself out after enough years of protective custody. If it doesn't, society is patient. The social contracts will out in the end. So, finally, with caring help, Anley was erotically rebalanced, socially adjusted, and sent back into society. Her home had been held empty for her return by the generosity of the city. Her friends welcomed her with open arms, and a party as warm as the one that had marked the beginning of her criminal path. A new post was created for her at the Weather Bureau, awaiting only the completion of one small task, which she happily completed for society's sake. Learn from her errors. Her story is published herewith as a caution to all citizens. Had she sought help when she showed the signs of early madness, the uncontrolled brooding, the first small crimes, society would have been spared much labor, Anley much pain. Learn from her errors. All her mad rebellion bought was that pain. Learn from her errors. In the design of the social contracts, in our agreement to them, are the tools to keep us all on a calm and healthy path. Society is perfectible. It is a simple matter of codifying it to meet every human need. If society is perfectible, it is the responsibility of the individual to be perfectible. It would be madness to think madness cannot be made obsolete, defeatism to think citizens might continue to deny themselves the proffered means to be calm and fulfilled. It would be the worst sort of defeatism to deny the perfectibility of humankind. Who could disagree? Submitted to the Council of City Elders, Anley Venera, citizen. From a park bench to the great beyond, the science fiction and fantasy films of 1994. Kathi Maio. There is no Nebula Award for filmed or televised science fiction, but it is customary to include an essay in this volume about the year's most important science fiction and fantasy in visual form. Kathi Maio, the author of Feminist in the Dark and Popcorn and Sexual Politics, writes columns on film for the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction and Sojourner. In the spring of 1995, I was in the audience at a conference on film held at the State University of New York at Binghamton, when Kathi Maio gave a lecture, interspersed with film clips, on images of working women in movies. The audience was treated to an entertaining, informative, and wide-ranging presentation covering movies, changing social attitudes, and the disappearance of the working-class woman, as opposed to the career woman, as a heroine in American films. In a recent column, Maio asked, "When was it that the hero and the villain of science fiction and fantasy films became nearly interchangeable? I can't seem to tie it to an exact date. I only know that far too many of the speculative films I'm seeing these days seem morally empty. Remember when science fiction films explored social and political and moral issues through stories just on the other side of our perception of present-day reality? I remember movies like that. I just don't see them very often anymore. Kathi Maio views films both as a lover of movies and as a social critic, as her essay on movies of 1994 demonstrates. The biggest live-action film of 1994 was not a science fiction film, nor was it a fantasy film. Or was it? Forrest Gump, which was still in very active release at year's end, pulled in more than $300 million in 1994, doubling the grosses of its nearest non-animated competitor. It was told in a realistic style, as one not very bright man's experience, as a witness to and active participant in 40 turbulent years of modern American history. But the film was more than a naïf, picaresque saga through 20th century life. Viewers responded with almost religious fervor to Forrest's telling of his own story, because it was a fairy tale with healing powers. Distressing things happen for no particular reason, but goodness is amply rewarded. In the end, they clapped because they believed, or wanted badly to. An oblivious mover and shaker, Forrest inspired 2 generations of rock legends and helped to topple a presidency, and that was just on his off days. His life was so wonderful it would have given Jimmy Stewart's George Bailey suicidal feelings of inferiority, again. And yet Mr. Gump hadn't a clue how important he was. Good simple Forrest, the always endearing Tom Hanks, was like the white feather that floated and flew through the film's opening and closing shots. He was acted upon by the violent winds of America at mid-century, and yet he survived and miraculously prospered. A man without anger or guilt, he was the epitome of go with the flow. Therein lay his greatness. The politics of the film are debatable, but movie audiences weren't arguing with how good they felt after watching it. And the fable of Forrest Gump sprang forth from movie wizards who informed their realistic style with the techniques of science fiction and fantasy filmmaking. Director Robert Zemeckis, Back to the Future, Who Framed Roger Rabbit, used a delicate hand to integrate rather spectacular special effects into his story. With the help of a frequent collaborator, visual effects supervisor Ken Ralston, and his crews at Industrial Light and Magic, Zemeckis did away with the lower legs of actor Gary Sinise in the film's best performance, and added Mr. Hanks to events as varied as a champion ping-pong match in China and George Wallace's segregationist grandstanding at the University of Alabama in 1963. Despite its heavy use of FX and the mystical quality of its storyline, Forrest Gump is a fantasy film only if you're inclined to see it that way. For the purposes of this overview, I'm willing to give it the benefit of the doubt. No doubts exist, however, about the status of the other mega-blockbuster of the year, the animated family film The Lion King. Disney animation has never looked better than in this fable about a cub named Simba, who is born to rule his African homeland. It has all the standard House of Mouse classic elements, a dastardly villain, comic sidekicks, tragic separation from a parent figure, great musical interludes, and the ultimate triumph of a brave, if in this case self-doubting and guilt-ridden, hero. All this in a multicultural anthropomorphic fantasy that delights the eye with its majestic vistas. Disney wiped the sticky floor of the nation's movie theaters with the competition this year. Not only did box office grosses for The Lion King break $300 million by the end of 1994, even though Disney removed the film from general release during the early autumn to boost holiday receipts, but a 1994 direct-to-tape sequel to 1992's Aladdin also broke records. The vastly inferior but nonetheless entertaining musical action romp, entitled The Return of Jafar, sold 7 million tape units in its first months of release, and that's without the vocal lunacy of Robin Williams as the genie. Could it be that Disney has cornered the market on animation? Certainly, the big success of their recent animated fantasies, including, besides Aladdin, The Little Mermaid, and Beauty and the Beast, has given the studio the kind of track record that brings little tykes and their adult friends to any full-length cartoon that has the name Disney attached to it. A hit-making audience appears to be a given. With all its fast food tie-ins and synergistic merchandising, Disney has to blow it big time to lose the movie-going masses. Not so for non-Disney projects in family-style animation. Two romantic fairy tales, Don Bluth's Hans Christian Andersen's Thumbelina and The Swan Princess from another Disney escapee, Richard Rich's animation studio, both did very poorly in 1994. More surprising, perhaps, was the miserable $12 million showing of The Page Master, a live-action animated fantasy starring Macaulay Culkin as a timid little boy who learns how to be a daredevil from spending quality time with good books. It's an illogical, even for a fantasy, premise, compromised further by a plodding delivery. Christopher Lloyd is lovable in the combined role of librarian Mr. Dewey and the wizard Page Master, but we see far too little of him and far too much of three other animated entities. Called adventure, fantasy, and horror, they are drawn as books. A real mistake, that. Books are wonderful things, but they don't make for interesting or colorful cartoon characters, and even the voice work of Whoopi Goldberg, always a delight, and Patrick Stewart could not save this movie from being a tedious disappointment. I found another cartoon pretty disappointing, but movie audiences did not apparently agree. The live-action feature based on the classic Hanna-Barbera animated sitcom The Flintstones was a summer 1994 smash. This despite an insignificant plot that would have worked well as a half-hour show, but which dragged badly in a 2-hour movie. The cast, especially John Goodman, Fred, and Rosie O'Donnell, Betty, did the best they could with the silliness. Hard to believe it took 30-plus writers to come up with a screenplay like this. But by far and away the best thing this visit to Bedrock had going for it are the characters created by the artists, technicians, and puppeteers at Jim Henson's Creature Shop. An energetic Dino, a delightfully officious Dictabird, voiced by Harvey Korman, as well as a steady stream of rock puns, could not unfortunately keep the fun in this picture. But with its nostalgia-enhanced wide appeal for both baby boomers and their cartoon-crazed offspring, the Flintstones hit it big anyway. The success of The Crow was more of a surprise. Based on J. O'Barr's not exactly cheery comic books, the project didn't have nearly the name recognition of the Flintstones, although it achieved considerable infamy when the film's star, Brandon Lee, was accidentally shot and killed at the age of 28 during the filming of a gunfight on the set. At first there was some question as to whether the film could or should be completed, and when director Alex Proyas, with the help of DreamQuest Images' digital compositing skills and a body double, found ways to complete the project, the original distributor, Paramount, dropped it. Miramax eventually distributed in what turned out to be a lucrative move. The Crow ended up a summer hit. The story of a young man who is murdered but cannot rest until he avenges his own death and that of his beloved is undeniably monotonous. One episode of Hunt and Kill is followed by another, and another. If the film works at all, and it does, it is because of Brandon Lee's considerable charisma and Mr. Proyas's darkly stylish and drenched to the bone vision. A driving soundtrack featuring the likes of Nine Inch Nails, The Cure, and Stone Temple Pilots didn't hurt either. Another modern comic book found a happy home on the big screen with The Mask, starring the smokin' Jim Carrey, who had two other hits, Ace Ventura: Pet Detective and Dumb and Dumber in 1994. Here was the perfect melding of man and material. The rubber-faced, flex-jointed Carrey is a dynamo of whacked-out comedy, yet he is very capable of projecting a kind of shy innocence as well. Who better to play a mild-mannered bank clerk transformed into an ingratiating demon by a rustic mask? The violence and bite of Mike Richardson's Dark Horse comic was toned down by director Charles Russell and screenwriter Mike Werb to make a movie both kids and adults could love. And they did. Carrey's performance is a manic delight, and the special effects makeup by Greg Canham and computer animation effects by IL&M made it a sure win entertainment. If some of the animation seems stolen directly from Tex Avery's 1940s classic cartoons, at least the film acknowledges its debts honestly. The Mask took old and new and made something audiences worldwide could enjoy. but not all variations upon the classics work so well. The Shadow is a film that bored young viewers and outraged many older audiences with an abiding love of the pulp hero of their youth. Not surprisingly, it was the high-profile fantasy failure of the summer. Russell Mulcahy's film was a misguided project, starting with the casting. Although I personally liked Alec Baldwin in the title role, I nonetheless recognized him as a little too leading mannish for the part. And what can be said about Penelope Ann Miller as Margot Lane, British actor Ian McKellen as her dad, and Jonathan Winters as Wainwright Barth? To put it generously, they were curious choices. The film's oddly erratic tone, alternately existential, wise-ass, limply romantic, and just plain dumb, is the death of the movie, even more than its harebrained plot. Oh, The Shadow is pretty to look at, but looks aren't everything. Special effects are, needless to say, the meat and potatoes of science fiction and fantasy film, but they should complement the storyline and not dominate the film as showboating frills. The fact that FX bits, like a message flying through a pneumatic tube system, and a demonic dancing dagger taunting our hero, are, along with the sumptuous production design, what you most remember about The Shadow, sadly illustrates what a dud it turned out to be. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein was another costly, high-profile loser. It wasn't as bad a botch-up as The House of the Spirits, in which a passionate Chilean saga of magic realism got a chilly Scandinavian treatment by a Danish director and an uncomfortable assortment of European and North American actors. Nonetheless, it was an undeniable mess. Kenneth Branagh should have known not to get involved with a production team headed by Francis Ford Coppola. Didn't he see the self-important nonsense known as Bram Stoker's Dracula? The screenplay by Steph Lady and Frank Darabont allowed the talented Mr. Branagh to indulge all his worst tendencies. Pumped up and full of himself, Branagh, the actor, couldn't seem to keep his shirt on as Dr. F, despite the chilly climate of Switzerland and Germany. And Branagh, the director, couldn't keep his mind on the simple power of Shelley's tale. He continually got caught up in Shakespearean pretension and operatic flourishes. There's plenty of blood and dismemberment, but precious little suspense in the film, and there is something, shades of Karloff, faintly comical about Robert De Niro's monster. He's like rubberized roadkill with a New York accent. Perhaps that's in the grand cinematic tradition of the story, but I couldn't fathom why the good doctor would have done just as bad a stitching job on his own beloved. Guess he should have taken a good home ec class when he was a boy. I hope that Kenneth Branagh learns an important lesson about the dangers of hubris from the character he played in Frankenstein, and from the less than enthusiastic reception his heavily hyped film received from the movie-going public. Even big brawny names had a rough year in 1994. Although Arnold Schwarzenegger did well as the Bondian macho hero of James Cameron's extremely expensive but explosively entertaining flick True Lies, audiences found him much more resistible in a warm and fuzzy science fiction film directed by Ivan Reitman called Junior. The movie's high concept, Prager's Terminator, came with a few built-in laughs, but the film, originally scripted by Chris Conrad and then multi-revised by Kevin Wade, had no sustainable humor to back up the poster of Arnold with a gigantic tummy. Forget about the shaky science of a man being able to carry a fetus to term without a uterus and placenta of some sort. Movie viewers are happy enough to forget such things if they genuinely enjoy a film. But that was the catch. Junior gave men the willies. They didn't want to see their favorite action hero experiencing morning sickness and complaining of sensitive nipples. And women, who might have been expected to enjoy such a turnabout revenge fantasy, didn't like it any better. The movie's insulting commentary about what estrogen does to a rational human being, that is, it makes them weepy, domestic, insecure, and possessive, didn't set well with female viewers, and neither did the depiction of the brilliant Emma Thompson as Arnie's buffoonish love interest. Most audiences prefer their action stars to be manly men, through and through. That was one of several difficulties facing Blank Man, an attempt at a comic crime fighter fantasy. As the geeky title character, Damon Wayans seemed to be doing a Jerry Lewis impersonation, but with considerably less verve than Jim Carrey in The Mask, and with an incomplete transformation into a truly intrepid action figure. The film's low-energy performances clearly stem from the lethargic direction by Mike Binder and less than sparkling writing by Mr. Wayans and J.F. Lawton. But whatever the cause, this one was a major waste of talent and resources. And worse, it represents another bungled bid to create an African-American superhero. Another action actor stayed true to his greatest, or according to your viewpoint only, talent, by making sure that there was plenty of macho kick to his SF storyline. Martial arts heartthrob Jean-Claude Van Damme zipped through the present, near future, and recent past as the Time Cop, a man who'd much rather use his feet than a zap gun on a rambunctious bad guy. Time travel has become a reality, and with the invention of a bulky prototype time machine, Van Damme becomes an officer for the Time Enforcement Commission, an elite government agency dedicated to keeping history honest. You might wonder why the TEC doesn't just post a guard or two at the extremely massive vehicle, but if you wonder that, you will probably shake your head throughout the film over its loony logic and self-contradictory morals. Van Damme is still no actor. He can, however, do a mean split on a kitchen counter, and he kickboxes with real grace. It would be easy to argue that the SF trappings of Peter Hyams's workmanlike film are mere window dressing. Unquestionably, audiences primarily went to see Time Cop so as to enjoy a good-looking guy kicking up his heels. But even action audiences are discriminating. Van Damme closed out the year by bringing the video game Street Fighter to life. Sort of. Even the splendor of an ailing Raul Julia couldn't save that garish film. And another video game to film, Double Dragon, was even more of a dud. With too much repetitive violence and too little in the way of engaging plot, video games just have not, to date, translated well into big-screen entertainment. For that matter, a 1994 film about playing an interactive video game, Brain Scan, was no improvement. In it, a young lad, played by Edward Furlong, is enticed into becoming a serial killer by a beyond VR game and its accompanying punkish monster, who calls himself Trickster. The biggest problem with Brain Scan was its schizoid personality. It wanted to be a high-tech gaming horror fable and a slasher monster movie that could be franchised as an ongoing series. The two did not mix well, and the film just doesn't work despite a good performance by Furlong as an alienated computer junkie. Creating a memorable bring-'em-back-for-more horror monster is harder than it looks. Many a trickster has tried and failed to find an audience. Only a handful of modern boogeymen, like Jason and especially Freddy Krueger, have truly sparked the public's imagination. Having done so, they've been able to go back to the well time after time to drink in fame and fortune. Therein lies the rub. Even with a world-famous fiend ripping up entrails for you, going back into production too many times usually results in a jaded audience, decreasing box office returns, and increasingly caustic critical response. Eventually, filmmakers, studios, and actors want to move on, and so the monster is laid to rest, for a time. Still, hobgoblins, who resemble cash cows, have a nasty habit of coming back from the dead, and so it was with Freddy Krueger, who returned from Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare, 1991, in Wes Craven's New Nightmare. As the title indicates, Freddy was finally back in the hands of the man who created him. But Mr. Craven wasn't really interested in creating an honestly hair-raising horror movie with his New Nightmare. Instead, he wanted to contemplate the world of horror filmmaking. Craven's original heroine, Heather Langenkamp, appears as a fictionalized version of herself, and Robert Englund plays both himself and the Eternal Freddy. Craven even plays a small role as the slasher player with a troubling script to shoot. From an admirably spooky opening of a disembodied blade hand running amok on a movie set, Wes Craven's New Nightmare rapidly loses its pace and coherence. Fans of the Elm Street series still tended to find it a witty, self-referential romp by a master of horror. Others characterized it as an unsatisfying Hollywood ego trip. Despite the disappointing grosses of his last theatrical outing, it would be foolish to count Freddy out. He's a horror tradition and a still viable franchise. The trick will be to make the next nightmare seem really new. The Star Trek movie and television empire does it by constantly creating new product, new crews facing new adventures. Star Trek Generations was an important step in that direction. This surefire addition to the Trek canon was designed as a feature film transition between the first and second series. The cast list is crowded with sentimental favorites from both shows, which causes frustrations aplenty, for the majority of the crew members of both enterprises have little more than walk-on parts. But at least our two favorite captains, Kirk and Picard, are provided with a jolly ride in this one. Perhaps too jolly, in fact. You can almost see writers Rick Berman, Ronald D. Moore, and Brannon Braga brainstorming their star's wish list of enjoyable scenes and antics. Oh yes, give Shatner a chance to do one of his favorite things, ride a horse. And after winning awards for his one-man Christmas Carol, why not set Stewart loose in a Dickensian Christmas paradise with a tragic undercurrent? These personalized touches aren't exactly essential to the film's story, but what of it? At this point, none of us go to a Star Trek movie for original, challenging writing. We go to visit with old friends. And in the case of Star Trek Generations, there was the added pull of getting to say goodbye forever, or so they say, to Jim Kirk. We therefore didn't waste much time pondering the plot involving an energy ribbon called the Nexus, which provides such powerful drug-like fantasies that a rabid villain like Malcolm McDowell's Dr. Soran is willing to destroy a planet or two to get back into it. Instead, we enjoyed the sojourn, shed a tear or two at the leave-taking, and watched a Hollywood baton being passed from one generation to the next. For those who wanted a good old-fashioned science fiction film without any emotional baggage, there was Stargate, an original movie that borrowed from every SF, adventure, and pop psychology tradition. Interplanetary exploration becomes a healing ritual for injured manhood when a discredited and lonely Egyptologist, James Spader, and grieving suicidal career soldier, Kurt Russell, unlock and enter another world. Although the natives are fairly friendly when they arrive, the resident god is less welcoming. Ra, J. Davidson, in another gender-nonspecific and elegantly campy performance, is really an alien dependent on the slave labor of the people of the planet Abydos. He wants to destroy the interlopers before they can foment a rebellion. Liberation is a small job Russell and his unit take on, while Spader shyly romances a local beauty and works to break the code on the Stargate's other side so that the Earthlings can get back home. If you can sit back and enjoy the film as if it were a Cecil B. DeMille Raiders of the Lost Chariots of the Gods, with a few nifty 90s-style special effects, you will enjoy Roland Emmerich's film immensely. Most critics couldn't do that, but most moviegoers could, and Stargate was an unexpected fall hit. Less unanticipated was the boffo box office of Interview with the Vampire. The screen adaptation of Anne Rice's bestseller spent nearly 2 decades in development hell as a hot, unproduced property. When it at long last went before the cameras, controversy fueled audience interest even more. First, author Rice groused over the casting of the wholesome, boyish Tom Cruise as Lestat. Then, strategically, she recanted just prior to the film's release with paid ads telling her millions of fans that she simply loved it. Star power and big buzz are, if you will, the life's blood of Hollywood, and there was enough of both associated with this project to ensure lines around the block. In some ways, the film even lived up to the hype. Neil Jordan, who made the underrated The Company of Wolves as well as The Crying Game, and his cinematographer, Philippe Rousselot, deserve kudos for their good-looking, if gruesome, film. The performances are adequate to excellent. In my opinion, the best work was done by the least-known performer, little Kirsten Dunst, as the eternal child Claudia. As the vampire story has become modern, its violence has become more and more eroticized, and, as in the case of Interview's monsters, we are encouraged to identify and sympathize with murderous demons. Louis's avowed aversion to his killing ways is, of course, a poor excuse for real scruples, because he continues to annihilate others. This is why the decadent splendor of Interview with the Vampire thrilled me not in the least. I enjoyed much more a $2 million Mexican film that made very little splash in the U.S. when it was released in 1994, after taking the grand prize of Critics' Week at Cannes a year earlier. The film was entitled Kronos, and it was the work of a gifted young makeup effects artist turned writer-director, Guillermo del Toro. The title refers to a device invented by an alchemist centuries earlier as a means toward eternal life. In present-day Mexico, it is accidentally discovered by a benign old antiques dealer, played by Argentina's Federico Lupi, who has no idea what it is. The gadget's bite has a rejuvenating effect on the old man, and, too late, Juan Gris realizes there is a horrible curse attached to his youthful feelings. There is a great deal of dark, fresh humor in Kronos, some of which is provided by Beauty and the Beast's Ron Perlman, as the goon nephew of an ailing industrialist hunting for the Kronos device. But Del Toro also explores the pathos of his story with great honesty. Gris, a man of principles who accidentally becomes a ghoul, will not gracefully glide through the centuries like Louis. But while he fills the screen, he indeed captures our sympathy and regard. It just wasn't that good of a year for the Hollywood creature feature, however. Mike Nichols, improbably enough, tried his hand with a rather pointedly sophisticated lycanthropic legend in Wolf. Jack Nicholson, who has always seemed like a disreputable fiend, remember his devil in Witches of Eastwick, plays a mild-mannered New York editor who gets in touch with his inner hellhound after being bitten by a wolf. The first half of the movie isn't bad, as Nicholson's character is transformed from the meek to the ruthless in publishing politics, although the metaphor of business being a dog-eat-dog world might be just a tad obvious. The love story with Nicholson's Witches co-star Michelle Pfeiffer is where the film falls down. Not enough attention is given to her motivations and responses. We never learn why she chooses to be a woman who runs with the wolves. I suspect the film was trying to say something profound about emasculation in 90s society and healing the primal self. If so, the movie's rather melodramatic and confused ending, with lots of fangs and fur by Rick Baker, spoils the impact. There were several other SF horror films about human transmogrification that suffered even more at the box office than Old Feral Jack. Released to only a few theaters and festivals in 1993, Abel Ferrara's Body Snatchers finally got a slightly wider release in 1994 and still failed to fill theaters. It was a competent retelling of a familiar parable of righteous paranoia, although those conversant with the 1956 and 1978 versions of the same tale will probably find this the weakest of the three. The problem lies with the film's more youthful than prior protagonist, this time played by a woman, Gabrielle Anwar. Ms. Anwar is sufficiently alienated as the daughter of an EPA inspector. She looks good in a bathtub, and even better naked on a gurney, and she plays fear well. But she's not spirited enough to carry our interest throughout the film. You wonder why this particular young woman bothered to resist the creeping tendrils, very convincing creations of Tom Berman and Barry Dryband Berman, of the alien force. And you wonder why Mr. Ferrara bothered to toil on yet another film version of Jack Finney's novel. The human factor is always the catching point in alien possession flicks, and so it was, too, with Robert A. Heinlein's The Puppet Masters. I thought the slimy stingray creatures were rather impressive. Not so the human characters, who were underwritten, and especially in the case of the young male hero played by Eric Thal, rather tedious. Thal's romance with the scientist, played by Julie Warner, was hastily developed in ways that have nothing to do with love at first sight, and everything to do with sloppy writing and directing. and even more disastrously sketchy was the father-son angst between Thal and Donald Sutherland, as members of the same investigative unit. Parent-child discord was also the theme of two unfortunate children's fantasies. North and Trading Mom were both about children so dissatisfied with their parents that they decide to trade them in for new ones. The talented Elijah Wood almost makes North worth watching, but his globe-trotting jaunt to look over a succession of trial parents is only an excuse for scores of ethnic jokes that are decidedly unfunny, and sketch after sketch of bad humor, awkwardly delivered, makes for a miserable movie. Worse is Trading Mom, in which each of the ridiculous maternal figures at a mommy market is played by Sissy Spacek, who happens to play the trio of disgruntled kids' original mother. Kiddie farce is not Ms. Spacek's strong suit, but I don't know who could have made this particular movie work. Everybody seems to love Tim Allen, however, and the Home Improvement star's feature debut, The Santa Claus, about a dad who literally becomes St. Nick, was the holiday's top-grossing hit, despite the critics. A remake, retooled for maximum male bonding, of Angels in the Outfield also did deservedly well with family audiences. But no one knew what to make of Cabin Boy, a seafaring fantasy starring Letterman player and Get-a-Life star Chris Elliott. Written and directed by Adam Resnick, and produced by Tim Burton and Denise DeNovi, the film is a pastiche of Captain's Courageous-style boy adventure stories. In this case, though, the fancy lad boy hero is played by the 30-something bearded Elliot. The movie struggled toward a surreal humor, with characters that included an enchanted ship figurehead, a menacing giant, and a seductive six-armed goddess, Kali, played well by Anne Magnuson. But alas, much of the comedy of Cabin Boy falls flat on its, which is to say Mr. Elliot's dopey, face. Cabin Boy is a bad movie with excellent production values, not an unusual occurrence in Hollywood these days, but Tim Burton, as a director, explored another movie manifestation with his award-winning box-office flop Ed Wood. Edward D. Wood, Jr. is known the world over as a man who made bad movies with equally poor production values. The writing was loopy, the direction clumsy, and the sets and actors looked like they were borrowed from a school for the criminally insane. And yet, Wood's science fiction and horror films are unforgettable cinematic experiences. I ask you, who else would have made an autobiographical film calling for compassion and understanding toward transvestism, and included in it Bela Lugosi seated in a chair acting as a puppet master spirit who warns of a big green dragon and exclaims, "Pull the string," while stock footage of a buffalo stampede thunders across the screen below his tired face? It makes perfect sense that one of the most talented oddball directors of modern science fiction and fantasy should be drawn to a biopic meant to celebrate one of the least talented oddball directors of the science fiction and fantasy films of his youth. Screenwriters Scott Alexander and Larry Karashevsky cinched the deal by emphasizing the relationship between Wood and his ailing actor-hero, Bela Lugosi. How could that not resonate with Mr. Burton's own feelings for that great gentleman of horror, Vincent Price? I could ask, too, how Americans could fail to embrace such an affectionate, funny, beautifully performed film. But the answers are easy to come by. The studios, Columbia, and finally Disney, feared that audiences would no longer sit still for black-and-white cinematography. They were probably right, although Stefan Chapsky's photography in Ed Wood is absolutely exquisite. But the failure of Tim Burton's best film has more to do with the psychology of movie-going. Ed Wood is in fact an intriguing inversion of Forrest Gump. Society held not very great expectations for both men, but Ed believed in his own limitless potential. He dreamed big, he worked feverishly toward his goals, and he failed miserably. Forrest, on the other hand, was content to just get by. He demanded little from life, and ended up a national hero with phenomenal wealth. In a sense, all movies are fantasies. Is it any wonder which of these two America fell in love with? The Matter of Seggri, Ursula K. Le Guin. Ursula K. Le Guin has won 4 Nebula Awards and 5 Hugo Awards. She is one of the most admired and widely respected writers of science fiction and fantasy, whose other honors include the National Book Award, the Locus Award, the Janet Heidinger Kafka Award, the Pilgrim Award, and the Pushcart Prize. Among her most popular works are The Left Hand of Darkness, The Dispossessed, The Lathe of Heaven, Always Coming Home, the Earth-Sea Trilogy, and Tehanu, the last book of Earth-Sea. Her most recent collections of short fiction are Sea Road, The Chronicles of Clotsand, A Fisherman of the Inland Sea, and 4 Ways to Forgiveness. About her Nebula finalist, The Matter of Seggri, which also won the James Tiptree Jr. Award, the first piece of short fiction to be so honored, Ursula Le Guin says, "The Matter of Seggri is one of the stories I have been writing the last couple of years, which I call the Swiving Across the Cosmos series. That is, it has to do with gender, and gender does seem often to bring us right up face to face with sex, as well as love and stuff like that, and the functioning of society and the conditions of freedom. It was a hard story to write because it was so painful. I had no idea that just changing the demographics would hurt so much." The first recorded contact with Seggri was in year 242 of Hainish Cycle 93. A wander ship 6 generations out from Maio, 4 Taurus, came down on the planet, and the captain entered this report in his ship's log. Captain Eolao Olao's report. "We have spent near 40 days on this world they call Seggri, or Yehari, well entertained, and leave with as good an estimation of the natives as is consonant with their unregenerate state. They live in fine great buildings they call castles, with large parks all about. Outside the walls of the parks lie well-tilled fields and abundant orchards, reclaimed by diligence from the parched and arid desert of stone that makes up the greatest part of the land. Their women live in villages and towns huddled outside the walls. All the common work of farm and mill is performed by the women, of whom there is a vast superabundance. They are ordinary drudges, living in towns which belong to the lords of the castle. They live amongst the cattle and brute animals of all kinds, who are permitted into the houses, some of which are of fair size. These women go about drably clothed, always in groups and bands. They are never allowed within the walls of the park, leaving the food and necessaries with which they provide the men at the outer gate of the castle. The women evinced great fear and distrust of us, and our hosts advised us that it were best for us to keep away from their towns, which we did. The men go freely about their great parks, playing at one sport or another. At night they go to certain houses which they own in the town, where they may have their pick among the women, and satisfy their lust upon them as they will. The women pay them, we were told, in their money, which is copper, for a night of pleasure, and pay them yet more if they get a child on them. Their nights thus are spent in carnal satisfaction as often as they desire, and their days in a diversity of sports and games, notably a kind of wrestling, in which they throw each other through the air, so that we marveled that they seemed never to take hurt, but rose up and returned to the combat with marvelous dexterity of hand and foot. Also they fence with blunt swords, and combat with long light sticks. Also they play a game with balls on a great field, using the arms to catch or throw the ball, and the legs to kick the ball and trip or catch or kick the men of the other team, so that many are bruised and lamed in the passion of the sport, which was very fine to see, the teams in their contrasted garments of bright colors, much gauded out with gold and finery, seething now this way, now that, up and down the field in a mass, from which the balls were flung up and caught by runners breaking free of the struggling crowd, and fleeting towards the one or the other goal, with all the rest in hot pursuit. There is a battlefield, as they call it, of this game, lying without the walls of the castle park, near to the town, so that the women may come watch and cheer, which they do heartily, calling out the names of favorite players, and urging them with many uncouth cries to victory. Boys are taken from the women at the age of 11 and brought to the castle to be educated as befits a man. We saw such a child brought into the castle with much ceremony and rejoicing. It is said that the women find it difficult to bring a pregnancy of a boy-child to term, and that of those born many die in infancy despite the care lavished upon them, so that there are far more women than men. In this we see the curse of God laid upon this race as upon all those who acknowledge him not, unrepentant heathens whose ears are stopped to true discourse and blind to the light. These men know little of art, only a kind of leaping dance, and their science is little beyond that of savages. One great man of a castle to whom I talked, who was dressed out in cloth of gold and crimson, and whom all called prince and grandsire with much respect and deference, yet was so ignorant he believed the stars to be worlds full of people and beasts, asking us from which star we descended. They have only vessels driven by steam along the surface of the land and water, and no notion of flight either in the air or in space, nor any curiosity about such things, saying with disdain, "That is all women's work." And indeed I found that if I asked these great men about matters of common knowledge, such as the working of machinery, the weaving of cloth, the transmission of holovision, they would soon chide me for taking interest in womanish things, as they called them, desiring me to talk as befit a man. In the breeding of their fierce cattle within the parks they are very knowledgeable, as in the sewing up of their clothing, which they make from cloth the women weave in their factories. The men vie in the ornamentation and magnificence of their costumes to an extent which we might indeed have thought scarcely manly, were they not withal such proper men, strong and ready for any game or sport, and full of pride and a most delicate and fiery honor. The log, including Captain Olao's entries, was, after a 12-generation journey, returned to the sacred archives of the universe on Maio, which were dispersed during the period called the Tumult, and eventually preserved in fragmentary form on Hain. There is no record of further contact with Seggri until the first observers were sent by the Ecumen in 93/1333. An Alteran man and a Hainish woman, Kaza Agad and Merriment. After a year in orbit, mapping, photographing, recording, and studying broadcasts, and analyzing and learning a major regional language, the observers landed. Acting upon a strong persuasion of the vulnerability of the planetary culture, they presented themselves as survivors of the wreck of a fishing boat, blown far off course from a remote island. They were, as they had anticipated, separated at once, Kaza Agad being taken to the castle and Merriment into the town. Kaza kept his name, which was plausible in the native context. Merriment called herself Yud. We have only her report, from which 3 excerpts follow. From Mobile Grindu Utahayu Detwe Menrada Merriment's Notes for a report to the Ecumen, 93/1334. 34/223. Their network of trade and information, hence their awareness of what goes on elsewhere in their world, is too sophisticated for me to maintain my stupid foreign castaway act any longer. Ekhar called me in today and said, "If we had a sire here who was worth buying, or if our teams were winning their games, I'd think you were a spy. Who are you, anyhow?" I said, "Would you let me go to the college at Hagka?" She said, "Why?" "There are scientists there, I think. I need to talk with them." This made sense to her. She made their "m" noise of assent. "Could my friend go there with me?" "Shask, you mean?" We were both puzzled for a moment. She didn't expect a woman to call a man friend, and I hadn't thought of Shask as a friend. She's very young, and I haven't taken her very seriously. "I mean Kaza, the man I came with." "A man? To the college?" she said, incredulous. She looked at me and said, "Where do you come from?" It was a fair question, not asked in enmity or challenge. I wish I could have answered it, but I am increasingly convinced that we can do great damage to these people. We are facing Reza Havanar's choice here, I fear. Ekhor paid for my journey to Hagka, and Shask came along with me. As I thought about it, I saw that of course Shask was my friend. It was she who brought me into the mother house, persuading Ekhor and Asman of their duty to be hospitable. It was she who had looked out for me all along, only she was so conventional in everything she did and said that I hadn't realized how radical her compassion was. When I tried to thank her, as our little jitney bus purred along the road to Hagka, she said things like she always says. Oh, we're all family, and people have to help each other, and nobody can live alone. Don't women ever live alone? I asked her. For all the ones I've met belong to a mother house or a daughter house, whether a couple or a big family like Ekhor's, which is 3 generations, 5 older women, 3 of their daughters living at home, and 4 children. The boy they all coddle and spoil so, and 3 girls. Oh, yes, Shask said. If they don't want wives, they can be single women. And old women, when their wives die. Sometimes they just live alone till they die. Usually they go live at a daughter house. In the colleges, the Vev always have a place to be alone. Conventional she may be, but Shask always tries to answer a question seriously and completely. She thinks about her answer. She has been an invaluable informant. She has also made life easy for me by not asking questions about where I come from. I took this for the incuriosity of a person securely embedded in an unquestioned way of life, and for the self-centeredness of the young. Now I see it as delicacy. A Vev is a teacher. Ma. And the teachers at the college are very respected. That's what Vev means. That's why we call Ekhor's mother Vev Kakor. She didn't go to college, but she's a thoughtful person. She's learned from life. She has a lot to teach us. So respect and teaching are the same thing, and the only term of respect I've heard women use for women means teacher. And so, in teaching me, young Shask respects herself, and/or earns my respect. This casts a different light on what I've been seeing as a society in which wealth is the important thing. Zadeder, the current mayor of Reha, is certainly admired for her very ostentatious display of possessions, but they don't call her Vev. I said to Shask, "You have taught me so much. May I call you Vev Shask?" She was equally embarrassed and pleased, and squirmed and said, "Oh, no, 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 no." Then she said, "If you ever come back to Reha, I would like very much to have love with you, Yud." "I thought you were in love with Sire Zadr," I blurted out. "Oh, I am," she said, with that eye-roll and melted look they have when they speak of the sires. "Aren't you? Just think of him fucking you. Oh, I get all wet thinking about it." She smiled and wriggled. I felt embarrassed in my turn and probably showed it. "Don't you like him?" she inquired, with a naivety I found hard to bear. She was acting like a silly adolescent, and I know she's not a silly adolescent. "But I'll never be able to afford him," she said, and sighed. "So you want to make do with me," I thought nastily. "I'm going to save my money," she announced after a minute. "I think I want to have a baby next year. Of course, I can't afford Sire Zadr. He's a great champion. But if I don't go to the games at Kadaki this year, I can save up enough for a really good sire at our fuckery, maybe Master Rosra. I know this is silly, I'm going to say it anyway. I kept wishing you could be its love mother. I know you can't. You have to go to the college. I just wanted to tell you, I love you." She took my hands, drew them to her face, pressed my palms on her eyes for a moment, and then released me. She was smiling, but her tears were on my hands. "Oh, Shask," I said, floored. "It's all right," she said. "I have to cry a minute." And she did. She wept openly, bending over, wringing her hands and wailing softly. I patted her arm and felt unutterably ashamed of myself. Other passengers looked round and made little sympathetic grunting noises. One old woman said, "That's it. That's right, lovey." In a few minutes Shask stopped crying, wiped her nose and face on her sleeve, drew a long, deep breath, and said, "All right." She smiled at me. "Driver," she called, "I have to piss. Can we stop?" The driver, a tense-looking woman, growled something, but stopped the bus on the wide, weedy roadside, and Shask and another woman got off and pissed in the weeds. There is an enviable simplicity to many acts in a society which has, in all its daily life, only one gender, and which perhaps, I don't know this, but it occurred to me then, while I was ashamed of myself, has no shame. 34/245. Dictated. Still nothing from Kaza. I think I was right to give him the Ansible. I hope he's in touch with somebody. I wish it was me. I need to know what goes on in the castles. Anyhow, I understand better now what I was seeing at the games in Reha. There are 16 adult women for every adult man. One conception in 6 or so is male, but a lot of non-viable male fetuses and defective male births bring it down to 1 in 16 by puberty. My ancestors must have really had fun playing with these people's chromosomes. I feel guilty, even if it was 1,000,000 years ago. I have to learn to do without shame, but had better not forget the one good use of guilt. Anyhow, a fairly small town like Reha shares its castle with other towns. That confusing spectacle I was taken to on my 10th day down was Awaga Castle trying to keep its place in the main game against a castle from up north, and losing, which means Awaga's team can't play in the big game this year in Fadrga, the city south of here, from which the winners go on to compete in the big game at Zask, where people come from all over the continent, hundreds of contestants and thousands of spectators. I saw some hollows of last year's main game at Zask. There were 1,280 players, the comment said, and 40 balls in play. It looked to me like a total mess, my idea of a battle between 2 unarmed armies, but I gather that great skill and strategy is involved. All the members of the winning team get a special title for the year, and another one for life, and bring glory back to their various castles and the towns that support them. I can now get some sense of how this works, see the system from outside it, because the college doesn't support a castle. People here aren't obsessed with sports and athletes and sexy sires the way the young women in Reha were, and some of the older ones. It's a kind of obligatory obsession. Cheer your team, support your brave men, adore your local hero. It makes sense. Given their situation, they need strong, healthy men at their fuckery. It's social selection reinforcing natural selection. But I'm glad to get away from the rah-rah and the swooning and the posters of fellows with swelling muscles and huge penises and bedroom eyes. I have made Ressahavanar's choice. I chose the option less than the truth. Shagrad and Skoder and the other teachers, professors we'd call them, are intelligent, enlightened people, perfectly capable of understanding the concept of space travel, etc., making decisions about technological innovation, etc. I limit my answers to their questions to technology. I let them assume, as most people naturally assume, particularly people from a monoculture, that our society is pretty much like theirs. When they find how it differs, the effect will be revolutionary, and I have no mandate, reason, or wish to cause such a revolution on Seggri. Their gender imbalance has produced a society in which, as far as I can tell, the men have all the privilege and the women have all the power. It's obviously a stable arrangement. According to their histories, it's lasted at least 2 millennia, and probably in some form or another much longer than that. But it could be quickly and disastrously destabilized by contact with us, by their experiencing the human norm. I don't know if the men would cling to their privileged status or demand freedom, but surely the women would resist giving up their power. and their sexual system and affectional relationships would break down. Even if they learned to undo the genetic program that was inflicted on them, it would take several generations to restore normal gender distribution. I can't be the whisper that starts that avalanche. 34/266. Dictated. Skoder got nowhere with the men of Awaga Castle. She had to make her inquiries very cautiously, since it would endanger Kaza if she told them he was an alien or in any way unique. They'd take it as a claim of superiority, which he'd have to defend in trials of strength and skill. I gather that the hierarchies within the castles are a rigid framework, within which a man moves up or down issuing challenges and winning or losing obligatory and optional trials. The sports and games the women watch are only the showpieces of an endless series of competitions going on inside the castles. As an untrained grown man, Kaza would be at a total disadvantage in such trials. The only way he might get out of them, she said, would be by feigning illness or idiocy. She thinks he must have done so, since he is at least alive, but that's all she could find out. The man who was cast away at Taha Reha is alive. Although the women feed, house, clothe, and support the lords of the castle, they evidently take their non-cooperation for granted. She seemed glad to get even that scrap of information, as I am. But we have to get Kaza out of there. The more I hear about it from Skoder, the more dangerous it sounds. I keep thinking, spoiled brats, but actually these men must be more like soldiers in the training camps that militarists have. Only the training never ends. As they win trials, they gain all kinds of titles and ranks you could translate as generals and the other names militarists have for all their power grades. Some of the generals, the lords and masters and so on, are the sports idols, the darlings of the fuckeries, like the one poor Shask adored. But as they get older, apparently they often trade glory among the women for power among the men, and become tyrants within their castle, bossing the lesser men around, until they're overthrown, kicked out. Old sires often live alone, it seems, in little houses away from the main castle, and are considered crazy and dangerous, rogue males. It sounds like a miserable life. All they're allowed to do after age 11 is compete at games and sports inside the castle, and compete in the fuckeries after they're 15 or so, for money and number of fucks and so on. Nothing else. No options, no trades, no skills of making, no travel unless they play in the big games. They aren't allowed into the colleges to gain any kind of freedom of mind. I asked Skoder why an intelligent man couldn't at least come study in the college, and she told me that learning was very bad for men. It weakens a man's sense of honor, makes his muscles flabby, and leaves him impotent. What goes to the brain takes from the testicles, she said. Men have to be sheltered from education for their own good. I tried to be water as I was taught, but I was disgusted. Probably she felt it, because after a while she told me about the secret college. Some women in colleges do smuggle information to men in castles. The poor things meet secretly and teach each other. In the castles, homosexual relationships are encouraged among boys under 15, but not officially tolerated among grown men. She says the secret colleges often are run by the homosexual men. They have to be secret because if they're caught reading or talking about ideas, they may be punished by their lords and masters. There have been some interesting works from the secret colleges, Skoder said, but she had to think to come up with examples. One was a man who had smuggled out an interesting mathematical theorem, and one was a painter whose landscapes, though primitive in technique, were admired by professionals of the art. She couldn't remember his name. Arts, sciences, all learning, all professional techniques are hagyad, skilled work. They're all taught at the colleges, and there are no divisions and few specialists. Teachers and students cross and mix fields all the time, and being a famous scholar in one field doesn't keep you from being a student in another. Skoder is a Vev of physiology, writes plays, and is currently studying history with one of the history Vevs. Her thinking is informed and lively and fearless. My school on Hain could learn from this college, It's a wonderful place, full of free minds, but only minds of one gender, a hedged freedom. I hope Kaza has found a secret college or something, some way to fit in at the castle. He's very fit, but these men have trained for years for the games they play, and a lot of the games are violent. The women say, "Don't worry, we don't let the men kill each other. We protect them. They're our treasures." But I've seen men carried off with concussions on the hollows of their martial art fights, where they throw each other around spectacularly. Only inexperienced fighters get hurt. Very reassuring. And they wrestle bulls. And in that melee they call the main game, they break each other's legs and ankles deliberately. What's a hero without a limp, the women say. Maybe that's the safe thing to do. Get your leg broken so you don't have to prove you're a hero anymore. But what else might Kaza have to prove? I asked Shask to let me know if she ever heard of him being at the Rhea Fuckery. But Awaga Castle services, that's their word, the same word they use for their bulls, 4 towns, so he might get sent to one of the others. But probably not, because men who don't win at things aren't allowed to go to the fuckeries, only the champions. And boys between 15 and 19, the ones the older women call dipida, baby animals, like puppies or kittens or lammies. They like to use the dipida for pleasure, and the champions when they go to the fuckery to get pregnant. But Kaza's 36. He isn't a puppy or a kitten or a lamb. He's a man, and this is a terrible place to be a man. Kaza Agad had been killed. The lords of Awaga Castle finally disclosed the fact, but not the circumstances. A year later, Merriment radioed her lander and left Seggri for Hain. Her recommendation was to observe and avoid. The Stabiles, however, decided to send another pair of observers. These were both women, mobiles Ali Iyu and Zerin Wu. They lived for 8 years on Seggri, after the 3rd year as first mobiles. Iyu stayed as ambassador another 15 years. They made Ressahavanar's choice as all the truth slowly. A limit of 200 visitors from off-world was set. During the next several generations, the people of Seggri, becoming accustomed to the alien presence, considered their own options as members of the Ecumen. Proposals for a planet-wide referendum on genetic alteration were abandoned, since the men's vote would be insignificant unless the women's vote were handicapped. As of the date of this report, the Seggri have not undertaken major genetic alteration, though they have learned and applied various repair techniques which have resulted in a higher proportion of full-term male infants. The gender balance now stands at about 12-1. The following is a memoir given to Ambassador Eritho Teves in 93/1569 by a woman in Ush on Seggri. You asked me, dear friend, to tell you anything I might like people on other worlds to know about my life and my world. That's not easy. Do I want anybody anywhere else to know anything about my life? I know how strange we seem to all the others, the half-and-half races. I know they think us backward, provincial, even perverse. Maybe in a few more decades we'll decide that we should remake ourselves. I won't be alive then. I don't think I'd want to be. I like my people. I like our fierce, proud, beautiful men. I don't want them to become like women. I like our trustful, powerful, generous women. I don't want them to become like men. And yet I see that among you each man has his own being and nature. Each woman has hers, and I can hardly say what it is I think we would lose. When I was a child I had a brother, a year and a half younger than me. His name was Itu. My mother had gone to the city and paid 5 years' savings for my sire, a master champion in the dancing. Itu's sire was an old fellow at our village fuckery. They called him Master Fallback. He'd never been a champion at anything, hadn't sired a child for years, and was only too glad to fuck for free. My mother always laughed about it. She was still suckling me. She didn't even use a preventative, and she tipped him 2 coppers. When she found herself pregnant, she was furious. When they tested and found it was a male fetus, she was even more disgusted at having, as they say, to wait for the miscarriage. But when Itu was born sound and healthy, she gave the old sire 200 coppers, all the cash she had. He wasn't delicate like so many boy babies, but how can you keep from protecting and cherishing a boy? I don't remember when I wasn't looking after Itu, with it all very clear in my head what little brother should do and shouldn't do, and all the perils I must keep him from. I was proud of my responsibility, and vain, too, because I had a brother to look after. Not one other mother-house in my village had a son still living at home. Itu was a lovely child, a star. He had the fleecy soft hair that's common in my part of Ush, and big eyes. His nature was sweet and cheerful, and he was very bright. The other children loved him and always wanted to play with him, but he and I were happiest playing by ourselves, long elaborate games of make-believe. We had a herd of 12 cattle an old woman of the village had carved from gourd shell for Itu. People always gave him presents, and they were the actors in our dearest game. Our cattle lived in a country called Shush, where they had great adventures, climbing mountains, discovering new lands, sailing on rivers, and so on. Like any herd, like our village herd, the old cows were the leaders. The bull lived apart. The other males were gelded, and the heifers were the adventurers. Our bull would make ceremonial visits to service the cows, and then he might have to go fight with men at Shush Castle. We made the castle of clay and the men of sticks, and the bull always won, knocking the stick men to pieces. Then sometimes he knocked the castle to pieces, too. But the best of our stories were told with 2 of the heifers. Mine was named Op, and my brother's was Uti. Once our hero heifers were having a great adventure on the stream that runs past our village, and their boat got away from us. We found it caught against a log far downstream, where the stream was deep and quick. My heifer was still in it. We both dived and dived, but we never found Uti. She had drowned. The cattle of Shush had a great funeral for her, and Itu cried very bitterly. He mourned his brave little toy cow so long that I asked Gerrold, the cattle herd, if we could work for her, because I thought being with the real cattle might cheer Itu up. She was glad to get 2 cow-hands for free. When Mother found out we were really working, she made Gerrold pay us a 1/4 copper a day. We rode 2 big, good-natured old cows, on saddles so big Itu could lie down on his. We took a herd of 2-year-old calves out onto the desert every day to forage for the edta that grows best when it's grazed. We were supposed to keep them from wandering off and from trampling stream banks, and when they wanted to settle down and chew the cud, we were supposed to gather them in a place where their droppings would nourish useful plants. Our old mounts did most of the work. Mother came out and checked on what we were doing and decided it was all right, and being out in the desert all day was certainly keeping us fit and healthy. We loved our riding cows, but they were serious-minded and responsible, rather like the grown-ups in our mother-house. The calves were something else. They were all riding breed, not fine animals, of course, just village-bred, but living on edta they were fat and had plenty of spirit. Itu and I rode them bareback with a rope rein. At first we always ended up on our own backs, watching a calf's heels and tail flying off. By the end of a year we were good riders, and took to training our mounts to tricks, trading mounts at a full run, and horn-vaulting. Itu was a marvelous horn-vaulter. He trained a big 3-year-old roan ox with lyre horns, and the 2 of them danced like the finest vaulters of the great castles that we saw on the hollows. We couldn't keep our excellence to ourselves out in the desert. We started showing off to the other children, inviting them to come out to Salt Springs to see our great trick-riding show. And so, of course, the adults got to hear of it. My mother was a brave woman, but that was too much for even her, and she said to me in cold fury, "I trusted you to look after Itu. You let me down." All the others had been going on and on about endangering the precious life of a boy, the vial of hope, the treasure-house of life, and so on, but it was what my mother said that hurt. "I do look after Itu, and he looks after me," I said to her, in that passion of justice that children know, the birthright we seldom honor. We both know what's dangerous, and we don't do stupid things, and we know our cattle, and we do everything together. When he has to go to the castle, he'll have to do lots more dangerous things, but at least he'll already know how to do one of them. And there he has to do them alone, but we did everything together, and I didn't let you down." My mother looked at us. I was nearly 12, Itu was 10. She burst into tears. She sat down on the dirt and wept aloud. Itu and I both went to her and hugged her and cried. Itu said, "I won't go. I won't go to the damned castle. They can't make me." And I believed him. He believed himself. My mother knew better. Maybe someday it will be possible for a boy to choose his life. Among your peoples, a man's body does not shape his fate, does it? Maybe someday that will be so here. Our castle, Hidjega, had of course been keeping their eye on Itu ever since he was born. Once a year Mother would send them the doctor's report on him, and when he was 5, Mother and her wives took him out there for the ceremony of confirmation. Itu had been embarrassed, disgusted, and flattered. He told me in secret, "There were all these old men that smelled funny, and they made me take off my clothes, and they had these measuring things, and they measured my pee-pee, and they said it was very good. They said it was a good one. What happens when you descend?" It wasn't the first question he had ever asked me that I couldn't answer, and as usual I made up the answer. "Descend means you can have babies," I said, which in a way wasn't so far off the mark. Some castles, I am told, prepare boys of 9 and 10 for the severance, woo them with visits from older boys, tickets to games, tours of the park and the buildings, so that they may be quite eager to go to the castle when they turn 11. But we out-yonders, villagers of the edge of the desert, kept to the harsh old-fashioned ways. Aside from confirmation, a boy had no contact at all with men until his 11th birthday. On that day everybody he had ever known brought him to the gate and gave him to the strangers with whom he would live the rest of his life. Men and women alike believed and still believe that this absolute severance makes the man. Vev Ushigi, who had borne a son and had a grandson, and had been mayor 5 or 6 times, and was held in great esteem even though she'd never had much money, heard Itu say that he wouldn't go to the damned castle. She came next day to our mother house and asked to talk to him. He told me what she said. She didn't do any wooing or sweetening. She told him that he was born to the service of his people and had one responsibility, to sire children when he got old enough, and one duty, to be a strong, brave man, stronger and braver than other men, so that women would choose him to sire their children. She said he had to live in the castle because men could not live among women. At this, Itu asked her, "Why can't they?" "You did?" I said, awed by his courage, for Vev Ushigi was a formidable old woman. "Yes, and she didn't really answer. She took a long time. She looked at me, and then she looked off somewhere, and then she stared at me for a long time, and then finally she said, 'Because we would destroy them.'" "But that's crazy," I said. "Men are our treasures. What did she say that for?" Itu, of course, didn't know, but he thought hard about what she had said, and I think nothing she could have said would have so impressed him. After discussion, the village elders and my mother and her wives decided that Itu could go on practicing horn vaulting, because it really would be a useful skill for him in the castle, but he could not herd cattle any longer, nor go with me when I did, nor join in any of the work children of the village did, nor their games. "You've done everything together with Po," they told him, "but she should be doing things together with the other girls, and you should be doing things by yourself, the way men do." They were always very kind to Itu, but they were stern with us girls. If they saw us even talking with Itu, they'd tell us to go on about our work, leave the boy alone. When we disobeyed, when Itu and I sneaked off and met at Salt Springs to ride together, or just hid out in our old play-place down in the draw by the stream to talk, he got treated with cold silence to shame him, but I got punished. A day locked in the cellar of the old fibre processing mill, which was what my village used for a jail. Next time it was 2 days, and the third time they caught us alone together, they locked me in that cellar for 10 days. A young woman called Fursk brought me food once a day, and made sure I had enough water and wasn't sick, but she didn't speak. That's how they always used to punish people in the villages. I could hear the other children going by up on the street in the evening. It would get dark at last, and I could sleep. All day I had nothing to do, no work, nothing to think about except the scorn and contempt they held me in for betraying their trust, and the injustice of my getting punished when Itu didn't. When I came out, I felt different. I felt like something had closed up inside me while I was closed up in that cellar. When we ate at the mother house, they made sure Itu and I didn't sit near each other. For a while we didn't even talk to each other. I went back to school and work. I didn't know what Itu was doing all day. I didn't think about it. It was only 50 days to his birthday. One night I got into bed and found a note under my clay pillow. In the draw, T-O-N-T. Itu never could spell. What writing he knew I had taught him in secret. I was frightened and angry, but I waited an hour till everybody was asleep, and got up and crept outside into the windy, starry night, and ran to the draw. It was late in the dry season, and the stream was barely running. Itu was there, hunched up with his arms round his knees, a little lump of shadow on the pale, cracked clay at the waterside. The first thing I said was, "You want to get me locked up again? They said next time it would be 30 days. "They're going to lock me up for 50 years, Itu said, not looking at me. "What am I supposed to do about it? It's the way it has to be. You're a man. You have to do what men do. They won't lock you up anyway. You get to play games and come to town to do service and all that. You don't even know what being locked up is." "I want to go to Sarada," Itu said, talking very fast, his eyes shining as he looked up at me. "We could take the riding cows to the bus station in Redang. I saved my money. I have 23 coppers. We could take the bus to Sarada. The cows would come back home if we turned them loose." "What do you think you'd do in Sarada?" I asked, disdainful but curious. Nobody from our village had ever been to the capital. "The Ekamen people are there," he said. "The Ekumen," I corrected him. "So what?" "They could take me away," Itu said. I felt very strange when he said that. I was still angry and still disdainful, but a sorrow was rising in me like dark water. Why would they do that? What would they talk to some little boy for? How would you find them? 23 coppers isn't enough anyway. Sarada's way far off. That's a really stupid idea. You can't do that." "I thought you'd come with me," Itu said. His voice was softer but didn't shake. "I wouldn't do a stupid thing like that," I said furiously. "All right," he said. "But you won't tell, will you?" "No, I won't tell," I said. "But you can't run away, Itu. You can't. It would be dishonorable." This time when he answered, his voice shook. "I don't care," he said. "I don't care about honor. I want to be free." We were both in tears. I sat down by him, and we leaned together the way we used to, and cried a while. Not long. We weren't used to crying. "You can't do it," I whispered to him. "It won't work, Itu." He nodded, accepting my wisdom. "It won't be so bad at the castle," I said. After a minute he drew away from me very slightly. "We'll see each other," I said. He said only, "When?" "At games. I can watch you. I bet you'll be the best rider and horn vaulter there. I bet you win all the prizes and get to be a champion." He nodded, dutiful. He knew and I knew that I had betrayed our love and our birthright of justice. He knew he had no hope. That was the last time we talked together alone, and almost the last time we talked together. Itu ran away about 10 days after that, taking the riding cow and heading for Redang. They tracked him easily and had him back in the village before nightfall. I don't know if he thought I had told them where he would be going. I was so ashamed of not having gone with him that I could not look at him. I kept away from him. They didn't have to keep me away any more. He made no effort to speak to me. I was beginning my puberty, and my first blood was the night before Itu's birthday. Menstruating women are not allowed to come near the gates at conservative castles like ours, so when Itu was made a man, I stood far back among a few other girls and women, and could not see much of the ceremony. I stood silent while they sang, and looked down at the dirt and my new sandals and my feet in the sandals, and felt the ache and tug of my womb and the secret movement of the blood, and grieved. I knew even then that this grief would be with me all my life. Itu went in, and the gates closed. He became a young champion horn vaulter, and for 2 years, when he was 18 and 19, came a few times to service in our village, but I never saw him. One of my friends fucked with him and started to tell me about it, how nice he was, thinking I'd like to hear, but I shut her up and walked away in a blind rage which neither of us understood. He was traded away to a castle on the east coast when he was 20. When my daughter was born, I wrote him, and several times after that, but he never answered my letters. I don't know what I've told you about my life and my world. I don't know if it's what I want you to know. It is what I had to tell. The following is a short story written in 93/1586 by a popular writer of the city of Adar, Seggri. The classic literature of Seggri was the narrative poem and the drama. Classical poems and plays were written collaboratively, in the original version and also by rewriters of subsequent generations, usually anonymous. Small value was placed on preserving a true text, since the work was seen as an ongoing process. Probably under ecumenical influence, individual writers in the late 16th century began writing short prose narratives, historical and fictional. The genre became popular, particularly in the cities, though it never obtained the immense audience of the great classical epics and plays. Literally everyone knew the plots and many quotations from the epics and plays, from books and hollow, and almost every adult woman had seen or participated in a staged performance of several of them. They were one of the principal unifying influences of the Seggrian monoculture. The prose narrative, read in silence, served rather as a device by which the culture might question itself, and a tool for individual moral self-examination. Conservative Seggrian women disapproved of the genre as antagonistic to the intensely cooperative, collaborative structure of their society. Fiction was not included in the curriculum of the literature departments of the colleges, and was often dismissed contemptuously. Fiction is for men. Seggri published 3 books of stories. Her bare, blunt style is characteristic of the Seggrian short story. Love Out of Place by Seggri. Azak grew up in a mother house in the downriver quarter, near the textile mills. She was a bright girl, and her family and neighborhood were proud to gather the money to send her to college. She came back to the city as a starting manager at one of the mills. Azak worked well with other people. She prospered. She had a clear idea of what she wanted to do in the next few years, to find 2 or 3 partners with whom to found a daughter house and a business. A beautiful woman in the prime of youth, Azak took great pleasure in sex, especially liking intercourse with men. Though she saved money for her plan of founding a business, she also spent a good deal at the fuckery, going there often, sometimes hiring 2 men at once. She liked to see how they incited each other to prowess beyond what they would have achieved alone, and shamed each other when they failed. She found a flaccid penis very disgusting, and did not hesitate to send away a man who could not penetrate her 3 or 4 times an evening. The castle of her district bought a young champion at the Southeast Castle's dance tournament, and soon sent him to the fuckery. Having seen him dance in the finals on the holovision, and been captivated by his flowing, graceful style and his beauty, Azak was eager to have him service her. His price was twice that of any other man there, but she did not hesitate to pay it. She found him handsome and amiable, eager and gentle, skillful and compliant. In their first evening they came to orgasm together 5 times. When she left, she gave him a large tip. Within the week she was back, asking for tawdra. The pleasure he gave her was exquisite, and soon she was quite obsessed with him. "I wish I had you all to myself," she said to him one night, as they lay still conjoined, languorous and fulfilled. "That is my heart's desire," he said. "I wish I were your servant. None of the other women that come here arouse me. I don't want them. I want only you." She wondered if he was telling the truth. The next time she came, she inquired casually of the manager if tawdra were as popular as they had hoped. "No," the manager said. "Everybody else reports that he takes a lot of arousing, and is sullen and careless towards them." "How strange," Azak said. "Not at all," said the manager. "He's in love with you." "A man in love with a woman?" Azak said, and laughed. "It happens all too often," the manager said. "I thought only women fell in love," said Azak. "Women fall in love with a man sometimes, and that's bad too," said the manager. "May I warn you, Azak? Love should be between women. It's out of place here. It can never come to any good end. I hate to lose the money, but I wish you'd fuck with some of the other men and not always ask for tawdra. You're encouraging him, you see, in something that does harm to him." "But he and you are making lots of money from me," said Azak, still taking it as a joke. "He'd make more from other women if he wasn't in love with you," said the manager. To Azak that seemed a weak argument against the pleasure she had in tawdra, and she said, "Well, he can fuck them all when I've done with him, but for now I want him." After their intercourse that evening, she said to tawdra, "The manager here says you're in love with me." "I told you I was," tawdra said. "I told you I wanted to belong to you, to serve you, you alone. I would die for you, Azak." "That's foolish," she said. "Don't you like me? Don't I please you?" "More than any man I ever knew," she said, kissing him. "You are beautiful and utterly satisfying, my sweet tawdra." "You don't want any of the other men here, do you?" he asked. "No, they're all ugly fumblers compared to my beautiful dancer." "Listen, then," he said, sitting up and speaking very seriously. He was a slender man of 22, with long, smooth-muscled limbs, wide-set eyes, and a thin-lipped, sensitive mouth. Azak lay stroking his thigh, thinking how lovely and lovable he was. "I have a plan," he said. "When I dance, you know, in the story dances, I play a woman, of course. I've done it since I was 12. People always say they can't believe I really am a man, I play a woman so well. If I escaped from here, from the castle, as a woman, I could come to your house as a servant." "What?" cried Azak, astounded. "I could live there," he said urgently, bending over her. "With you. I would always be there. You could have me every night. It would cost you nothing, except my food. I would serve you, service you, sweep your house, do anything, anything. Azak, please, my beloved, my mistress, let me be yours." He saw that she was still incredulous and hurried on. "You could send me away when you got tired of me." "If you tried to go back to the castle after an escapade like that, they'd whip you to death, you idiot." "I'm valuable," he said. "They'd punish me, but they wouldn't damage me." "You're wrong. You haven't been dancing, and your value here has slipped because you don't perform well with anybody but me. The manager told me so." Tears stood in tawdra's eyes. Azak disliked giving him pain, but she was genuinely shocked at his wild plan. "And if you were discovered, my dear," she said more gently, "I would be utterly disgraced. It is a very childish plan, tawdra. Please never dream of such a thing again. But I am truly, truly fond of you. I adore you and want no other man but you. Do you believe that, tawdra?" He nodded. Restraining his tears, he said, "For now. For now and for a long, long, long time. My dear, sweet, beautiful dancer, we have each other as long as we want, years and years. Only do your duty by the other women that come, so that you don't get sold away by your castle, please. I couldn't bear to lose you, Todra." And she clasped him passionately in her arms, and arousing him at once, opened to him, and soon both were crying out in the throes of delight. Though she could not take his love entirely seriously, since what could come of such a misplaced emotion except such foolish schemes as he had proposed? Still he touched her heart, and she felt a tenderness toward him that greatly enhanced the pleasure of their intercourse. So for more than a year she spent 2 or 3 nights a week with him at the fuckery, which was as much as she could afford. The manager, trying still to discourage his love, would not lower Todra's fee, even though he was unpopular among the other clients of the fuckery. So Azak spent a great deal of money on him, although he would never, after the first night, accept a tip from her. Then a woman who had not been able to conceive with any of the sires at the fuckery tried Todra, and at once conceived, and being tested found the fetus to be male. Another woman conceived by him, again a male fetus. At once Todra was in demand as a sire. Women began coming from all over the city to be serviced by him. This meant, of course, that he must be free during their period of ovulation. There were now many evenings that he could not meet Azak, for the manager was not to be bribed. Todra disliked his popularity, but Azak soothed and reassured him, telling him how proud she was of him, and how his work would never interfere with their love. In fact, she was not altogether sorry that he was so much in demand, for she had found another person with whom she wanted to spend her evenings. This was a young woman named Zeder, who worked in the mill as a machine repair specialist. She was tall and handsome. Azak noticed first how freely and strongly she walked, and how proudly she stood. She found a pretext to make her acquaintance. It seemed to Azak that Zeder admired her, but for a long time each behaved to the other as a friend only, making no sexual advances. They were much in each other's company, going to games and dances together, and Azak found that she enjoyed this open and sociable life better than always being in the fuckery alone with Todra. They talked about how they might set up a machine repair service in partnership. As time went on, Azak found that Zeder's beautiful body was always in her thoughts. At last, one evening in her single-woman's flat, she told her friend that she loved her, but did not wish to burden their friendship with an unwelcome desire. Zeder replied, "I have wanted you ever since I first saw you, but I didn't want to embarrass you with my desire. I thought you preferred men." "Until now I did, but I want to make love with you," Azak said. She found herself quite timid at first, but Zeder was expert and subtle, and could prolong Azak's orgasms till she found such consummation as she had not dreamed of. She said to Zeder, "You have made me a woman." "Then let's make each other wives," said Zeder joyfully. They married, moved to a house in the west of the city, and left the mill, setting up in business together. All this time Azak had said nothing of her new love to Todra, whom she had seen less and less often. A little ashamed of her cowardice, she reassured herself that he was so busy performing as a sire that he would not really miss her. After all, despite his romantic talk of love, he was a man, and to a man fucking is the most important thing, instead of being merely one element of love and life, as it is to a woman. When she married Zeder, she sent Todra a letter, saying that their lives had drifted apart, and she was now moving away and would not see him again, but would always remember him fondly. She received an immediate answer from Todra, a letter begging her to come and talk with him, full of avowals of unchanging love, badly spelled and almost illegible. The letter touched, embarrassed, and shamed her, and she did not answer it. He wrote again, and tried to reach her on the holonet at her new business. Zeder encouraged her not to make any response, saying it would be cruel to encourage him. Their new business went well from the start. They were home one evening, busy chopping vegetables for dinner, when there was a knock at the door. "Come in," Zeder called, thinking it was Chochi, a friend they were considering as a third partner. A stranger entered, a tall, beautiful woman with a scarf over her hair. The stranger went straight to Azak, saying in a strangled voice, "Azak, Azak, Please, please let me stay with you." The scarf fell back from his long hair. Azak recognized Todra. She was astonished and a little frightened, but she had known Todra a long time and been very fond of him, and this habit of affection made her put out her hands to him in greeting. She saw fear and despair in his face, and was sorry for him. But Zeder, guessing who he was both alarmed and angry. She kept the chopping knife in her hand. She slipped from the room and called the city police. When she returned, she saw the man pleading with Azak to let him stay hidden in their household as a servant. "I will do anything," he said. "Please, Azak, my only love, please. I can't live without you. I can't service those women, those strangers who only want to be impregnated. I can't dance any more. I think only of you. You are my only hope. I will be your woman. No one will know. I'll cut my hair. No one will know." So he went on, almost threatening in his passion, but pitiful also. Zeder listened coldly, thinking he was mad. Azak listened with pain and shame. "No, no, it is not possible," she said over and over, but he would not hear. When the police came to the door and he realized who they were, he bolted to the back of the house, seeking escape. The police women caught him in the bedroom. He fought them desperately, and they subdued him brutally. Azak shouted at them not to hurt him, but they paid no heed, twisting his arms and hitting him about the head till he stopped resisting. They dragged him out. The head of the troop stayed to take evidence. Azak tried to plead for Todra, but Zeder stated the facts and added that she thought he was insane and dangerous. After some days, Azak inquired at the police office and was told that Todra had been returned to his castle with a warning not to send him to the fuckery again for a year, or until the lords of the castle found him capable of responsible behavior. She was uneasy, thinking of how he might be punished. Zeder said, "They won't hurt him. He's too valuable," just as he himself had said. Azak was glad to believe this. She was, in fact, much relieved to know that he was out of the way. She and Zeder took Chochi first into their business and then into their household. Chochi was a woman from the dockside quarter, tough and humorous, a hard worker and an undemanding, comfortable love-maker. They were happy with one another and prospered. A year went by and another year. Azak went to her old quarter to arrange a contract for repair work with two women from the mill where she had first worked. She asked them about Todra. He was back at the fuckery from time to time, they told her. He had been named the year's champion sire of his castle, and was much in demand, bringing an even higher price, because he impregnated so many women, and so many of the conceptions were male. He was not in demand for pleasure, they said, as he had a reputation for roughness and even cruelty. Women asked for him only if they wanted to conceive. Thinking of his gentleness with her, Azak found it hard to imagine him behaving brutally. Harsh punishment at the castle, she thought, must have altered him, but she could not believe that he had truly changed. Another year passed. The business was doing very well, and Azak and Chochi both began talking seriously about having children. Zeder was not interested in bearing, though happy to be a mother. Chochi had a favorite man at their local fuckery, to whom she went now and then for pleasure. She began going to him at ovulation, for he had a good reputation as a sire. Azak had never been to a fuckery since she and Zeder married. She honored fidelity highly, and made love with no one but Zeder and Chochi. When she thought of being impregnated, she found that her old interest in fucking with men had quite died out, or even turned to distaste. She did not like the idea of self-impregnation from the sperm bank, but the idea of letting a strange man penetrate her was even more repulsive. Thinking what to do, she thought of Todra, whom she had truly loved and had pleasure with. He was again a champion sire, known throughout the city as a reliable impregnator. There was certainly no other man with whom she could take any pleasure, and he had loved her so much he had put his career and even his life in danger, trying to be with her. That irresponsibility was over and done with. He had never written to her again, and the castle and the managers of the fuckery would never have let him service women if they thought him mad or untrustworthy, After all this time, she thought, she could go back to him and give him the pleasure he had so desired. She notified the fuckery of the expected period of her next ovulation, requesting Todra. He was already engaged for that period, and they offered her another sire, but she preferred to wait till the next month. Chochi had conceived and was elated. Hurry up, she said to Azak. We want twins. Azak found herself looking forward to being with Todra. Regretting the violence of their last encounter and the pain it must have given him, she wrote the following letter to him. My dear, I hope our long separation and the distress of our last meeting will be forgotten in the joy of being together again, and that you still love me as I still love you. I shall be very proud to bear your child, and let us hope it may be a son. I am impatient to see you again, my beautiful dancer. Your Azak. There had not been time for him to answer this letter when her ovulation period began. She dressed in her best clothes. Zeder still distrusted Todra and had tried to dissuade her from going to him. She bade her good luck rather sulkily. Chochi hung a mother charm round her neck, and she went off. There was a new manager on duty at the fuckery, a coarse-faced young woman who told her, Call out if he gives you any trouble. He may be a champion, but he's rough, and we don't let him get away with hurting anybody. He won't hurt me, Azak said, smiling, and went eagerly into the familiar room where she and Todra had enjoyed each other so often. He was standing waiting at the window just as he had used to stand. When he turned, he looked just as she remembered, long-limbed, his silky hair flowing like water down his back, his wide-set eyes gazing at her. Todra, she said, coming to him with outstretched hands. He took her hands and said her name. Did you get my letter? Are you happy? Yes, he said, smiling. And all that unhappiness, all that foolishness about love, is it over? I am so sorry you were hurt, Todra. I don't want any more of that. Can we just be ourselves and be happy together as we used to be? Yes, all that is over, he said, and I am happy to see you. He drew her gently to him. Gently he began to undress her and caress her body, just as he had used to, knowing what gave her pleasure, and she remembered what gave him pleasure. They lay down naked together. She was fondling his erect penis, aroused and yet a little reluctant to be penetrated after so long, when he moved his arm as if uncomfortable. Drawing away from him a little, she saw that he had a knife in his hand, which he must have hidden in the bed. He was holding it concealed behind his back. Her womb went cold, but she continued to fondle his penis and testicles, not daring to say anything, and not able to pull away, for he was holding her close with the other hand. Suddenly he moved onto her and forced his penis into her vagina with a thrust so painful that for an instant she thought it was the knife. He ejaculated instantly. As his body arched, she writhed out from under him, scrambled to the door, and ran from the room, crying for help. He pursued her, striking with the knife, stabbing her in the shoulder blade before the manager and other women and men seized him. The men were very angry and treated him with a violence which the manager's protests did not lessen. Naked, bloody, and half-conscious, he was bound and taken away immediately to the castle. Everyone now gathered around Azak, and her wound, which was slight, was cleaned and covered. Shaken and confused, she could ask only, What will they do to him? What do you think they do to a murdering rapist? Give him a prize, the manager said. They'll geld him. But it was my fault, Azak said. The manager stared at her and said, Are you mad? Go home. She went back into the room and mechanically put on her clothes. She looked at the bed where they had lain. She stood at the window where Todra had stood. She remembered how she had seen him dance long ago in the contest where he had first been made champion. She thought, My life is wrong, but she did not know how to make it right. Alteration in Seggrian social and cultural institutions did not take the disastrous course Merriment feared. It has been slow, and its direction is not clear. In 93/1602, Terhata College invited men from 2 neighboring castles to apply as students, and 3 men did so. In the next decade, most colleges opened their doors to men. Once they were graduated, male students had to return to their castle, unless they left the planet, since native men were not allowed to live anywhere but as students in a college or in a castle, until the Open Gate Law was passed in 93/1662. Even after passage of that law, the castles remained closed to women, and the exodus of men from the castles was much slower than opponents of the measure feared. Social adjustment to the Open Gate Law has been slow. In several regions, programs to train men in basic skills such as farming and construction have met with moderate success. The men work in competitive teams, separate from and managed by the women's companies. A good many Seggri have come to Hain to study in recent years, more men than women, despite the great numerical imbalance that still exists. The following autobiographical sketch by one of these men is of particular interest, since he was involved in the event which directly precipitated the Open Gate Law. Autobiographical sketch by Mobile Ardar Des. I was born in Ecumenical Cycle 93, year 1641, in Rakheder on Seggri. Rakheder was a placid, prosperous, conservative town, and I was brought up in the old way, the petted boy-child of a big mother-house. Altogether there were 17 of us, not counting the kitchen staff, a great-grandmother, 2 grandmothers, 4 mothers, 9 daughters, and me. We were well off. All the women were or had been managers or skilled workers in the Rakheder pottery, the principal industry of the town. We kept all the holidays with pomp and energy, decorating the house from roof to foundation with banners for Hilali, making fantastic costumes for the harvest festival, and celebrating somebody's birthday every few weeks with gifts all round. I was petted, as I said, but not, I think, spoiled. My birthday was no grander than my sister's, and I was allowed to run and play with them just as if I were a girl. Yet I was always aware, as were they, that our mother's eyes rested on me with a different look, brooding, reserved, and sometimes, as I grew older, desolate. After my confirmation, my birth mother or her mother took me to Rakheder Castle every spring on visiting day. The gates of the park, which had opened to admit me alone, and terrified for my confirmation, remained shut, but rolling stairs were placed against the park walls. Up these I and a few other little boys from the town climbed, to sit on top of the park wall in great state, on cushions, under awnings, and watch demonstration dancing, bull dancing, wrestling, and other sports on the great game field inside the wall. Our mothers waited below, outside, in the bleachers of the public field. Men and youths from the castle sat with us, explaining the rules of the games and pointing out the fine points of a dancer or wrestler, treating us seriously, making us feel important. I enjoyed that very much, but as soon as I came down off the wall and started home, it all fell away like a costume shrugged off, a part played in a play, and I went on with my work and play in the mother-house with my family, my real life. When I was 10, I went to boys' class downtown. The class had been set up 40 or 50 years before as a bridge between the mother-house and the castle, but the castle, under increasingly reactionary governance, had recently withdrawn from the project. Lord Fasaw forbade his men to go anywhere outside the walls but directly to the fuckery, in a closed car, returning at first light, and so no men were able to teach the class. The townswomen who tried to tell me what to expect when I went to the castle did not really know much more than I did. However well-meaning they were, they mostly frightened and confused me. But fear and confusion were an appropriate preparation. I cannot describe the ceremony of severance. I really cannot describe it. Men on Seggri in those days had this advantage. They knew what death is. They had all died once before their body's death. They had turned and looked back at their whole life, every place and face they had loved, and turned away from it as the gate closed. At the time of my severance, our small castle was internally divided into collegials and traditionals, a liberal faction left from the regime of Lord Ishog, and a younger, highly conservative faction. The split was already disastrously wide when I came to the castle. Lord Fassaw's rule had grown increasingly harsh and irrational. He governed by corruption, brutality, and cruelty. All of us who lived there were of course infected, and would have been destroyed if there had not been a strong, constant moral resistance, centered around Ragaz and Kohadret, who had been protégés of Lord Ishog. The two men were open partners. Their followers were all the homosexuals in the castle, and a good number of other men and older boys. My first days and months in the Scrubs dormitory were a bewildering alternation. Terror, hatred, shame, as the boys who had been there a few months or years longer than I were incited to humiliate and abuse the newcomer in order to make a man of him, and comfort, gratitude, love, as boys who had come under the influence of the collegials offered me secret friendship and protection. They helped me in the games and competitions and took me into their beds at night, not for sex, but to keep me from the sexual bullies. Lord Fassaw detested adult homosexuality, and would have reinstituted the death penalty if the town council had allowed it. Though he did not dare punish Ragaz and Kohadret, he punished consenting love between older boys with bizarre and appalling physical mutilations, ears cut into fringes, fingers branded with red-hot iron rings. Yet he encouraged the older boys to rape the 11- and 12-year-olds as a manly practice. None of us escaped. We particularly dreaded 4 youths, 17 or 18 years old when I came there, who called themselves the Lordsmen. Every few nights they raided the Scrubs dormitory for a victim, whom they raped as a group. The collegials protected us as best they could by ordering us to their beds, where we wept and protested loudly while they pretended to abuse us, laughing and jeering. Later, in the dark and silence, they comforted us with candy, and sometimes, as we grew older, with a desired love, gentle and exquisite in its secrecy. There was no privacy at all in the castle. I have said that to women who asked me to describe life there, and they thought they understood me. "Well, everybody shares everything in a mother house," they would say. "Everybody's in and out of the rooms all the time. You're never really alone unless you have a single woman's flat." I could not tell them how different the loose, warm commonality of the mother house was from the rigid, deliberate publicity of the 40-bed, brightly lighted castle dormitories. Nothing in Raketa was private, only secret, only silent. We ate our tears. I grew up. I take some pride in that, along with my profound gratitude to the boys and men who made it possible. I did not kill myself, as several boys did during those years, nor did I kill my mind and soul, as some did so their body could survive. Thanks to the maternal care of the collegials, the resistance, as we came to call ourselves, I grew up. Why do I say maternal, not paternal? Because there were no fathers in my world. There were only sires. I knew no such word as father or paternal. I thought of Ragaz and Kohadrat as my mothers. I still do. Fassaw grew quite mad as the years went on, and his hold over the castle tightened to a death grip. The lordsmen now ruled us all. They were lucky in that we still had a strong main-game team, the pride of Fassaw's heart, which kept us in the First League, as well as 2 champion sires in steady demand at the town fuckeries. Any protest the resistance tried to bring to the town council could be dismissed as typical male whining, or laid to the demoralizing influence of the aliens. From the outside, Raketa Castle seemed all right. Look at our great team. Look at our champion studs. The women looked no further. How could they abandon us? The cry every Seggrian boy must make in his heart. How could she leave me here? Doesn't she know what it's like? Why doesn't she know? Doesn't she want to know? Of course not, Ragaz said to me when I came to him in a passion of righteous indignation, the town council having denied our petition to be heard. Of course they don't want to know how we live. Why do they never come into the castles? Oh, we keep them out, yes, but do you think we could keep them out if they wanted to enter? My dear, we collude with them, and they with us, in maintaining the great foundation of ignorance and lies on which our civilization rests. Our own mothers abandon us, I said. Abandon us? Who feeds us, clothes us, houses us, pays us? We're utterly dependent on them. If ever we made ourselves independent, perhaps we could rebuild society on a foundation of truth. Independence was as far as his vision could reach, yet I think his mind groped further, towards what he could not see, the body's obscure, inalterable dream of mutuality. Our effort to make our case heard at the council had no effect except within the castle. Lord Fasaw saw his power threatened. Within a few days, Ragaz was seized by the lordsmen and their bully boys, accused of repeated homosexual acts and treasonable plots, arraigned and sentenced by the lord of the castle. Everyone was summoned to the game field to witness the punishment. A man of 50 with a heart ailment. He had been a main game racer in his 20s and had overtrained. Ragaz was tied naked across a bench and beaten with Lord Long, a heavy leather tube filled with lead weights. The lordsman Barehead, who wielded it, struck repeatedly at the head, the kidneys, and the genitals. Ragaz died an hour or two later in the infirmary. The Raketter mutiny took shape that night. Kohadrat, older than Ragaz and devastated by his loss, could not restrain or guide us. His vision had been of a true resistance, long-lasting and non-violent, through which the lordsmen would in time destroy themselves. We had been following that vision. Now we let it go. We dropped the truth and grabbed weapons. How you play is what you win, Kohadrat said. But we had heard all those old saws. We would not play the patience game any more. We would win, now, once for all. And we did. We won. We had our victory. Lord Fasaw, the lordsmen, and their bullies had been slaughtered by the time the police got to the gate. I remember how those tough women strode in amongst us, staring at the rooms of the castle which they had never seen, staring at the mutilated bodies, eviscerated, castrated, headless, at Lordsman Barehead, who had been nailed to the floor with Lord Long stuffed down his throat, at us, the rebels, the victors, with our bloody hands and defiant faces, at Kohadrat, whom we thrust forward as our leader, our spokesman. He stood silent. He ate his tears. The women drew closer to one another, clutching their guns, staring around. They were appalled. They thought us all insane. Their utter incomprehension drove one of us at last to speak, a young man, Tarsk, who wore the iron ring that had been forced onto his finger when it was red-hot. "They killed Ragaz," he said. "They were all mad. Look!" He held out his crippled hand. The chief of the troop, after a pause, said, "No one will leave here till this is looked into," and marched her women out of the castle, out of the park, locking the gate behind them, leaving us with our victory. The hearings and judgments on the Raketter mutiny were all broadcast, of course, and the event has been studied and discussed ever since. My own part in it was the murder of the lordsman Tatidi. 3 of us set on him and beat him to death with exercise clubs in the gymnasium where we had cornered him. How we played was what we won. We were not punished. Men were sent from several castles to form a government over Raketter Castle. They learned enough of Fasaw's behavior to see the cause of our rebellion, but the contempt of even the most liberal of them for us was absolute. They treated us not as men, but as irrational, irresponsible creatures, untamable cattle. If we spoke, they did not answer. I do not know how long we could have endured that cold regime of shame. It was only 2 months after the mutiny that the World Council enacted the Open Gate Law. We told one another that that was our victory. We had made that happen. None of us believed it. We told one another we were free. For the first time in history, any man who wanted to leave his castle could walk out the gate. We were free. What happened to the free men outside the gate? Nobody had given it much thought. I was one who walked out the gate on the morning of the day the law came into force. 11 of us walked into town together. Several of us, men not from Raketter, went to one or another of the fuckeries, hoping to be allowed to stay there. They had nowhere else to go. Hotels and inns, of course, would not accept men. Those of us who had been children in the town went to our mother houses. What is it like to return from the dead? Not easy. Not for the one who returns, nor for his people. The place he occupied in their world has closed up, ceased to be, filled with accumulated change, habit, the doings and needs of others. He has been replaced. To return from the dead is to be a ghost, a person for whom there is no room. Neither I nor my family understood that at first. I came back to them at 21 as trustingly as if I were the 11-year-old who had left them, and they opened their arms to their child. But he did not exist. Who was I? For a long time, months, we refugees from the castle hid in our mother houses. The men from other towns all made their way home, usually by begging a ride with teams on tour. There were 7 or 8 of us in Raketer, but we scarcely ever saw one another. Men had no place on the street. For hundreds of years, a man seen alone on the street had been arrested immediately. If we went out, women ran from us, or reported us, or surrounded and threatened us. "Get back into your castle where you belong. Get back to the fuckery where you belong. Get out of our city." They called us drones, and in fact we had no work, no function at all in the community. The fuckeries would not accept us for service, because we had no guarantee of health and good behavior from a castle. This was our freedom. We were all ghosts, useless, frightened, frightening intruders, shadows in the corners of life. We watched life going on around us, work, love, childbearing, child-rearing, getting and spending, making and shaping, governing and adventuring. The women's world, the bright, full, real world. And there was no room in it for us. All we had ever learned to do was play games and destroy one another. My mothers and sisters racked their brains, I know, to find some place and use for me in their lively, industrious household. 2 old live-in cooks had run our kitchen since long before I was born, so cooking, the one practical art I had been taught in the castle, was superfluous. They found household tasks for me, but they were all make-work, and they and I knew it. I was perfectly willing to look after the babies, but one of the grandmothers was very jealous of that privilege, and also some of my sisters' wives were uneasy about a man touching their baby. My sister Pardo broached the possibility of an apprenticeship in the clay works, and I leaped at the chance, but the managers of the pottery, after long discussion, were unable to agree to accept men as employees. Their hormones would make male workers unreliable, and female workers would be uncomfortable, and so on. The Hollow News was full of such proposals and discussions, of course, and orations about the unforeseen consequences of the open gate law, the proper place of men, male capacities and limitations, gender as destiny. Feeling against the open gate policy ran very strong, and it seemed that every time I watched the Hollow there was a woman talking grimly about the inherent violence and irresponsibility of the male, his biological unfitness to participate in social and political decision-making. Often it was a man saying the same things. Opposition to the new law had the fervent support of all the conservatives in the castles, who pleaded eloquently for the gates to be closed and men to return to their proper station, pursuing the true masculine glory of the games and the fuckeries. Glory did not tempt me, after the years at Raketer Castle. The word itself had come to mean degradation to me. I ranted against the games and competitions, puzzling most of my family, who loved to watch the main games and wrestling, and complained only that the level of excellence of most of the teams had declined since the gates were opened. And I ranted against the fuckeries, where I said men were used as cattle, stud bulls, not as human beings. I would never go there again. "But, my dear boy," my mother said at last, alone with me one evening, "will you live the rest of your life celibate?" "I hope not," I said. "Then—" "I want to get married." Her eyes widened. She brooded a bit and finally ventured, "To a man?" "No, to a woman. I want a normal, ordinary marriage. I want to have a wife and be a wife." Shocking as the idea was, she tried to absorb it. She pondered, frowning. "All it means," I said, for I had had a long time with nothing to do but ponder, "is that we'd live together just like any married pair. We'd set up our own daughter-house and be faithful to each other. And if she had a child, I'd be its love-mother along with her. There isn't any reason why it wouldn't work." "Well, I don't know. I don't know of any," said my mother, gentle and judicious, and never happy at saying no to me. "But you do have to find the woman, you know." "I know," I said glumly. "It's such a problem for you to meet people," she said. "Perhaps if you went to the fuckery. I don't see why your own mother-house couldn't guarantee you just as well as a castle. We could try." But I passionately refused. Not being one of Fassaw's sycophants, I had seldom been allowed to go to the fuckery, and my few experiences there had been unfortunate. Young, inexperienced, and without recommendation, I had been selected by older women who wanted a plaything. Their practiced skill at arousing me had left me humiliated and enraged. They patted and tipped me as they left. That elaborate, mechanical excitation and their condescending coldness was vile to me after the tenderness of my lover-protectors in the castle. Yet women attracted me physically as men never had. The beautiful bodies of my sisters and their wives, all around me constantly now, clothed and naked, innocent and sensual, the wonderful heaviness and strength and softness of women's bodies, kept me continually aroused. Every night I masturbated, fantasizing my sisters in my arms. It was unendurable. Again I was a ghost, a raging, yearning impotence in the midst of untouchable reality. I began to think I would have to go back to the castle. I sank into a deep depression, an inertia, a chill darkness of the mind. My family, anxious, affectionate, busy, had no idea what to do for me or with me. I think most of them thought in their hearts that it would be best if I went back through the gate. One afternoon my sister Pardo, with whom I had been closest as a child, came to my room. They had cleared out a dormer attic for me, so that I had room at least in the literal sense. She found me in my now constant lethargy, lying on the bed doing nothing at all. She breezed in, and with the indifference women often showed to moods and signals, plumped down on the foot of the bed and said, "Hey, what do you know about the man who's here from the Ecumen?" I shrugged and shut my eyes. I had been having rape fantasies lately. I was afraid of her. She talked on about the off-worlder, who was apparently in Raketa to study the mutiny. "He wants to talk to the resistance," she said. "Men like you, the men who opened the gates. He says they won't come forward, as if they were ashamed of being heroes." "Heroes," I said. The word in my language is gendered female. It refers to the semi-divine, semi-historic protagonists of the epics. "It's what you are," Pardo said, intensity breaking through her assumed breeziness. "You took responsibility in a great act. Maybe you did it wrong. Susumi did it wrong in the founding of Emo, didn't she? She let Farada get killed, but she was still a hero. She took the responsibility. So did you. You ought to go talk to this alien. Tell him what happened. Nobody really knows what happened at the castle. You owe us the story." That was a powerful phrase among my people. The untold story mothers the lie, was the saying. The doer of any notable act was held literally accountable for it to the community. "So why should I tell it to an alien?" I said, defensive of my inertia. "Because he'll listen," my sister said dryly. "We're all too damned busy." It was profoundly true. Pardo had seen a gate for me and opened it, and I went through it, having just enough strength and sanity left to do so. Mobile Noem was a man in his 40s, born some centuries earlier on Terra, trained on Hain, widely traveled. A small, yellow-brown, quick-eyed person, very easy to talk to. He did not seem at all masculine to me at first. I kept thinking he was a woman, because he acted like one. He got right to business, with none of the maneuvering to assert his authority or jockeying for position that men of my society felt obligatory in any relationship with another man. I was used to men being wary, indirect, and competitive. Noem, like a woman, was direct and receptive. He was also as subtle and powerful as any man or woman I had known, even Ragaz. His authority was in fact immense, but he never stood on it. He sat down on it, comfortably, and invited you to sit down with him. I was the first of the Rakheder mutineers to come forward and tell our story to him. He recorded it, with my permission, to use in making his report to the Stabiles on the condition of our society, the matter of Seggri, as he called it. My first description of the mutiny took less than an hour. I thought I was done. I didn't know then the inexhaustible desire to learn, to understand, to hear all the story that characterizes the mobiles of the ecumen. Noem asked questions. I answered. He speculated and extrapolated. I corrected. He wanted details. I furnished them, telling the story of the mutiny, of the years before it, of the men of the castle, of the women of the town, of my people, of my life. Little by little, bit by bit, all in fragments, a muddle. I talked to Noem daily for a month. I learned that the story has no beginning, and no story has an end. That the story is all muddle, all middle. That the story is never true, but that the lie is indeed a child of silence. By the end of the month I had come to love and trust Noem, and of course to depend on him. Talking to him had become my reason for being. I tried to face the fact that he would not stay in Rakheder much longer. I must learn to do without him. Do what? There were things for men to do, ways for men to live. He proved it by his mere existence. But could I find them? He was keenly aware of my situation, and would not let me withdraw, as I began to do, into the lethargy of fear again. He would not let me be silent. He asked me impossible questions. What would you be if you could be anything? He asked me, a question children ask each other. I answered at once, passionately, a wife. I know now what the flicker that crossed his face was. His quick, kind eyes watched me, looked away, looked back. I want my own family, I said, not to live in my mother's house, where I'm always a child. Work, a wife, wives, children, to be a mother. I want life, not games. You can't bear a child, he said gently. No, but I can mother one. We gender the word, he said. I like it better your way. But tell me, Ardar, what are the chances of your marrying, meeting a woman willing to marry a man? It hasn't happened here, has it? I had to say no, not to my knowledge. It will happen, certainly, I think, he said. His certainties were always uncertain. But the personal cost, at first, is likely to be high. Relationships formed against the negative pressure of a society are under terrible strain. They tend to become defensive, over-intense, unpeaceful. They have no room to grow. Room, I said, and I tried to tell him my feeling of having no room in my world, no air to breathe. He looked at me, scratching his nose. He laughed. There's plenty of room in the galaxy, you know, he said. Do you mean I could... that the ecumen... I didn't even know what the question I wanted to ask was. Noem did. He began to answer it thoughtfully and in detail. My education so far had been so limited, even as regards the culture of my own people, that I would have to attend a college for at least 2 or 3 years in order to be ready to apply to an off-world institution such as the ecumenical schools on Hain. Of course, he went on, where I went and what kind of training I chose would depend on my interests, which I would go to a college to discover, since neither my schooling as a child nor my training at the castle had really given me any idea of what there was to be interested in. The choices offered me had been unbelievably limited, addressing neither the needs of a normally intelligent person nor the needs of my society. And so the open gate law, instead of giving me freedom, had left me with no air to breathe but airless space, said Noam, quoting some poet from some planet somewhere. My head was spinning, full of stars. Hagka College is quite near Rakeda, Noam said. Did you never think of applying, if only to escape from your terrible castle? I shook my head. Lord Fasaw always destroyed the application forms when they were sent to his office. If any of us had tried to apply, you would have been punished. Tortured, I suppose. Yes. Well, from the little I know of your colleges, I think your life there would be better than it is here, but not altogether pleasant. You will have work to do, a place to be, but you will be made to feel marginal, inferior. Even highly educated, enlightened women have difficulty accepting men as their intellectual equals. Believe me, I have experienced it myself. And because you were trained at the castle to compete, to want to excel, you may find it hard to be among people who either believe you incapable of excellence, or to whom the concept of competition, of winning and defeating, is valueless. But just there is where you will find air to breathe. Noam recommended me to women he knew on the faculty of Hagka College, and I was enrolled on probation. My family were delighted to pay my tuition. I was the first of us to go to college, and they were genuinely proud of me. As Noam had predicted, it was not always easy, but there were enough other men there that I found friends, and was not caught in the paralyzing isolation of the mother house. And as I took courage, I made friends among the women students, finding many of them unprejudiced and companionable. In my third year, one of them and I managed, tentatively and warily, to fall in love. It did not work very well or last very long, yet it was a great liberation for both of us, our liberation from the belief that the only communication or commonality possible between us was sexual, that an adult man and woman had nothing to join them but their genitals. Imader loathed the professionalism of the fuckery as I did, and our love-making was always shy and brief. Its true significance was not as a consummation of desire, but as proof that we could trust each other. Where our real passion broke loose was when we lay together talking, telling each other what our lives had been, how we felt about men and women and each other and ourselves, what our nightmares were, what our dreams were. We talked endlessly, in a communion that I will cherish and honor all my life. Two young souls finding their wings, flying together, not for long, but high. The first flight is the highest. Imader has been dead 200 years. She stayed on Seggri, married into a mother house, bore 2 children, taught at Hagka, and died in her 70s. I went to Hain, to the ecumenical schools, and later to Werel and Yeowe as part of the Mobile's staff. My record is herewith enclosed. I have written this sketch of my life as part of my application to return to Seggri as a Mobile of the Ecumen. I want very much to live among my people, to learn who they are, now that I know with at least an uncertain certainty who I am. An excerpt from Moving Mars, Greg Bear. Greg Bear is a former president of the SFWA, who has become one of the most important and accomplished writers of science fiction. He sold his first story at the age of 15, but began to win widespread acclaim for his work during the 1980s. His novels include Hegira, Beyond Heaven's River, Eon, Eternity, The Forge of God, Queen of Angels, and Legacy. His short fiction has been collected in The Wind from a Burning Woman and Tangents. Bear won 2 Nebulas in 1983 for his novella Hard Fought, and his novelette Blood Music, which also won a Hugo. He won a 3rd Nebula in 1986 for his short story Tangents. Moving Mars, a realistically and lovingly detailed look at a colonized Mars, won this year's Nebula Award for Best Novel, The following excerpt was published in an earlier version as a novella, and stands alone very well. About Moving Mars, Greg Bear has this to say. Like most of my novels, Moving Mars came together from a variety of sources and ideas, beginning with the timeline and history created in Queen of Angels. Following close on the heels of Queen of Angels was Heads, a novella published as a book. Heads reflected my time as a politician, serving as president of SFWA for 2 years. The experience was worthwhile and enlightening. It taught me I never wanted to be a politician again. Not that I did a bad job. I didn't. But I certainly never had anything like the fire in the belly necessary to really enjoy such work. Both Heads and Moving Mars are about people who end up being chewed, some might say mauled, by politics. For years I have been pursuing an interesting approach to physics and looking at the universe, elucidated most clearly in Blood Music and Anvil of Stars. I refer to this as information mechanics, apologies to Frederick Cantor, or my crackpot notions, but some physicists have been kind enough to tell me the ideas are interesting. I took a few of these ideas from Anvil of Stars and elaborated upon them for Moving Mars. The biology of the ancient Martian life forms derives in part from an early and otherwise unrelated short story, A Martian Ricorso, as well as from some ideas developed for Biosphere, a motion picture collaboration with special effects master and longtime friend Phil Tippett. These ideas were developed for an early stage of the treatment and were not in the final product presented to TriStar Columbia executives and rejected by them. I've also detailed this biology for a forthcoming novel, Legacy, set in yet another universe. Last, but certainly not least, I've always been partial to strong female main characters. I took on the challenge of writing the autobiography of a Martian woman with few trepidations and no gender-bending goals, simply to write about a woman as a human being caught up in difficult times. Fortunately, the book seems to have met with some acceptance among women readers. Other sources. The first science fiction book I read was Robert A. Heinlein's Red Planet. I should point out that I'm married to one of the 2 women to whom Heinlein dedicated Podkane of Mars. Other than writing about politics and science, I don't believe Moving Mars is otherwise a very Heinleinian novel, but the background is certainly there. I hope Mr. Heinlein would have approved. I dedicated the book to Ray Bradbury because he created a wonderful Mars completely different from mine, and because he and I have been friends for almost 27 years. Ray is my literary papa. People have asked why so many people have written books about Mars lately. I set my book on Mars because I've always loved the planet and the stories set there, from Edgar Rice Burroughs to Heinlein to Bradbury, and now to Kim Stanley Robinson and so many others. Mars is simply a great place for the imagination. Always has been, always will be, even after we get there. And get there we will. A day on Mars is a little longer than a day on Earth, 24 hours and 40 minutes. A year on Mars is less than 2 Earth years, 686 Earth days, or 668 Martian days. Mars is 6,787 kilometers in diameter, compared to Earth's 12,756 kilometers. Its gravitational acceleration is 3.71 meters per second squared, or just over 1/3 of Earth's. The atmospheric pressure at the surface of Mars averages 5.6 millibars, about 0.5% of Earth's. The atmosphere is largely composed of carbon dioxide. Temperatures at the datum or reference surface level, there is no sea level, as there are presently no seas, vary from -130 degrees to +27 degrees Celsius. An unprotected human on the surface of Mars would very likely freeze within minutes, but first would die of exposure to the near vacuum. If this unfortunate human survived freezing and low pressure and found a supply of oxygen to breathe, she would still be endangered by high levels of radiation from the sun and elsewhere. After Earth, Mars is the most hospitable planet in the solar system. The young may not remember Mars of old, under the yellow sun, its cloud-streaked skies dusted pink, its soil rusty and fine, its inhabitants living in pressurized burrows and venturing up only as a rite of passage, or to do maintenance or tend the ropey crops spread like nests of intensely green snakes over the wind-scoured farms. That Mars, an old and tired Mars filled with young lives, is gone forever. Now I am old and tired, and Mars is young again. Our lives are not our own, but by God we must behave as if they are. When I was young, what I did seemed too small to be of any consequence, but the shiver of dust, we are told, expands in time to the planet-sweeping storm. 2171, MY 53. An age was coming to an end. I had studied the signs half innocently in my classes. There had even been dire hints from a few perceptive professors, but I had never thought the situation would affect me personally, until now. I had been voided from the University of Mars Sinai. 200 classmates and professors in the same predicament lined the brilliant white floor of the depot, faces crossed by shadows from sun shining through the webwork of beams and girders supporting the depot canopy. We were waiting for the Solus Dorsa train to come and swift us away to our planums, planitias, fossas, and valleys. Diane Johara, my roommate, stood with her booted foot on one small bag, tapping the tip of the boot on the handle, lips pursed as if whistling, but making no sound. She kept her face pointed toward the northern curtains, waiting for the train to nose through. Though we were good friends, Diane and I had never talked politics. That was basic etiquette on Mars. "Assassination," she said. "Impractical," I murmured. I had not known until a few days ago how strongly Diane felt. "Besides, who would you shoot?" "The governor, the chancellor." I shook my head. Over 80% of the UMS students had been voided, a gross violation of contract. That struck me as very damned unfair, but my family had never been activist. Daughter of BM finance people, born to a long tradition of caution, I straddled the fence. The political structure set up during settlement a century before still creaked along, but its days were numbered. The original settlers, arriving in groups of 10 or more families, had dug warrens in water-rich lands all over Mars, from pole to pole, but mostly in the smooth lowland plains and the deep valleys. Following the lunar model, the first families had formed syndicates called binding multiples, or BMs. The binding multiples acted like economic superfamilies. Indeed, family and BM were almost synonymous. Later, settlers had a choice of joining established BMs or starting new ones. Few families stayed independent. Many BMs merged and in time agreed to divide Mars into areological districts and develop resources in cooperation. By and large, binding multiples regarded each other as partners in the midst of Martian bounty, not competitors. "The train's late. Fascists are supposed to make them run on time," Diane said, still tapping her boot. "They never did on Earth," I said. "You mean it's a myth?" I nodded. "So fascists aren't good for anything?" Diane asked. "Uniforms," I said. "Ours don't even have good uniforms." Elected by district ballot, the governors answered only to the inhabitants of their districts, regardless of BM affiliations. The governors licensed mining and settlement rights to the BMs and represented the districts in a joint council of binding multiples. Syndics chosen within BMs by vote of senior advocates and managers represented the interests of the BMs themselves in the council. Governors and syndics did not often see eye to eye. It was all very formal and polite. Martians are almost always polite, but many procedures were uncodified. Some said it was grossly inefficient, and attempts were being made to unify Mars under a central government, as had already happened on the Moon. The governor of Syria Sinai, Freechild Daubel, a tough, chisel-chinned administrator, had pushed hard for several years to get the BMs to agree to a statist constitution and central government authority. She wanted them to give up their syndics in favor of representation by district. This meant the breakup of BM power, of course. Dauble's name has since become synonymous with corruption, but at the time she had been governor of Mars's largest district for 8 Martian years, and was at the peak of her long friendship with power. By cajoling, pressuring, and threatening, she had forged, some said forced, agreements between the largest BMs. Dauble had become the focus of Martian unity, and was on the sly spin for president of the planet. Some said Dauble's own career was the best argument for change, but few dared contradict her. A vote was due within days in the Council to make permanent the new Martian Constitution. We had lived under the Dauble government's trial run for 6 months, and many grumbled loudly. The hard-won agreement was fragile. Dauble had rammed it down too many throats, with too much underhanded dealing. Lawsuits were pending from at least 5 families opposed to unity, mostly smaller BMs afraid of being absorbed and nullified. They were called go-backs by the statists, who regarded them as a real threat. The statists would not tolerate a return to what they saw as disorganized binding multiples rule. If assassination is so impractical, Diane said, we could rough up a few of the favorites. Shh, I said. She shook her short shagged hair and turned away, soundlessly whistling again. Diane did that when she was too angry to speak politely. Red rabbits who had lived for decades in close quarters placed a high value on politeness, and impressed that on their offspring. The statists feared incidents. Student protests were unacceptable to Dauble. Even if the students did not represent the go-backs, they might make enough noise to bring down the agreement. So Dauble sent word to Caroline Connor, an old friend she had appointed chancellor of the largest university, University of Mars Sinai. An authoritarian with too much energy and too little sense, Connor obliged her crony by closing most of the campus and compiling a list of those who might be in sympathy with protesters. I had majored in government and management, though I had signed no petitions and participated in no marches. Unlike Diane, who had taken to the movement vigorously, my name crept onto a list of suspects. The Gov Management Department was notoriously independent. Who could trust any of us? We had paid our tuition but couldn't go to classes. Most of the voided faculty and students had little choice but to go home. The university generously gave us free tickets on state-chartered trains. Some, including Diane, declined the tickets and vowed to fight the illegal voiding. That earned her, and guilty by association, me, simply slow to pack my belongings, an escort of UMS security out of the university warrens. Diane walked stiffly, slowly, defiantly. The guards, most of them new emigrants from Earth, large and strong, firmly gripped our elbows and hustled us down the tunnels. The rough treatment watered my quick-growing seed of doubt. How could I give in to this injustice without a cry? My family was cautious. It had never been known for cowardice. Surrounded by Connor's guards, packed in with the last remaining voided students, we were marched in quick step past a cluster of other students lounging in a garden atrium. They wore their family grays and blues, scions of BMs with strong economic ties to Earth, darlings of those most favoring Dauble's plans, all still in school. They talked quietly and calmly among themselves and turned to watch us go, faces blank. They offered no support, no encouragement. Their inaction built walls. Diane nudged me. "Pigs," she whispered. I agreed. I thought them worse than traitors. They behaved as if they were cynical and old, violators of the earnest ideals of youth. We had been loaded into a single tunnel van and driven to the depot, still escorted by campus guards. The depot hummed. A few students wandered down a side corridor, then came back and passed the word. The loop train to the junction at Solus Dorsa approached. Diane licked her lips and looked around nervously. The last escorting guard, assured that we were on our way, gave us a tip of his cap and stepped into a depot cafe, out of sight. "Are you coming with us?" Diane asked. I could not answer. My head buzzed with contradictions, anger at injustice fighting family expectations. My mother and father hated the turmoil caused by unification. They strongly believed that staying out of it was best. They had told me so, without laying down any laws. Diane gave me a pitying look. She shook my hand and said, "Cassia, you think too much." She edged along the platform and turned a corner. In groups of 5 or less, students went to the lab for coffee to check the weather at their home depots. 90 students in all sidled away from the main group. I hesitated. Those who remained seemed studiously neutral. Sidewise glances met faces quickly turned away. An eerie silence fell over the platform. One last student, a female first-form junior carrying 3 heavy duffels, did a little shimmy, short brown hair fanning around her neck. She let one duffel slip from her shoulder. The shimmy vibrated down to her leg, and she kicked the bag 2 meters. She dropped her other bags and walked north on the platform and around the corner. My whole body quivered. I looked at the solemn faces around me and wondered how they could be so bovine. How could they just stand there, waiting for the train to slow, and accept Daubel's punishment for political views they might not even support? The train pushed a plug of air along the platform as it passed through the seals and curtains. Icons flashed above the platform: station ID, train designator, destinations, and a mature woman's voice told us, with all the politeness in the world and no discernible emotion, "Solis Dorsa to Bosporus, Nereidum, Argyre, Noachis, with transfers to Meridiani and Hellas, now arriving, Gate 4. I muttered, "Shit, shit, shit," under my breath. Before I knew what I had decided, before I could paralyze myself with more thought, my legs took me around the corner and up to a blank white service bay. Dead end. The only exit was a low steel door covered with chipped white enamel. It had been left open just a crack. I bent down, opened the door wide, glanced behind me, and stepped through. It took me several minutes of fast walking to catch up with Diane. I passed 10 or 15 students in a dark Arbeiter service tunnel and found her. "Where are we going?" I asked in a whisper. "Are you with us?" "I am now." She winked and shook my hand with a bold and happy swing. "Someone has a key and knows the way to the old pioneer domes." Muffling laughter and clapping each other on the back, full of enthusiasm and impressed by our courage, we passed one by one through an ancient steel hatch and crept along narrow, stuffy old tunnels lined with crumbling foamed rock. As the last of us left the UMS environs, stepping over a dimly lighted boundary marker into a wider and even older tunnel, we clasped hands on shoulders and half-marched, half-danced in lockstep. Someone at the end of the line harshly whispered for us to be quiet. We stopped, hardly daring to breathe. Seconds of silence, then from behind came low voices and the mechanical hum of service arbeiters, a heavy solid clank, and a painful twinge in our ears. Someone had sealed the tunnel hatch behind us. "Do they know we're in here?" I asked Diane. "I doubt it," she said. "That was a pressure crew." They had closed the door and sealed it. No turning back. The tunnels took us 5 kilometers beyond the university borders, through a decades-old maze unused since before my birth, threaded unerringly by whoever led the group. "We're in old times now," Diane said, looking back at me. 40 orbits ago, over 75 terrestrial years, these tunnels had connected several small pioneer stations. We filed past warrens once used by the earliest families, dark and bitterly cold, kept pressurized in reserve only for dire emergency. Our few torches and tunnel service lamps illuminated scraps of old furniture, pieces of outdated electronics, stacked drums of emergency reserve rations, and vacuum survival gear. Hours before, we had eaten our last university meal and had a warm vapor shower in the dorms. That was all behind us. Up ahead, we faced Spartan conditions. I felt wonderful. I was doing something significant, and without my family's approval. I thought I was finally growing up. The 90 students gathered in a dark hollow at the end of the tunnel, a pioneer trench dome. All sounds, nervous and excited laughter, questioning voices, scraping of feet on the cold floor, scattered outbreaks of song, blunted against the black poly interior. Diane broke Martian reserve and hugged me. Then a few voices rose above the dull murmurs. Several students started taking down names and BM affiliations. The mass began to take shape. 2 students from third form engineering, a conservative and hard-dug department, stood before us and announced their names: Sean Dickinson, Gretel Lawton. Within the day, after forming groups and appointing captains, we confirmed Sean and Gretel as our leaders, expressed our solidarity and zeal, and learned we had something like a plan. I found Sean Dickinson extremely handsome, of middle height, slight build, wispy brown hair above a prominent forehead, brows elegantly slim and animated. Though less attractive, Gretel had been struck from the same mold, a slim young woman with large, accusing blue eyes and straw hair pulled into a tight bun. Sean stood on an old crate and gazed down upon us, establishing us as real people with a real mission. "We all know why we're here," he said. Expression stern, eyes liquid and compassionate, he raised his hands, long and calloused fingers reaching for the polydome above, and said, "The old betray us. Experience breeds corruption. It's time to bring a moral balance to Mars and show them what an individual stands for and what our rights really mean. They've forgotten us, friends. They've forgotten their contractual obligations. True Martians don't forget such things, any more than they'd forget to breathe or plug a leak. So what are we going to do? What can we do? What must we do?" "Remind them," many of us shouted. Some said, "Kill them," and I said, "Tell them what we—" But I was not given a chance to finish, my voice lost in the roar. Sean laid out his plan. We listened avidly. He fed our anger and our indignation. I had never been so excited. We who had kept the freshness of youth and would not stand for corruption intended to storm UMS Overland and assert our contractual rights. We were righteous, and our cause was just. Sean ordered that we all be covered with skin seal, pumped from big plastic drums. We danced in the skin seal showers naked, laughing, pointing, shrieking at the sudden cold, embarrassed but greatly enjoying ourselves. We put our clothes back on over the flexible, tight-fitting nanomer. Skin seal was designed for emergency pressure problems and not for comfort. Going to the bathroom became an elaborate ritual. In skin seal, a female took about 4 minutes to pee, a male 2 minutes, and shitting was particularly tricky. We dusted our skin seal with red ochre to hide us, should we decide to worm out during daylight. We all looked like cartoon devils. By the end of the 3rd day, we were tired and hungry and dirty and impatient. We huddled in the pressurized polydome, 90 in a space meant for 30, our rusty water tapped from an old well, having eaten little or no food, exercising to ward off the cold. I brushed past a pale, thoughtful fellow a few times on the way to the food line or the lav. Lean and hawk-nosed and dark-haired, with wide, puzzled eyes, a wry smile, and a hesitant, nervously joking manner, he seemed less angry and less sure than the rest of us. Just looking at him irritated me. I stalked him, watching his mannerisms, tracking his growing list of inadequacies. I was not in the best temper and needed to vent a little frustration. I took it upon myself to educate him. At first, if he noticed my attention at all, he seemed to try to avoid me, moving through little groups of people under the gloomy old poly, making small talk. Everybody was testy. His attempts at conversation fizzled. Finally, he stood in line near an antique electric wall heater, waiting his turn to bask in the currents of warm, dry air. I stood behind him. He glanced at me, smiled politely, and hunkered down with his back against the wall. I sat beside him. He clamped his hands on his knees, set his lips primly, and avoided eye contact. Obviously, he had had enough of trying to make conversation and failing. "Having second thoughts?" I asked after a decent interval. "What?" he asked, confused. "You look sour. Is your heart in this?" He flashed the same irritating smile and lifted his hands, placating. "I'm here," he said. "Then show a little enthusiasm, damn it." Some other students shook their heads and shuffled away, too tired to get involved in a private fracas. Diane joined us at the rear of the line. "I don't know your name," he said. "She's Cassia Majumdar," said Diane. "Oh," he said. I was angry that he recognized the name. Of all things, I didn't want to be known for my currently useless family connections. "Her great-uncle founded Majumdar B.M., Diane continued. I shot her a look, and she puckered her lips, eyes dancing. She was enjoying a little relief from the earnest preparations and boredom. "You have to be with us in heart and mind," I lectured him. "Sorry, I'm just tired. My name is Charles Franklin." He offered a hand. I thought that was incredibly insensitive and gauche, considering the circumstance. We had made it to the heater, but I turned away as if I didn't care, and walked toward the stacks of masks and cyclers being tested by our student leader. Neither a statist nor a go-back, Sean Dickinson seemed to me the epitome of what our impromptu organization stood for. Son of a track engineer, Sean had earned his scholarship by sheer brain work. In the UMS engineering department, he had moved up quickly, only to be diverted into attempts to organize trans-BM unions. That had earned him the displeasure of Connor and Dauble. Sean worked with an expression of complete concentration, hair disheveled, spidery, strong fingers pulling at mask poly. His mouth twitched with each newfound leak. He hardly knew I existed. Had he known, he probably would have shunned me for my name. That didn't stop me from being impressed. Charles followed me and stood beside the growing pile of rejects. "Please don't misunderstand," he said. "I'm really behind all this." "Glad to hear it," I said. I observed the preparations and shivered. Nobody likes the thought of vacuum rows. None of us had been trained in insurrection. We would be up against campus security, augmented by the governor's own thugs, and maybe some of our former classmates, and I had no idea how far they, or the situation, would go. We watched news vids intently on our slates. Sean had posted on the X-nets that students had gone on strike to protest Connor's illegal voiding. But he hadn't told about our dramatic plans, for obvious reasons. The citizens of the Triple, the linked economies of Earth, Mars, and Moon, hadn't turned toward us. Even the lit vids on Mars seemed uninterested. "I thought I could help," Charles said, pointing to the masks and drums. "I've done this before." "Gone up?" I asked. "My hobby is hunting fossils. I asked to be on the equipment committee, but they said they didn't need me." "Hobby?" I asked. "Fossils. Outside. During the summer, of course." Here was my chance to be helpful to Sean, and maybe apologize to Charles for showing my nerves. I squatted beside the pile and said, "Sean, Charles here says he's worked outside." "Good," Sean said. He tossed a ripped mask to Gretel. I wondered innocently if she and Sean were lovers. Gretel scowled at the mask, a safety box surplus antique, and dropped it on the reject pile, which threatened to spill out around our feet. "I can fix those," Charles said. "There are tubes of quick poly in the safety boxes. It works." "I won't send anybody outside in a ripped mask," Sean said. "Excuse me, but I have to focus here." "Sorry," Charles said. He shrugged at me. "We may not have enough masks," I said, looking at the diminishing stacks of good equipment. Sean glared over his shoulder, pressed for time and very unhappy. "Your advice is not necessary," Gretel told me sharply. "It's nothing," Charles said, tugging my arm. "Let them work." I shrugged his fingers loose and backed away, face flushed with embarrassment. Charles returned with me to the heater, but we had lost our places there. The lights had been cut to half. The air became thicker and colder each day. I thought of my Warren rooms at home, 1,000 kilometers away, of how worried my folks might be, and of how they would take it if I died out in the thin air, or if some statist thug pierced my young frame with a flechette. God, what a scandal that would make! It seemed almost worth it. I fantasized Dauble and Connor dragged away under arrest, glorious and magnificent disgrace, perhaps worth my death, but probably not. "I'm a physics major," Charles said, joining me at the end of the line. "Good for you," I said. "You're in Gov Management?" "That's why I'm here." "I'm here because my parents voted against the statists. That's all I can figure. They were in Klein BM. Klein's holding out to the last, you know." I nodded without making eye contact, wanting him to go away. "The statists are suicidal," Charles said mildly. "They'll bring themselves down, even if we don't accelerate the process." "We can't afford to wait," I said. The skin seal wouldn't last much longer. The nakedness and embarrassment had bonded us. We knew each other. We thought we had no secrets, but we itched and stank, and our indignation might soon give way to general disgruntlement. I felt sure Sean and the other leaders were aware of this. "I was trying to get a scholarship for Earth study and a grant for Thinker Time," he said. "Now I'm off the list. I'm behind on my research." He paused, eyes downcast, as if embarrassed at babbling. "You know," he said, "we've got to do something in the next 20 hours. The skin seal will rot." "Right." I looked at him more closely. He was not homely. His voice was mellow and pleasant, and what I had first judged as lack of enthusiasm now looked more like calm, which I was certainly not. Sean had finished weeding out the bad helmets. He stood, and Gretel called shrilly for our attention. "Listen," Sean said, shaking out his stiff arms and shoulders. "We've had a response from Connor's office. They refuse to meet with us, and they demand to know where we are. I think even Connor will figure out where we are in a few more days. So it's now or never. We have 26 good outfits and 8 or 10 problem pieces. I can salvage 2 from those. The rest are junk." "I could fix some of them if he'd let me," Charles said under his breath. "Gretel and I will wear the problem pieces," Sean said. My heart pumped faster at his selfless courage. "But that means most of us will have to stay here. We'll draw sticks to see who crosses the plain." "What if they're armed?" asked a nervous young woman. Sean smiled. "Red Rabbit's down, cars up like a rocket," he said. That was clear enough. Martians shoot Martians, and glory to us all. The statists would fall. He was right, of course. News would cross the triple by day's end, probably even reach the planetoid communities. Sean sounded as if he thought martyrdom might be useful. I looked at the young faces around me, 8, 9, or 10, my age, almost 19 terrestrial years, and then at Sean's face, seemingly old and experienced at 12. Quietly, as a group, we raised our hands with fingers spread wide, the old lunar independence symbol for the free expression of human abilities and ideas, tolerance against oppression, handshake instead of fist. But as Sean brought his hand down, it closed reflexively into a fist. I realized then how earnest he was, and how serious this was, and what I was putting on the line. We drew fibers from a frayed length of old optic cord an hour after the mask count. 26 had been cut long. I drew a long, as did Charles. Diane was very disappointed to get a short. We were issued masks and set our personal slates to encrypt signals tied to Sean's and Gretel's code numbers. We had already gone over and over the plan. 20 would cross the surface directly above the tunnels leading back to UMS. I was in this group. There were above-ground university structures about 5 kilometers from our trench domes. The remaining students, 2 teams of 4 each, Charles among them, under Sean's command, would fan out to key points and wait for a signal from Gretel, the leader of our team of 20, that we had made it to the administration chambers. If we met resistance and were not allowed to present demands to Connor personally, then Sean's teams would do their stuff. First, they would broadcast an illegal preemptive signal to the SATCOM at Mars Sync, forcing on all bands the news that action in the name of contractual fulfillment was being taken by the voided students of UMS. Contractual fulfillment meant a lot, even under the statist experiment. It was the foundation of every family's existence, a sacred kind of thing. Where Sean had gotten the expertise and equipment to send a preemptive signal, he would not say. I found his deepening mystery even more attractive. Sean would personally take one team of 4 to the rail links at UMS Junction. They would blow up a few custom-curved maglev rods. Trains wouldn't be able to go to the UMS terminal until a repair car had manufactured new rods, which would take several hours. UMS would be isolated. Simultaneously, the second team of 4, to which Charles was assigned, would break seals and pump oxidant sizzle, a corrosive flop sand common in this region, into the university's net optic and SATCOM uplink facilities. That would break all the broad comm between UMS and the rest of Mars. Private comm would go through, but all broadband research and data links and library rentals would stop dead. UMS might lose $3 or $4 million triple dollars before the links could be repaired. That, of course, would make them angry. We waited in 2 lines spiraling from the center of the main trench dome. At the outside of the spiral lines, Sean and Gretel stood silent, jaws clenched. Some students shook their red-sealed hands to get ready for the cold. Skin seal wasn't made to keep you cozy. It only protected against hypothermia and frostbite. My own skin seal had come loose at the joints, and sweat was pooling before being processed by the nanomer. I had to go to the bathroom, more out of nerves than necessity. My feet and legs had swollen, but only a little. I was not miserable, but the petty discomforts distracted me from the focus I needed to keep from turning into a quivering heap. "Listen," Sean said loudly, standing on a box to peer over our heads. "None of us knew what we'd be getting into when we started all this. We don't know what's going to happen in the next few hours, but we all share a common goal. Freedom to pursue our education without political interference. Freedom to stand clear of the sins of our parents and grandparents. That's what Mars is all about. Something new, a grand experiment. We'll be part of that experiment now, or by God, we'll die trying." I swallowed hard and looked for Charles, but he was too far away. I wondered if he still had his calm smile. "May it not come to that," Gretel said. "Amen," said someone behind me. Sean looked fully charged, face muscles sharply defined within a little oval of unsealed skin around his eyes, nose, and mouth. "Let's go," he said. In groups of 5, we removed our clothes, folding them neatly or just dropping them. The first to go entered the airlock, cycled through, and climbed the ladder. When my turn came, I crowded into the lock with 5 others, held my breath against the swirling red smear, and slipped on my mask and cycler. The old mask smelled doggy. Its edges adhered to the skin seal with the sound of a prim kiss. I heard the whine of pumps pulling back the air. The skin seal puffed as gas pressures equalized. Moving became more difficult. My companions in the lock began climbing. My turn came, and I took hold of the ladder rungs and poked through the hatch, above the rust and ochre tumble and smear. With a kick, I cleared the lip, clambered out onto the rocky surface of the plain, and stood under the early morning sky. The sun topped a ridge of hills lying east, surrounded by a dull pink glow. I blinked at the glare. We'd have to hike over those hills to get to UMS. It had taken us half an hour simply to climb to the surface. We stood a few meters east of the trench dome, waiting for Gretel to join us. In just minutes, smear clung to us all. We'd have to destat for half an hour when all this was over. Gretel emerged from the hole, her voice decoded in my right ear, slightly muffled. "Let's get together behind Sean's group," she said. We could breathe, we could talk to each other. All was working well so far. "We're off," Sean said, and his teams began to walk away from the trench. Some of them waved. I caught a glimpse of Charles from behind as his group marched in broken formation toward the hills, a little south of the track we would follow. I wondered why I was paying any attention to him at all. Skin Seal hid little. He had a cute butt, ever so slightly steatopygus. I bit my lip to bring my thoughts together. I'm a red rabbit, I told myself. I'm on the up for the first time in 2 years, and there are no scout supervisors or trail masters in charge, checking all our gear, making sure we get back to our mummies. Now focus, damn you. Let's go, Gretel said, and we began our trek. It was a typical Martian morning, springtime balmy at -20°C. The wind had slowed to almost nothing. The air was clear for 200 kilometers. Thousands of stars pricked through its zenith like tiny jewels. The horizon glimmered shell pink. All my thoughts aligned. Something magical about the moment. I felt I possessed a completely realistic awareness of our situation and of our chances of surviving. The surface of Mars was usually deadly cold. This close to the equator, however, the temps were relatively mild, seldom less than -60. Normal storms could push winds up to 400 kips, driving clouds of fine smear and flop sand high enough and wide enough to be seen from Earth. Rarely a big surge of jet stream activity could send a high-pressure curl over several thousand kilometers, visible from orbit as a snaking dark line, and that could raise clouds that would quickly cover most of Mars. But the air on high Sinai Planum, at 5 millibars, was too thin to worry about most of the time. The usual winds were gentle puffs, barely felt. My booted feet pounded over the crusted sand and tumble. Martian soil gets a thin crust after a few months of lying undisturbed. The grains fall into a kind of mechanical cement that feels a lot like hoarfrost. I could dimly hear the others crunching, sound traveling through the negligible atmosphere, making them seem dozens of meters away. "Let's not get too scattered," Gretel said. I passed an old glacier-rounded boulder bigger than the main trench dome. Ancient ice flows had sculpted the crustal basalt into a rounded gnome with its arms splayed across the ground, flat head resting on its arms in sleep. Pretended sleep. Somehow, red rabbits never became superstitious about the up. It was too orange and red and brown, too obviously dead to appeal to our morbid instincts. "If they're smart and somebody's anticipating us, there may be pickets out this far to keep track of the periphery of the university," Sean said over the radio. "Or if somebody's tattled," Gretel added. I was starting to like Gretel. Despite having an unpleasant voice and an unaltered, shrew-like face, Gretel seemed to have a balanced perspective. I wondered why she had kept that face. Maybe it was a family face, something to be proud of where she came from, like English royalty's unaltered features, mandated by law. The long nose of King Henry of England. Damn. Focus gone. I decided it didn't matter. Maybe focusing on keeping a focus was a bad thing. The sun hung above the ridge now, torch-white with the merest pink tinge. Around it whirled the thinnest of opal hazes, high silicate and ice clouds laced against the brightening orange of day. The rock shadows started to fill in, making each step a little easier. Sometimes wind hollows hid behind boulders, waiting for unwary feet. Gretel's group had spread out. I walked near the front, a few steps to her right. "Picket," said Garland Smith on my right, raising his arm. He had been my classmate in Mass Psych, quiet and tall, what ignorant Earth folks thought a Martian should look like. We all followed Garland's pointing finger to the east and saw a lone figure standing on a rise about 200 meters away. It carried a rifle. "Armed," Gretel said under her breath. "I don't believe it." The figure wore a full-pressure suit, a professional job, the type worn by aerologists, farm inspectors, statist police. It reached up to tap its helmet. It hadn't seen us yet, apparently, but it was picking up the jumbled buzz of our coded signals. "Keep going," Gretel said. We haven't come this far to be scared off by a single picket." "If it is a picket," Sean commented, listening to our chat. "Don't assume anything." "It has to be a picket," Gretel said. "All right," Sean said with measured restraint. The figure caught sight of us about 4 minutes after we first noticed it. We were separated by 100 meters. It looked like a normal male physique from that distance. My breath quickened. I tried to slow it. "Report," Sean demanded. "Armed male in full pressure suit. He sees us. Not reacting yet," Gretel said. We didn't deviate from our path. We would pass within 50 meters of the picket. The helmeted head turned, watching us. He held up a hand. "Hey, what is this?" a masculine voice asked. "What in hell are you doing up here? Do you folks have ID?" "We're from UMS," Gretel said. We didn't slow our pace. "What are you doing up here?" the picket repeated. "Surveying. What's it look like?" Gretel responded. We carried no instruments. "What are you doing up here?" "Don't bunny with me," he said. "You know there's been trouble. Just tell me what department you're from and... Have you been using code?" "No," Gretel said. We had closed another 20 yards. He started to hike down the rise to inspect us. "What in hell are you wearing?" "Red suits," Gretel answered. "Shit, it's skin seal. It's against the law to wear that stuff except in emergencies. How many of you are there?" 45, Gretel lied. "I've been told to keep intruders off university property," he said. "I'll need to see IDs. You should have UMS passes to even be up here." "Is that a gun?" Gretel asked, faking a lilt of surprise. "Hey, get over here, all of you." "Why do you need a gun?" "Unauthorized intruders. Stop now." "We're from the areology department, and we've only got a few hours up here. Didn't you get a waiver from Professor Sunder?" "No, damn it. Stop right now." "Listen, friend, who do you answer to?" "UMS is secure property. You'd better give me your student ID numbers now." "Fap off," Gretel said. The picket raised his rifle, a long-barreled, slender automatic flechette. My anger and fear were almost indistinguishable. Dauble and Connor must have lost their minds. No student on Mars had ever been shot by police, not in 53 years of settlement. Hadn't they ever heard of Tiananmen or Kent State? "Use it," Gretel said. "You'll be all over the triple for shooting areology students on a field trip. Great for your career. Really spin you in with our families, too. What kind of work you looking for, rabbit?" Our receivers jabbered with the picket's own coded outgoing message. More jabber returned. The man lowered his rifle and followed us. "Are you armed?" he asked. "Where would students get guns?" Gretel asked. "Who in hell is giving you orders to scare us?" "Listen, this is serious. I need your IDs now." "We've got his code," Sean said. "He's been told to block you however he can." "Great," Gretel said. "Who are you talking to? Stop using code," the picket demanded. "Maybe they're not cluing you, rabbit," Gretel taunted. Gretel's bravado, her talent for delay and confusion, astonished me. Perhaps she and Sean and a few of the others had been training for this. I wished I knew more about revolution. The word came to me like a small blow on my back. This was a kind of revolution. "Jesus," I said, with my transmitter off. "What's he doing?" Sean asked. "He's following us," Gretel said. "He doesn't seem to want to shoot." "Not with flechettes, sure enough," Sean said. "What a banner that would be." I filled in the details involuntarily. Students ripped by burrowing darts. More code whined in our ears like angry insects. We marched over another rise, the guard following close behind, and saw the low poke-ups of UMS. The UMS warrens extended to the northeast for perhaps a kilometer, half levels above, 10 levels deep. The administration chambers were closest to the surface entrance and the nearby train depot. Train guides hovered on slender poles, arcing gently over another rise to link with the station. Sean's teams were probably there now. More guards emerged from the UMS buildings, armed and in full pressure suits. "All right," came a gruff female voice. "State your business. Then get the hell out of here or you'll be arrested." Gretel stepped forward, a scrawny little red devil with a black masked head. "We want an audience with Chancellor Connor. We are students who have been illegally voided and whose contracts have been flagrantly broken. We demand—" "Who in hell do you think you are? A bunch of fapping rodents?" The woman's voice scared me. She sounded outraged, on the edge of something drastic. I couldn't tell which of the suited figures she was, or if she was outside at all. "You've crossed regional property. Goddamned go-backs should know what that means." "I'm not going to argue," Gretel said. "We demand to speak with—" "You're talking to her, you ignorant shithead! I'm right here!" The foremost figure raised an arm and shook a gloved fist. "And I'm in no mood to negotiate with trespassers and go-backs." "We're here to deliver a petition." Gretel removed a metal cylinder from her belt and extended it. One of the guards started forward, but Connor grabbed his elbow and shook it once, firmly. He backed away and folded his arms. "Politics of confrontation," Connor said, voice harsh as old razors. "Agit-prop and civil disobedience. You'd think you were on Earth. Politics doesn't work that way here. I have a mandate to protect this university and keep order." "You refuse to meet with us and discuss our demands?" "I'm meeting with you now. Nobody demands anything of lawful authority except through legal channels. Who's behind you?" I looked over my shoulder, misunderstanding. "There's no conspiracy," Gretel said. "Lies, my dear. Genuine lies. Under Martian contract law, we have the right to meet with you and discuss why we have been voided and our contracts broken. State law superseded BM law last month." "Actually, it doesn't. If you want to check with your lawyers," Gretel began. I cringed. We were bickering, and time was running out. "You have 1 minute to turn around and go back to where you came from, or we'll arrest you," Connor said. "Let the legals sort it out. Do your families know where you are? How about your advocates? Do they know and approve?" Gretel's words bristled. "I can't believe you are being so stubborn. I'm asking for the last time." "Right. Arrest them. My authority. Statute 251, Syria-Sinai District Books." Some of the students began to talk, asking worried questions. "Quiet!" Gretel shouted. She turned to Connor. "Is this your last answer?" "You poor dumb rodents," Connor said. She swiveled to enter the open locked door. Connor behaved even more rudely than she had been portrayed to us in the briefings, supremely confident, intractable, and ready to provoke an incident. Guards moved forward. I turned and saw 3 guards behind us, also closing. We had to submit. Gretel stepped away from the first guard. Another flanked her on the right, coming between us, and she stepped back. There were 20 of us and 10 guards. "Let them take you," Gretel said. "Let them arrest you." Then why was she resisting? A guard took my arm and applied sticky rope to my skin-sealed wrist. "You're lucky we're bringing you in," he said, grinning. "You wouldn't last another hour out here." 2 of the guards devoted themselves exclusively to Gretel. They advanced with hands and sticky ropes held out. She backed away, held up her arm as if waving to them, and touched her mask. Time got stiff. Gretel turned to look at the rest of us. Her eyes looked scared. My heart sank. "Don't do anything just to impress Sean," I wanted to shout to her. "Tell them what you saw here," Gretel said. "Freedom conquers." Her fingers plucked at, and then slipped beneath the seam of the mask. A guard grabbed at her arm, but he wasn't quick enough. Gretel ripped away the mask and sprang to one side, sending it flying with a wide toss. Her long-nosed face flashed pale and narrow against the pink sky. She squeezed her eyes shut and clamped her mouth instinctively. Her arms reached out, fingers extended, as if she were a tightrope walker and might lose her balance. Simultaneously, I heard small thumps and felt the ground vibrate. Connor hadn't had time to enter the poke-up airlock. "Get her inside! Get her inside!" she screeched, pushing through her associates. The guards stood still as statues for what seemed like minutes, then reached for Gretel and dragged her as fast as they could to the airlock. She struggled in their arms. I saw her face pinking, blood vessels near the surface rupturing as the plasma boiled. Vacuum rose. Gretel opened her eyes and reached up with one hand to grab at her chin. She pulled her own jaw open. The air in her lungs rushed out, moisture freezing in a cloud in the still air. "They've blown track," someone shouted. "Get her inside!" Gretel looked at the sky through rime-clouded eyes. The guard in front of me jerked the sticky rope forward, and I fell into the dirt. For an instant it seemed he might kick me. I looked up and saw narrow, grim eyes behind the helmet visor, mouth open, face slack. He stopped and blinked, waiting for orders. I twisted my head around to see how my companions were being treated. Several lay in the dirt. The guards systematically pushed us down and planted boots on our backs. When all 19 lay flat, the guards stood back. The door to the lock opened again, and someone stepped out. Not Connor. "They're under arrest," a man's voice said over the radio. "Get them inside. Strip that stuff off and put them in a dorm. Delouse them." There have never been lice on Mars. They separated us quickly. 3 guards pulled 5 of us away from the airlock and marched us through chilly tunnels to the old dorms, seldom used now. The new dorms had been equipped with more modern conveniences, but these were maintained for an emergency or future overload of students. "Can you get this off by yourself?" the tallest of the 3 asked, gesturing at our skin seal. She removed her helmet beneath the dimmed lights of the hall, lips downturned, eyes miserable. "What did he mean, delouse?" another guard asked, a young muscular male with West Indian features and accent. The guards were all fresh Martians. That made sense. The new United Mars State would be their sponsor, their BM, and family. "You can't just hold us here," I said. "What happened to Gretel?" My 4 companions turned on the guards, pointing fingers and shouting. We all demanded our rights, communication, freedom, advocates. It became an open rebellion until the 3rd guard pulled a fléchette from his pack. He was the shortest, a slim man with plain, short-cut brown hair and perfectly saintly features. His eyes narrowed, very cold. I thought, here's a statist sympathizer. The others were merely hired hands. "Blow it down, right now," he demanded. "You injured Gretel," I shouted. "We need to know what happened to her." "Sabotage is treason. We could shoot you in self-defense." He raised the pistol. All of us backed away, including the 2 other guards. "That wouldn't be smart," I said. "Not for you." The slim fellow gave us a cold, thin smile and pushed us down the hall. We entered a stripped-down double room, immediately sprawling on the bare cot and chairs, another small gesture of useless defiance. "You're going to be here for a while, so get comfortable." I didn't like him pushing his pistol and didn't want to provoke him any further. We peeled off our skin seal. It was a blessed relief to be free of it, actually. The West Indian tossed the shreds into dust bags. Enough smear floated loose to make us sneeze. As if meeting for the first time, the 5 of us nodded and made introductions where necessary. We knew each other only slightly. One had been a classmate of mine, Felicia Overgard, about a year younger and 2 steps behind. I did not know Oliver Peskin well, a step higher and an agro major, and I had only met Tom Callan and Chow Ming-jung in the trench dome. The slim fellow averted his eyes. Bizarre, waving a gun at us, but ashamed of our bare flesh. He thrust the gun at the vapor sacks in the washroom. "I don't know if you have lice, but you smell pretty rank." The vapor bags hadn't been refilled or filtered in some time, and we didn't smell much better after the showers. Water was inadequate to get rid of smear, and we carried itchy patches of red and orange all over. We'd have welts by tomorrow. 3 hours passed, and we learned nothing. The guards stayed in their suits to avoid the dust. They had removed any identifiers and would not tell us their names. The sympathizer grew more and more grim as the hours crawled, and then ramped up to nervous, fidgeting with his gun. He whistled and pantomimed, breaking it down and reassembling it. Finally, his slate chimed, and he answered. After a couple of brief acknowledgments, he sent the female guard out of the room. I wondered what they would do next, why they didn't want the woman there. Surely they weren't that stupid. Conversation with my companions became thin and quiet. Fear had worn off. We no longer thought we were going to be shot, but the numbing sense of isolation that replaced it was no better. We settled into shivering silence. The rooms were kept at minimum heat, and we still didn't have any clothes. The 3 men suffered worse than Felicia and I. "It's cold in here," I said to the sympathizer. He agreed, but did nothing. "It's cold enough to make us sick," said Oliver. "All right," said the sympathizer. "We should find them some clothes," said the West Indian. "No," said the sympathizer. "Why not?" Chow asked. Felicia had given up covering herself with her hands. "You caused a hell of a lot of trouble. Why make it any easier on you?" "They're human, man," the West Indian said. He was not very old, 12 or 13, and he had to be a recent immigrant. His West Indies accent was still obvious. The sympathizer squinted and shook his head dubiously. "We've won," I thought. "With fools like this, the statists don't have a chance." I couldn't quite convince myself, however. We spent 10 hours in that dorm room, cold and naked, skin itching furiously. I fell asleep and dreamed of trees too tall to fit into any dome, rooted unprotected in the red dirt of Mars. Redwoods in red flop sand, lofting 100 meters, tended by naked children. I had had the dream before, and it left me for a moment with an intense feeling of well-being. Then I remembered I was a prisoner. The West Indian prodded my shoulder. I rolled on the thinly carpeted floor. He averted his eyes from my nakedness and drew his lips tightly together. "I want you to know I am not all in this," he said. "My heart, I mean. I am truly a Martian, and this is my first work here, you know." I looked around. The sympathizer was out of the room. "Get us some clothes," I said. "You blew up the train lines, and these people, they are very angry. I just tell you, don't blame me when the shit sprays. People go up and down the halls, the tunnels. I look out. There is so much going on. They are afraid, I think." What did they have to be afraid of? Had the Litvids grabbed Gretel's injury or death and put our cause on the sly spin? "Can you send a message to my parents?" "The fellow Rick has gone," the West Indian said, shaking his head. "He meets with others, and he leaves me here." "What happened to Gretel?" He shook his head again. "I hear nothing about her. What I saw, it made me sick. Everybody is so crazy. Why did she do it?" "To make a point," I said. "Not worth losing your life," the West Indian said, frowning deeply. "This is small history, petty people. On Earth—" My temper flared. "Look! We've only been here 100 Earth years, and our history is small stuff by Earth standards. But you're a Martian now, remember? This is corruption and dirty politics, and if you ask me, it's directly connected with Earth, and the hell with all of you." You really sound committed, I thought. Abuse could do wonders. I awakened the others with my outburst. Felicia sat up. "He isn't armed," she observed. Oliver and Chow stood warily and brushed dust off their backsides, muscles tensed as if they were giving thought to jumping the man. The West Indian looked, if possible, even more abjectly miserable. "Do not try something," he said, standing his ground with arms out, shaking his head. The door opened, and the sympathizer returned. He and the West Indian exchanged glances, and the West Indian tilted and shook his head, saying, "Oh, man!" Behind the sympathizer came a fellow with short black hair. He wore a tight-fitting, expensive and fashionable green long suit. "We're kept here against our will," Oliver complained immediately. "Under arrest," the man in the fashionable green suit said jovially. "For more than a day, and we demand to be released," Oliver finished, folding his arms. The man in the suit smiled at this literally naked presumption. "I'm Ahmed Crown Niger," he said. His voice was high Mars, imitative of the flat English of Earth, an accent rarely heard in the regional BMs. I presumed he would be from Lal Kila, or some other independent station, perhaps a Muslim. "I represent the state interests in the university. I'm going from room to room getting names. I'll need your family names, BM connections, and the names of people you'll want to talk to in the next hour." "What happened to Gretel?" I asked. Ahmed Crown Niger raised his eyebrows. "She's alive. She has acute facial rose, and her eyes and lungs need to be rebuilt. But we have other things to talk about. Under district book laws, you are all charged with criminal trespass and sabotage." "What happened to the others?" I pursued. He ignored me. "That's serious stuff. You're going to need advocates." He turned to the sympathizer and barked, "Damn it, get these people something to wear." He looked back at us, and his ingratiating smile returned. "It's tough being legal in front of naked people." 30 armed men and women, as many Litvid agents, Chancellor Connor and Governor Daubel herself stood in the dining hall, Connor and Daubel and their entourage well away from the offending students. We clustered in bathrobes near the serving gates, the 26 who had gone out with Sean and Gretel, criminals caught in the act of sabotage. Those left behind in the trench domes had been collected as well. Daubel and Connor were about to celebrate their victory on Litvid across the Triple. Medias and Pressians, my father called them, the hordes of Litvid reporters that seemed to rise out of the ground at the merest hint of a stink. On Mars, reporters were a hardy breed. They learned early to get around the tight lips of BM families. 10 of the quickest and hardiest, several familiar to me, stood with Arbeiter attendants near the statist cluster, ear-loops recording all they saw, images edited hot for transmission to the SATCOMs. Diane stood in a group across the hall. She waved to me surreptitiously. I did not see Sean. Charles was 5 or 6 meters from me in our pack and did not appear injured. He saw me and nodded. Some from his group had sustained bruises and even broken bones. Blue bone knits graced 3. We said nothing, stood meek and pitiful. This was our time to be victims of the oppressive state. Daubel came forward, flanked by 2 advisers. A louder curled on her shoulder like a thin snake. "Folks, this has gone much too far. Chancellor Connor has been courteous enough to supply the families of these students." "Banned students!" Oliver Peskin shouted next to me. Others took up the cry, and another chorus followed on with, "Contract rights! Obligations!" Daubel listened, face fixed in gentle disapproval. The cries died down. "To supply all of their families with information on their whereabouts and their status as arrested saboteurs," she finished. "Where's Gretel?" I shouted, hardly aware I'd opened my mouth. "Where's Sean?" someone else called. "Where's Gretel?" "Family advocates are flying in now. The train service has been cut, thanks to these students, and our ability to uplink on broadband has been severely curtailed. These acts of sabotage—" "Illegal voiding," another student shouted, "constitute high felonies under the district book and United Martian codes." "Where's Sean? Where's Gretel?" Oliver shouted, hair awry, flinging up his hand, fingers splayed. Guards moved in, shoving through us none too gently, and grabbed him. Connor stepped forward and raised her arm. Ahmed Crown Niger ordered the guards to release him. Oliver shrugged their arms away and smiled back at us triumphantly. Dauble seemed unaffected by the confusion. "These acts will be fully prosecuted." "Where's Sean? Where's Gretel?" several students yelled again. "Sean's dead! Gretel's dead!" shouted one high, shrill voice. The effect was electric. "Who says? Who knows?" others called. The students cried out and milled like sheep. "Nobody has been killed," Dauble said, her composure suddenly less solid. "Bring Sean!" Dauble conferred with her advisers, then turned back to us. "Sean Dickinson is in the University Infirmary with self-inflicted wounds. Everything possible is being done to help him. Gretel Lawton is in the infirmary as well, with injuries from self-exposure." The reporters hadn't heard this yet. Their interest was immediate, and all focused on Dauble. "How were the students injured?" asked one reporter. Her pickup pointed at Dauble. "There have been several small injuries." "Inflicted by the guards?" "No," Connor said. "Is it true the guards have been armed all along, even before the sabotage?" another reporter asked. "We anticipated trouble from the beginning," Dauble said. "These students have proven us correct." "But the guards aren't authorized police or regulars. How do you justify that under district charter?" "Justify all of it," Diane shouted. "I don't understand your attitude," Dauble said to us after a few moments of careful consideration in the full gaze of hot Litvid. "You sabotage life support equipment." "That's a lie," a student shouted. "Disrupt the lawful conduct of this university. And now you resort to attempted suicide. What kind of Martians are you? Do your parents approve of this treachery?" Dauble screwed her face into an expression between parental exasperation and deep concern. "What in the hell is wrong with you? Who raised you? Thugs?" The meeting came to an abrupt end. Dauble and her entourage departed, followed by the reporters. When several reporters tried to talk to us, they were unceremoniously ejected from the dining hall. How very, very stupid, I thought. I felt a bit faint from hunger. We hadn't eaten in 20 hours. A few university staff, clearly uncomfortable, served us bowls of quick paste from trays. The nutritional nano was tasteless, but still seemed heaven-sent. We had been provided with sleeping pads and blankets, and were told winds were up and dust was blowing, grounding shuttles. No advocates or parents had yet come in to see us. While being fed, we had been divided into groups of 6, each assigned 2 guards. The guards actively discouraged talk between the groups, moving us farther and farther apart until we spread out through the hall. Oliver, considered a loudmouth activist, was prodded into a selected group of other loudmouths that included Diane. Charles sat with 5 others across the hall, about 20 meters away. When we still tried to talk, the dining hall sound system blared out loud pioneer music, old-fashioned, soul-stirring crap I had enjoyed as a kid, but found bitterly inappropriate now. When I was free to speak with the medias and Pressians, I thought, what a story I'd tell. I had seen and done things in the past few days that my entire life had not prepared me for, and I had felt emotions unknown to me, righteous anger, political confraternity and solidarity, deep fear. I worried for Sean. All our information came through Ahmed Crown Niger, who visited every few hours to hand out scraps of generally useless news. I took a real dislike to him. Professional, collected, he was every gram the Govey man. I focused on his pale, fine-featured face for a time, blaming him for all our troubles. He must have advised the Chancellor and Governor. He must have outlined their strategy, maybe even planned the banning and voiding of students. I thought dreamily about a possible life with Sean, if he paid any attention to me after his recovery. Nothing to do, nothing to think. The lights in the dining hall went out. The music stopped. I slept on the floor, nestled like a puppy against Felicia's back. Someone touched my shoulder. I opened my eyes from a light doze. Charles leaned over me, his face thinner and older, but his smile the same, too calm somehow, like a young Buddha. His cheeks had pinked as if smirched with poorly applied makeup. A mild case of vacuum rose. Most of the students around us still slept. "Are you okay?" he asked. I sat up and looked around. The lights were still dim, but it was obvious the guards had gone. "Tired," I said. I swallowed hard. My throat was parched, and I could feel the oxidant welts itching fiercely. "Where's our food and water?" "I don't think we're going to get any unless we go for it ourselves." I stood and stretched my arms. "Are you all right?" I asked, squinting at him, reaching up to his cheeks. My mask leaked. "I'm fine. My eyes are okay." "You look strong," Charles said. "I feel shitty," I said. "Where are the guards?" "Probably trying to get out of here any way they can." "Why?" He lifted his hands. "I don't know. They backed out about an hour ago." Oliver Peskin and Diane walked over, and we squatted on the floor and whispered confab. Felicia stirred and poked Chow in the ribs. "What happened to Sean?" Diane asked Charles. "He was planting a charge when it went off," Charles said. "They say he set it off on purpose." "He wouldn't do that," Felicia said, face screwed up in disgust. "Gretel pulled her mask off," I said. "Insane," Charles said. "She had her reasons," Chow said. "Anyway," Diane went on, "we need leaders." "We're not going to be here much longer," Oliver said. "Oliver's right. We're not guarded. Something's changed," Charles said. "We have to stick together," Diane insisted. "If something's changed, it has to have changed in our favor," Oliver said. "It couldn't get any worse." "We still need leaders," I said. "We should wake people up now and see what the group thinks." "What if we've won?" Felicia asked. "What do we do?" "Find out how much we've won, and why," Charles said. We explored the tunnels around the dining hall, venturing back to the old dorms, all quite empty now. We encountered a few arbiters about their maintenance business, but no humans. After an hour, we began to worry. The situation was spooky. Fanning out, we began a systematic exploration of the upper levels of the entire university, reporting to each other on local links. Charles volunteered to join me. We took the north tunnels, closest to emergency external shafts and farthest from the administration chambers. The tunnels were dark but warm. The air smelled stale, but it was breathable. Our feet made hollow scuffing echoes in the deserted halls. The university seemed to be in an emergency power-down. Charles walked a step ahead. I watched him closely, wondering why he wanted to be so friendly when I had given him so little encouragement. We didn't say much, simply stating the obvious, signaling to each other with whistles after splitting to try separate tunnels, nodding cordially when we rejoined and moved on. Gradually we moved south again, expecting to meet up with other students. We explored a dark corridor connecting the old dorm branch with UMS's newer tunnels. A bright light flashed ahead. We stood our ground. A woman in an ill-fitting pressure suit shined her light directly into our faces. "University staff?" she asked. "Hell no. Who are you?" Charles asked. "I'm an advocate," the woman said. "Pardon the stolen suit. I flew in through the storm about half an hour ago, landed during a dust lull, and found a few of these abandoned near the locks. We were told there was no air in here." "Who told you that?" "The last man out, and he went in a hurry, too. Are you all right?" "I'm fine," I said. "Where is everybody?" The advocate lifted her faceplate and sniffed noisily. "Sorry. My nose hates flop sand. The university was evacuated 7 hours ago. Bomb threat. They said a bunch of go-backs had dumped air and planted charges in the administration chambers. Everybody left in ground vehicles. They took them overland by tractor to an intact train line. "You're brave to come this far," Charles said. "You don't think there is a bomb, do you?" The woman removed her helmet and smiled wolfishly. "Probably not. They didn't tell us anybody was here. They must not like you. How many are here?" 90. "They voided the reporters before they evacuated. I saw you on Litvid. Press conference didn't go well. So where are the rest of you?" We led her to the dining hall. All the far-flung explorers were called in. The advocate stood in the middle of the assembly, asking and answering questions. "I presume I'm the first advocate to get here. First off, my name is Maria Sanchez Ochoa. I'm an independent employed by Grigio BM from Tharsis." Felicia stepped forward. "That's my family," she said. 2 others came forward as well. "Good to see you," Maria Sanchez Ochoa said. "The family's worried. I'd like to get your names and report that you're all safe." "What's happened?" Diane asked. "I'm very confused." Others joined in. "What happened to Sean and Gretel?" I asked, interrupting the babble. "University security handed them over to Sinai District Police early yesterday morning. Both were injured, but I don't know to what extent. The university claimed they were injured by their own hands." "They're alive?" I continued. "I presume so. They're at Times River Canyon Hospital." She started recording names, lifting her slate and letting each speak and be recognized in turn. I looked to my right and saw Charles standing beside me. He smiled, and I returned his smile and put a hand on his shoulder. "Will someone take this outside and shoot it up to a SATCOM? None of the cables or repeaters are working, thanks to you folks." Ochoa gave her slate to a student, who left the dining area to get to the glass roof of the administration upper levels. "Now, some background, since I doubt you've heard much news recently." "Nothing useful," Oliver said. "Right. I hate to tell you this, but you didn't do a thing for your cause by acting like a bunch of Parisian communards. The statist government planted its own bombs months ago, political and legal, far away from UMS, and they exploded just 2 days ago. We have a bad situation here, folks, and that explains some of the delay in getting to you. The constitutional accord is off. The statists have resigned, and the old BM charter government has been called back into session." The battle was over, but we were small potatoes. Ochoa concluded by saying, "You folks have wrecked university property, you've violated laws in every Martian book I can think of, and you've put yourselves in a great deal of danger. What has it gotten you? Fortunately, it probably won't get you any time in jail. I've heard that former statist politicos are shipping out by dozens, and that probably includes Connor and Daubel. Nobody in their right mind is going to charge you under statist law." "What did they do?" Charles asked. "Nobody's sure about all that they've done, but it looks like the government invited Earth participation in Mars politics, sought kickbacks from Belter BMs to let them mine Hellas." Gasps from the assembly. We had thought we were radical. "And planned to nationalize all BM holdings by year's end." We met these pronouncements with stunned silence. We stayed in the old dorms while security crews from gory Mars BM checked out the entire university grounds. New rails were manufactured, trains came in, and most of us went home. I stayed, as did Oliver, Felicia, and Charles. I was beginning to think that Charles wanted to be near me. I met my family in the station 2 days after our release, father and mother and my older brother, Stan. My parents looked pale and shaken by both fear and anger. My father told me in no uncertain terms that I had violated his most sacred principles in joining the radicals. I tried to explain my reasons, but didn't get through to him, and no wonder. They weren't entirely clear to me. Stan, perpetually amused by the attitudes and actions of his younger sister, simply stood back with a calm smile. That smile reminded me of Charles. Charles, Oliver, Felicia, and I bought our tickets at the auto box and walked across the UMS depot platform. We all felt more than a little like outlaws, or at least pariahs. It was late morning, and a few dozen interim university administrators had come in on the same train we would be taking out. Dressed in formal grays and browns, they stood under the glass skylights, shuffling their feet, clutching their small bags, and waiting for their security escort, glancing at us suspiciously. Rail staff didn't know we were part of the group responsible for breaking the UMS line, but they suspected, all credit to the railway that it honored charter and did not refuse service. The four of us sat in the rearmost car, fastening ourselves into the narrow seats. The rest of the train was empty. In 2171, 500,000 kilometers of maglev train tracks spread over Mars, thousands more being added by arbiters each year. The trains were the best way to travel, sitting in comfort and silence as the silver millipedes flew centimeters above their thick black rails, rhythmically boosting every 300 or 400 meters, and reaching speeds of several hundred kips. I loved watching vast stretches of boulder-strewn flatlands rush by, seeing fans of dust topped by thin curling puffs as static blowers in the train's nose cleared the tracks ahead. I did not much enjoy the train ride to Times River Canyon Hospital, however. We didn't have much to say. We had been elected by the scattered remnants of the protest group to visit Sean and Gretel. We accelerated out of the UMS station just before noon, pressed into our seats, absorbing the soothing rumble of the carriage. Within a few minutes we were up to 300 kips, and the great plain below our ports became an ochre blur. In a window seat, I stared at the land and asked myself where I really was, and who. Charles had taken the seat beside me, but mercifully said little. Since my father's stern lecture, I had felt empty or worse. The days of having nothing to do but sign releases and talk to temp security had worn me down to a negative. Oliver tried to break the gloom by suggesting we play a word game. Felicia shook her head. Charles glanced at me, read my lack of interest, and said, "Maybe later." Oliver shrugged and held up his slate to spec the latest lit vid. I dozed off for a few minutes. Charles pressed my shoulder gently. We were slowing. "You keep waking me up," I said. "You keep napping off in the boring parts," he said. "You are so fapping pleasant, you know," I said. "Sorry." His face fell. "And why are you—" I was about to say following me, but I could hardly support that accusation with much evidence. The train had slowed and was now sliding into Times River Depot. Outside, the sky was deep brown, black at zenith. The Milky Way dropped between high canyon walls, as if seeking to fill the ancient flood channel. "I think you're interesting," Charles said, unharnessing and stepping into the aisle. I shook my head and led the way to the forward lock. "We're stressed," I murmured. "It's okay," Charles said. Felicia looked at us with a bemused smile. In the hospital waiting room, an earnest young public defender thrust a slate full of release forms at us. "Which government are you sending these to?" Oliver asked. The man's uniform had conspicuous outlines of thread where patches had been removed. "Whoever," he answered. "You're from UMS, right? Friends and colleagues of the patients." "Fellow students," Felicia said. "Right. Now listen, I have to say this, in case one of you is going to shoot off to a lit vid. The Times River District neither condones nor condemns the actions taken by these patients. We follow historical Martian charter and treat any and all patients, regardless of legal circumstance or political belief. Any statements they make do not represent—" "Jesus," Felicia said, "the policy or attitudes of this hospital, nor the policy of Times River District." End of sermon. The public defender stepped back and waved us through. I was shocked by what we saw when we entered Sean's room. He had been tilted into a corner at 45 degrees, wrapped in white surgical nano, and tied to a steel recovery board. Monitors guided his reconstruction through fluid and optic fibers. Only now did we realize how badly he had been injured. As we entered his room, he turned his head and stared at us impassively through distant green-gray eyes. We made our awkward openings, and he responded with a casual, "How's the outside world?" "In an uproar," Oliver said. Shaun glanced at me as if I were only there in part, not a fully developed human being, but a ghost of mild interest. I specked the moments of passionate speech when he had riveted the crowded students, and compared it to this lackluster shell, and was immensely saddened. "Good," Shaun said, measuring the word with silent lips before repeating it aloud. He looked at a projected paleoscape of Mars on the wall opposite. Soaring aqueduct bridges, long gleaming pipes suspended from tree-like pedestals and fruited with clusters of green globes, some 30 or 40 meters across. A convincing mural of our world before the planet sucked in its water, shed its atmosphere, and withered. "The Council's taken over everything again," I said. "The syndics of all the BMs are meeting to patch things together." Shaun did not react. "Nobody's told us how you were hurt," Felicia said. We looked at her, astonished at this untruth. Ochoa had checked into all the security reports, including those filed by university guards, and pieced together the story. "The charges," Shaun said, hesitating not a moment, and I thought, whatever Felicia is up to, he'll tell the truth, and why expect him not to? "The charges went off prematurely, before I had a chance to get out of the way. I set the charges alone, of course." "Of course," Oliver said. Charles stayed in the rear, hands folded before him like a small boy at a funeral. "Blew me out of my skin seal. I kept my helmet on, oddly enough. Exposed my guts. Everything boiled. I remember quite a lot, strangely, watching my blood boil. Somebody had the presence of mind to throw a patch over me. It wrapped me up and slowed me down, and they pulled me into the infirmary about an hour later. I don't remember much after that." "Jesus," Felicia said, in exactly the same tone she had used for the public defender in the waiting room. "We did it to them, didn't we? Got the ball rolling," Shaun said. "Actually," Oliver began, but Felicia, with a tender expression, broke in. "We did it," she said. Oliver raised his eyebrows. "I'm going to be okay. About half of me will need replacing. I don't know who's paying for it. My family, I suppose. I've been thinking." "Yeah?" Felicia said. "I know what set the charge off," Shaun said. "Somebody broke the timer before I planted it. I'd like one or all of you to find out who." Nobody spoke for a moment. "You think somebody did it deliberately?" I asked. Shaun nodded. "We checked the equipment 100 times, and everything worked." "Who would have done something like that?" Oliver asked, horrified. "Somebody," Shaun said. "Keep the students together. This isn't over yet." He turned to face me, suddenly focusing. "Take a message to Gretel. Tell her she was a goddamned fool, and I love her madly." He bit into the words goddamned fool as if they were a savory cake that gave him great satisfaction. I had never seen such a join of pain and bitter pride. I nodded. "Tell her she and I will take the reins again and guide this mess home right. Tell her just that." "Guide the mess home right," I repeated, still under his spell. "We have a larger purpose," Shaun said. "We have to break this planet out of its goddamned business-as-usual, corrupt, bow-down-to-the-triple, struggle-along mentality. We can do that. We can make our own party. It's a beginning." His eyes fixed on each of us in turn, as if to brand us. Felicia held out her splayed fingers, and Sean lifted his free arm to awkwardly press his hand against hers. Oliver did the same. Charles stood back. Too much for him. I was about to raise my hand and match Sean's, but Sean saw my hesitation, my change of expression when Charles stepped back, and he dropped his hand before I could decide. "Heart and mind, heart and mind," Sean said softly. "You are Cassia, right? Cassia Majumdar." "Yes." "How did your family fare in all this?" "I don't know," I said. "They're fixed to prosper. The go-backs will do well in the next government." It was funny, Connor thinking we were go-backs. "Are you a go-back, Cassia?" I shook my head, throat tight. His tone was so stiff and distant, so reproving. "Show it to me, Cassia. Heart and mind." "I don't think you have any right to question my loyalty because of my family," I said. Sean's gaze went cold. "If you're not dedicated, you could turn on us, just like whoever broke the timer." "Gretel handled the charge," Charles said. "Nobody else touched it. Certainly not Cassia." "We all slept, didn't we?" Sean said. "But it's irrelevant, really. That part's over." He closed his eyes and licked his lips. A cup came up from the wall-mount arbiter, and a stream of liquid poured into his mouth. He sucked it up with the expertise of days in the hospital. "What do you mean?" Felicia asked in a little voice. "I'll have to pick all over again. Most of you went home, didn't you?" "Some did," Felicia said. "We stayed." "We needed students to occupy and hold, to take the administration chambers and dictate terms. We could work from the university as a base, claim it as a forfeit for illegal voiding, claim it for damages. If I had been there, that's what we would have done." I felt like crying. The injustice of Sean's veiled accusations, mixed with my very real infatuation and guilt at not serving the cause better, turned my stomach. "Go talk to Gretel. And you two," he pointed to Charles and me, "think it over. Who are you? Where do you want to be in 10 years? Gretel was less severely injured, but looked worse. Her head had been wrapped in a bulky breather, leaving only a gap for her eyes. She had been laid back at 45 degrees on a steel recovery plate as well, and tubes ran from mazes of nano-clumps on her chest and neck. An arbiter had discreetly draped the rest of her with a white sheet for our visit. She watched us enter, and her silky, artificial voice said, "How's Sean? You've been to see him?" "He's fine," Oliver said. "I was too unhappy to talk." "We haven't been allowed to visit. This hospital shits protocol. What's being said outside? Did we get any attention?" Felicia explained as gently as possible that we really hadn't accomplished much. She was ready to be a little harder with Gretel than with Sean. Perhaps she was infatuated with Sean as well. I had a sudden insight into people and revolutions, and did not like what I saw. "Sean has a plan to change that," Gretel said. "I'm sure he does," Oliver said. "What's on at UMS?" "They're moving in a new administration. All the statist appointees have resigned or been put on leave." "Sounds like they're being punished." "It's routine. All appointments are being reviewed," Oliver said. Gretel sighed, an artificial note of great beauty, and extended her hand. Felicia squeezed it. Charles and I remained in the background. He thinks the charge that blew up was tampered with.
It may have been, Gretel said.
It must have been. But only you and he handled it, Charles said.
Gretel sighed again.
It was just a standard Excavax 2-kilo tube. We didn't pay a lot of money. The people who stole it for us may have tampered with it. They could have done something to make it go off. That's possible.
We don't know that, Oliver said.
Listen, friends, if we haven't attracted any attention yet, it's because...
She stopped and her eyes tracked the room, zip-zip, then narrowed.
I have new eyes, she said. Do you like the color?
You'd better go now. We'll talk later, after I'm released.
On our way out of the hospital, and the tunnel connecting us to Times River Station's main tube, a hungry-looking, poorly dressed and very young male Litvid agent tried to interview us. He followed us for 30 meters, glancing at his slate between what he thought were pointed questions. We were too glum and too smart to give any answers, but despite our reticence, we ended up in a 10-second flash on a side channel for Mars Tharsis Local. Sean, on the other hand, was interviewed the next day for an hour by an agent for New Mars Committee Scan, and that was picked up and broadcast by General Solar to the Triple. He told our story to the planets, and by and large, what he told was not what I remembered. Nobody else was interviewed. My sadness grew. My fresh young idealism waned rapidly, replaced by no wisdom to speak of, nothing emotionally concrete. I thought about Sean's words to us, his accusations, his pointed suspicion of me, his interview spreading distortions around the Triple. Now I would say that he lied, but it's possible Sean Dickinson even then was too good a rabbler to respect the truth. And Gretel, I think, was about to pass on some sound advice about political need dictating how we see and use history. When we returned to our dorms at UMS, we found notices posted and doors locked. Diane met me and explained that UMS had been closed for the foreseeable future due to curriculum revisions. Flashing icons beneath the ID plates told us we could enter our quarters once and remove our belongings. Train fare to our homes or any other destination would not be provided. Our slates received bulletins on when and where the public hearings would be held to determine the university's future course. We were arguably worse off than we had been with Daubel and Connor. Charles helped Diane and me pull our belongings from the room and stack them in the tunnel. There weren't many. I had sent most of my effects home after being voided. I helped Charles remove his goods, about 10 kilos of equipment and research materials. We ate a quick lunch in the train station. We didn't have much to say. Diane, Oliver, and Felicia departed on the northbound, and Charles saw me to the eastbound. As I lugged my bag into the airlock, he held out his hand, and we shook firmly. "Will I see you again?" he asked.
"Why not?" I said, "when our lives are straightened out." He held on to my hand a little longer, and I gently removed it.
"I'd like to see you before that," he said. "For me, at least, that might be a long way off."
"All right," I said, squeezing through the door.
I didn't commit myself to when. I was in no mood to establish a relationship. My father forgave me. Mother secretly admired all that I had done, I think, and they personally footed the bill for expensive auto classes to keep me up to date on my studies. They could have charged it to the BM education expenses as part of the larger Go-Back revival. Father was a firm believer in BM rule, but too honorable to squeeze BM-appropriated Govy funds or take the victor's advantage. When next I saw Connor, it was on General Solar Litvid. She was on the long dive to Earth, issuing pronouncements from the WHT-CIPS, Western Hemisphere Transport Coalition interplanetary ship, Barrier Reef. Returning, she was at pains to make Martians understand, to a kind of hero's welcome. Dauble was with her, but said nothing, since day by day the awful truth of her failed statist administration was coming out. It so happened that there was a Majumdar BM advocate on that very ship, and he took it upon himself to represent all the BMs and other interests, hoping to settle with Connor and Dauble. He served them papers, day after day after day, throughout the voyage. By the time both of them got to Earth, 10 months later, they would be poor as Jackson's load, born on Mars, exiled to Earth, doomed to dodging triple suits for the rest of their days. Appendixes. About the Nebula Awards. Throughout every calendar year, the members of the Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers of America read and recommend novels and stories for the annual Nebula Awards. The editor of the Nebula Awards report collects the recommendations and publishes them in the SFWA forum. Near the end of the year, the NAR editor tallies the endorsements, draws up the preliminary ballot, and sends it to all active SFWA members. Under the current rules, each novel and story enjoys a 1-year eligibility period from its date of publication. If the work fails to make the preliminary ballot during that interval, it is dropped from further Nebula consideration. The NAR editor processes the results from the preliminary ballot and then compiles a final ballot listing the 5 most popular novels, novellas, novelettes, and short stories. For purposes of the Nebula Award, a novel is 40,000 words or more. A novella is 17,500 to 39,999 words. A novelette is 7,500 to 17,499 words, and a short story is 7,499 words or fewer. At the present time, SFWA impanels both a novel jury and a short fiction jury to oversee the voting process, and, in cases where a presumably worthy title was neglected by the membership at large, to supplement the 5 nominees with a 6th choice. Thus, the appearance of extra finalists in any category bespeaks 2 distinct processes, jury discretion and ties. Founded in 1965 by Damon Knight, the Science Fiction Writers of America began with a charter membership of 78 authors. Today it boasts about 1,000 members and an augmented name. Early in his tenure, Lloyd Biggle, Jr., SFWA's first secretary-treasurer, proposed that the organization periodically select and publish the year's best stories. This notion quickly evolved into the elaborate balloting process, an annual awards banquet, and a series of Nebula anthologies. Judith Ann Lawrence designed the trophy from a sketch by Kate Wilhelm. It is a block of lucite containing a rock crystal and a spiral nebula made of metallic glitter. The prize is handmade, and no 2 are exactly alike. The Grand Master Nebula Award goes to a living author for a lifetime of achievement. In accordance with SFWA's bylaws, the president nominates a candidate, normally after consulting with previous presidents and the board of directors. This nomination then goes before the officers. If a majority approves, the candidate becomes a Grand Master. Past recipients include Robert A. Heinlein, 1974, Jack Williamson, 1975, Clifford D. Simak, 1976, L. Sprague de Camp, 1978, Fritz Leiber, 1981, Andre Norton, 1983, Arthur C. Clarke, 1985, Isaac Asimov, 1986, Alfred Bester, 1987, Ray Bradbury, 1988, Lester Del Rey, 1990, and Frederick Pohl, 1992. The 30th Annual Nebula Awards banquet was held at the Grand Hyatt Hotel in New York City on April 22, 1995, where Nebula Awards were given in the categories of novel, novella, novelette, short story, and lifetime achievement, Grand Master. As part of a new program to honor older writers who are no longer writing and publishing, Emil Pataya was also honored as SFWA's first author emeritus. Selected titles from the 1994 preliminary Nebula ballot. The following lists provide an overview of those works, authors, and periodicals that particularly attracted SFWA's notice during 1994. Finalists and winners are excluded from this listing, as these are documented in the introduction. Novels: Climbing Olympus by Kevin J. Anderson, Warner. The Innkeeper's Song by Peter S. Beagle, Rock. Brittle Innings by Michael Bishop, Bantam. Mirror Dance by Lois McMaster Bugeaud, Bain. Growing Up Weightless by John M. Ford, Bantam. The Pure Cold Light by Gregory Frost, Avo Nova. Strange Devices of the Sun and Moon by Lisa Goldstein, Tor. Ammonite by Nicola Griffith, Del Rey. White Queen by Gwyneth Jones, Tor. Wildlife by James Patrick Kelly, Tor. Half the Day is Night by Maureen F. McHugh, Tor. Inferno by Mike Resnick, Tor. End of an Era by Robert J. Sawyer, Ace. Forerunner by Robert J. Sawyer, Ace. The Porcelain Dove by Delia Sherman, Dutton. Passion Play by Sean Stewart, Ace. Lake of the Long Sun by Gene Wolfe, Tor. Path of the Hero by Dave Wolverton, Bantam. Novellas: Remains of Adam by A. Atanasio, Asimov's Science Fiction, January 1994. Almost Forever by William Barton, Tomorrow SF No. 5, October 1993. The Last Plague by Gregory Bennett, Analog, April 1994. Cri de Coeur by Michael Bishop, Asimov's Science Fiction, September 1994. Symphony for Skyfall by Rick Cook and Peter Manley, Analog, July 1994. Hard Target by Charles D. Eckert, Tomorrow SF No. 7, February 1994. Melodies of the Heart by Michael F. Flynn, Analog, January 1994. Kamehameha's Bones by Kathleen Ann Goonan, Asimov's Science Fiction, September 1993. Les Fleurs du Mal by Brian Stableford, Asimov's Science Fiction, October 1994. Novelettes: Cush by Neil Barrett, Jr., Asimov's Science Fiction, November 1993. Yellow Matter by William Barton, TAL Publications, November 1993. The Shining Dream Road Out by M. Shane Bell, Tomorrow SF, July 1993. Die Lorelei by Michael Coney, The Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, May 1993. The Other Magpie by R. Garcia y Robertson, Asimov's Science Fiction, April 1993. Ah, Bright Wings by Howard V. Hendricks, Full Spectrum 4, Bantam. Fox Magic by Kij Johnson, Asimov's Science Fiction, December 1993. Chemistry by James Patrick Kelly, Asimov's Science Fiction, June 1993. Liberator by Linda Nagata, The Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, June 1993. Tin Angel by G. David Nordley and H. G. Stratman, Analog, July 1994. A Little Knowledge by Mike Resnick, Asimov's Science Fiction, April 1994. Vox Domini by Bruce Holland Rogers, Full Spectrum 4, Bantam. In the Distance and Ahead in Time by George Zabrowski, Amazing Stories, November 1993. Short Stories: Mrs. Lincoln's China by M. Shane Bell. Asimov's Science Fiction, July 1994. 13 Ways of Looking at a Dinosaur by Gregory Feely. Dinosaur Fantastic, Daw. In the Hole with the Boys with the Toys by Jeffrey A. Landis. Asimov's Science Fiction, October 1993. Hugh Merrow by Jonathan Lethem. The Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, October-November 1993. Barnaby in Exile by Mike Resnick. Asimov's Science Fiction, February 1994. The Light at the End of Day by Kerry Richardson. The Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, October-November 1993. Jukebox Gifts by Dean Wesley Smith. The Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, January 1994. Roadkill by Sage Walker. Asimov's Science Fiction, April 1993. Bridging by Rick Wilbur. Phobias, Pocket. Past Nebula Award winners. 1965. Best Novel, Dune by Frank Herbert. Best Novella, The Saliva Tree by Brian W. Aldiss. He Who Shapes by Roger Zelazny. Tie. Best Novelette, The Doors of His Face, The Lamps of His Mouth by Roger Zelazny. Best Short Story, Repent, Harlequin, Said the Tick-Tock Man by Harlan Ellison. 1966. Best Novel, Flowers for Algernon by Daniel Keyes. Babel 17 by Samuel R. Delany. Tie. Best Novella, The Last Castle by Jack Vance. Best Novelette, Call Him Lord by Gordon R. Dixon. Best Short Story, The Secret Place by Richard McKenna. 1967. Best Novel, The Einstein Intersection by Samuel R. Delany. Best Novella, Behold the Man by Michael Moorcock. Best Novelette, Gonna Roll the Bones by Fritz Leiber. Best Short Story, I and Gomorrah by Samuel R. Delany. 1968. Best Novel, Rite of Passage by Alexei Panshin. Best Novella, Dragon Rider by Anne McCaffrey. Best Novelette, Mother to the World by Richard Wilson. Best Short Story, The Planners by Kate Wilhelm. 1969. Best Novel, The Left Hand of Darkness by Ursula K. Le Guin. Best Novella, A Boy and His Dog by Harlan Ellison. Best Novelette, Time Considered as a Helix of Semi-Precious Stones by Samuel R. Delany. Best Short Story, Passengers by Robert Silverberg. 1970. Best Novel, Ringworld by Larry Niven. Best Novella, Ill Met in Lankmar by Fritz Leiber. Best Novelette, Slow Sculpture by Theodore Sturgeon. Best Short Story, No Award. 1971. Best Novel, A Time of Changes by Robert Silverberg. Best Novella, The Missing Man by Catherine MacLean. Best Novelette, The Queen of Air and Darkness by Powell Anderson. Best Short Story, Good News from the Vatican by Robert Silverberg. 1972. Best Novel, The Gods Themselves by Isaac Asimov. Best Novella, A Meeting with Medusa by Arthur C. Clarke. Best Novelette, Goat Song by Powell Anderson. Best Short Story, When It Changed by Joanna Russ. 1973. Best Novel, Rendezvous with Rama by Arthur C. Clarke. Best Novella, The Death of Dr. Island by Gene Wolfe. Best Novelette, Of Mist and Grass and Sand by Vonda N. McIntyre. Best Short Story, Love is the plan is death, by James Tiptree, Jr. Best Dramatic Presentation, Soylent Green. Stanley R. Greenberg for screenplay, based on the novel Make Room, Make Room. Harry Harrison for Make Room, Make Room. 1974. Best Novel, The Dispossessed, by Ursula K. Le Guin. Best Novella, Born with the Dead, by Robert Silverberg. Best Novelette, If the Stars Are Gods, by Gordon Eklund and Gregory Benford. Best Short Story, The Day Before the Revolution, by Ursula K. Le Guin. Best Dramatic Presentation, Sleeper, by Woody Allen. Grand Master, Robert A. Heinlein. 1975. Best Novel, The Forever War, by Joe Haldeman. Best Novella, Home is the Hangman, by Roger Zelazny. Best Novelette, San Diego Lightfoot Sioux, by Tom Reamy. Best Short Story, Catch That Zeppelin, by Fritz Leiber. Best Dramatic Writing, Mel Brooks and Gene Wilder for Young Frankenstein. Grand Master, Jack Williamson. 1976. Best Novel, Man Plus, by Frederick Pohl. Best Novella, Houston, Houston, Do You Read, by James Tiptree, Jr. Best Novelette, The Bicentennial Man, by Isaac Asimov. Best Short Story, A Crowd of Shadows, by Charles L. Grant. Grand Master, Clifford D. Simak. 1977. Best Novel, Gateway, by Frederick Pohl. Best Novella, Stardance, by Spider and Gene Robinson. Best Novelette, The Screwfly Solution, by Raccoona Sheldon. Best Short Story, Jefty is 5, by Harlan Ellison. Special Award, Star Wars. 1978. Best Novel, Dream Snake, by Vonda N. McIntyre. Best Novella, The Persistence of Vision, by John Varley. Best Novelette, A Glow of Candles, A Unicorn's Eye, by Charles L. Grant. Best Short Story, Stone, by Edward Bryant. Grand Master, L. Sprague de Camp. 1979. Best Novel, The Fountains of Paradise, by Arthur C. Clarke. Best Novella, Enemy Mine, by Barry Longyear. Best Novelette, Sand Kings, by George R. R. Martin. Best Short Story, Giants, by Edward Bryant. 1980. Best Novel, Timescape, by Gregory Benford. Best Novella, The Unicorn Tapestry, by Susie McKee Charnas. Best Novelette, The Ugly Chickens, by Howard Waldrop. Best Short Story, Grotto of the Dancing Deer, by Clifford D. Simak. 1981. Best Novel, The Claw of the Conciliator, by Gene Wolfe. Best Novella, The Saturn Game, by Powell Anderson. Best Novelette, The Quickening, by Michael Bishop. Best Short Story, The Bone Flute, by Lisa Tuttle. Note, this Nebula Award was declined by the author. End of note. Grand Master, Fritz Leiber. 1982. Best Novel, No Enemy But Time, by Michael Bishop. Best Novella, Another Orphan, by John Kessel. Best Novelette, Firewatch, by Connie Willis. Best Short Story, A Letter from the Clearys, by Connie Willis. 1983. Best Novel, Startide Rising, by David Brin. Best Novella, Hard Fought, by Greg Bear. Best Novelette, Blood Music, by Greg Bear. Best Short Story, The Peacemaker, by Gardner Dozois. Grand Master, Andre Norton. 1984. Best Novel, Neuromancer, by William Gibson. Best Novella, Press Enter, by John Varley. Best Novelette, Bloodchild, by Octavia E. Butler. Best Short Story, Morning Child, by Gardner Dozois. 1985. Best Novel, Ender's Game, by Orson Scott Card. Best Novella, Sailing to Byzantium, by Robert Silverberg. Best Novelette, Portraits of His Children, by George R.R. Martin. Best Short Story, Out of All Them Bright Stars, by Nancy Kress. Grand Master, Arthur C. Clarke. 1986. Best Novel, Speaker for the Dead, by Orson Scott Card. Best Novella, R&R, by Lucius Shepard. Best Novelette, The Girl Who Fell into the Sky, by Kate Wilhelm. Best Short Story, Tangents, by Greg Bear. Grand Master, Isaac Asimov. 1987. Best Novel, The Falling Woman, by Pat Murphy. Best Novella, The Blind Geometer, by Kim Stanley Robinson. Best Novelette, Rachel in Love, by Pat Murphy. Best Short Story, Forever Yours, Anna, by Kate Wilhelm. Grand Master, Alfred Bester. 1988. Best Novel, Falling Free, by Lois McMaster Bugeaud. Best Novella, The Last of the Winnebagos, by Connie Willis. Best Novelette, Schrodinger's Kitten, by George Alec Effinger. Best Short Story, Bible Stories for Adults, No. 17, The Deluge, by James Morrow. Grand Master, Ray Bradbury. 1989. Best Novel, The Healer's War, by Elizabeth Ann Scarborough. Best Novella, The Mountains of Mourning, by Lois McMaster Bugeaud. Best Novelette, At the Rialto, by Connie Willis. Best Short Story, Ripples in the Dirac Sea, by Geoffrey Landis. 1990. Best Novel, Tehanu, The Last Book of Earthsea, by Ursula K. Le Guin. Best Novella, The Hemingway Hoax, by Joe Haldeman. Best Novelette, Tower of Babylon, by Ted Chiang. Best Short Story, Bears Discover Fire, by Terry Bisson. Grand Master, Lester Del Rey. 1991. Best Novel, Stations of the Tide, by Michael Swanwick. Best Novella, Beggars in Spain, by Nancy Kress. Best Novelette, Guide Dog, by Mike Connor. Best Short Story, Maquis, by Alan Brennert. 1992. Best Novel, Doomsday Book, by Connie Willis. Best Novella, City of Truth, by James Morrow. Best Novelette, Danny Goes to Mars, by Pamela Sargent. Best Short Story, Even the Queen, by Connie Willis. Grand Master, Frederick Pohl. 1993. Best Novel, Red Mars, by Kim Stanley Robinson. Best Novella, The Night We Buried Road Dog, by Jack Cady. Best Novelette, Georgia on My Mind, by Charles Sheffield. Best Short Story, Graves, by Joe Haldeman. Those who are interested in category-related awards should also consult A History of the Hugo, Nebula, and International Fantasy Awards by Donald Franson and Howard DeVore, Misfit Press, 1987. Periodically updated, the book is available from Howard DeVore, 4705 Weddell, Weddel, Dearborn, Michigan, 48125. Permissions, Acknowledgements. Genre Collapses, Thousands Crushed, copyright 1996 by John Kessel. The New Aliens of Science Fiction, copyright 1996 by Nicola Griffith. Embers, copyright 1996 by Paul DiFilippo. Double Vision, copyright 1996 by Jack Dan. Doctor, Will the Patient Survive, copyright 1996 by Sheila Finch. Biker Nuns and Social Revolution, An Optimistic Assessment of 1994, copyright 1996 by Pat Murphy. The Year in Science Fiction, copyright 1996 by James Gunn. From a Park Bench to the Great Beyond, the Science Fiction and Fantasy Films of 1994, copyright 1996 by Kathi Maio. 7 Views of Olduvai Gorge by Mike Resnick, copyright 1994 by Mike Resnick, first published in The Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, October-November 1994. Reprinted by permission of the author. Inspiration by Ben Bova. Copyright 1994 by Mercury Press, Incorporated. First published in the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, April 1994. Reprinted by permission of the author. Virtual Love by Maureen F. McHugh. Copyright 1994 by Mercury Press, Incorporated. First published in the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, January 1994. Reprinted by permission of the author. None So Blind by Joe Haldeman. Copyright 1994 by Joe Haldeman. First published in Asimov's Science Fiction, November 1994. Reprinted by permission of the author. 40 Day by Damon Knight. Copyright 1994 by Damon Knight. First published in Asimov's Science Fiction, May 1994. Reprinted by permission of the author. In Memoriam, Robert Bloch by Frank M. Robinson. Copyright 1994 by Frank M. Robinson. First published in Locus, November 1994. Reprinted by permission of the author. The Martian Child by David Gerrold. Copyright 1994 by David Gerrold. First published in the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, September 1994. Reprinted by permission of the author. Basement Flats, Redefining the Burgess Shale by W. Gregory Stewart and Robert Frazier. Copyright 1994, Robert Frazier and W. Gregory Stewart. First published in Airfish, Cupertino, California, Omega Cat Press, 1994. Reprinted by permission of the authors. Flight is for Those Who Have Not Yet Crossed Over by Jeff VanderMeer. Copyright 1993 by Jeff VanderMeer. First published in The Silver Web, number 9, 1993. Reprinted by permission of the author. Spacer's Compass by Bruce Boston. Copyright Bruce Boston, 1993. First published in Poems, 1968 to 1993 by Bruce Boston. Hoboken, New Jersey, Talisman, 1993. Reprinted by permission of the author. Understanding Entropy by Barry N. Malzberg. Copyright 1994 by Sovereign Media, Incorporated. First published in Science Fiction Age, August 1994. Reprinted by permission of the author. I Know What You're Thinking by Kate Wilhelm. Copyright Kate Wilhelm, 1994. First published in Asimov's Science Fiction, November 1994. Reprinted by permission of the author. A Defense of the Social Contracts by Martha Soukup. Copyright 1993, Martha Soukup. First published in Science Fiction Age, September 1993. Reprinted by permission of the author. The Matter of Seggri by Ursula K. Le Guin. Copyright 1994 by Ursula K. Le Guin. First published in Crank, Spring 1994. Reprinted by permission of the author and the author's agent, Virginia Kidd. Excerpt from Moving Mars by Greg Bear, Tor 1993. Copyright 1993 by Greg Bear. Reprinted by permission of the author. Comments by Mike Resnick, Ben Bova, Maureen F. McHugh, Joe Haldeman, David Gerrold, Barry N. Malzberg, Kate Wilhelm, Martha Soukup, Ursula K. Le Guin, and Greg Bear in the headnotes to their stories are copyright 1995 by the Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers of America Bulletin, Spring 1995. Reprinted by permission of SFWA and the authors. Previously unpublished comments by Damon Knight, W. Gregory Stewart, Robert Frazier, Jeff VanderMeer, and Bruce Boston are copyright 1995 by the individual authors and are used by their permission. End of Nebula Awards 30, SFWA's choices for the best science fiction and fantasy of the year, edited by Pamela Sargent. Read by James DeLotel in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, May 1997. Published by Harcourt Brace and Company, 15 East 26th Street, New York, New York, 10010. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.